government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home, looking straight through your webcam. Looking at you is Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the f***ing man. Stare at the screen when you unpack. The government is staring back. This is how they know you best, with a dick in your right and a mouse in your left. No more interest in the Middle East, so they look at you while you touch your meat. In the middle of a truce, they put the equipment to the use. Why you think you pay the tax for drones and spies, computer hacks? Tax has gone through the roof, at least it's put to good use. The government knows. The government knows. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you're whacking it. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home. They fill the sky full of drones to check on you and your bone. Size don't matter to the CIA, they can see your dick from outer space. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home, looking straight through your webcam. Looking at you is Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the man. In the zone, weird look on your face. This is how you're stored in their database. They're all around, they're all no win. The only dick they haven't seen is Edward Snowden's. The government knows. Masturbate. Test your might. Test your might. Test your might. Test your might.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry. I started late. You know? I had to get my mustache ready. And now it just looks gross. So yeah, very good, very normal. How are you doing, everyone? What's going on? Wait, what do you mean, oh? What do you mean, oh? Everything's fine. No, don't look at me. I'm sorry, no, you're all gonna have to look at me, it's fine. Gross mustache off to a good start. No, it just, look, there are bits, you'll see, right? Look, if I zoom in. Oh no, you can't really see it. There's bits of my mustache that, like, they stick up and it's gross and I hate it, basically. That's what I'm on about. That's what I'm on about. Yeah, it's fucking thick as fuck, Dave. It's absurd how thick it is, actually. It's absolutely ridiculous. How are we all doing, gang? What's going on? I'm here now. I'm actually here. It's a fucking power tash, isn't it? Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. And I keep getting mad. I keep getting mad about how thick and creamy and waxy the mustache wax is. But then the more and more I try and shape it, the more and more I'm like, you know what? I couldn't use any other wax with this. I couldn't use any other fucking wax with this. It wouldn't work. It just wouldn't hold it down. It's so powerful. It's too strong. I actually dislike how strong it is. I wish it was more manageable. But anyway, that's enough about my tash. I'm curious about how you'd look with just like that with a tash if I pull it off. Yeah, I would pull it off 100%. I've had a mustache before, like just a mustache. I've had loads of different facial hairstyles. I've had like just this bit here for a while, which was very weird. Like no mustache, no sideburns, just like a goatee without the top. That was kind of weird. Kind of like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. And what else? What else have I had? I've had sideburns. I've had just a mustache for Movember. I used to do Movember every year. Yeah. Yeah, I've done loads. I've done loads of different ones. Yeah, I've had sideburns. Yeah, mutton chops. Yeah, massive ones. That was when I even had actual hair, like actual head hair. I used to do that all the time. Tajan's here. Dave's here. Lilith's here. Welcome into the stream, everybody. Kiri, hello. That's right. It's me. I'm live. Yeah. Kiri's here. Tajan was telling me in the chat earlier that he found out his one of his professors is a libertarian chud today. So that's embarrassing. Tell us about that. Tell us about that immediately. I want to hear all about that. My day's been a bit weird, before you ask. Listen, before, like, I know you're all clamoring to ask me how my day was. But my day's been a bit weird. Basically, I was still I was feeling great last night after the stream, but I was kind of in the mood of like, well, I've had some burgers today, so fuck it. I'm gonna, and you know, the Lotus Biscoff vegan milkshake I had at the weekend, that was really playing on my mind. It was there in the back of my head being like, you should get one again. But when I finished the stream, it was too late to get one. So I just went to the spa and I bought an actual pack of Lotus Biscoff biscuits. And the problem with that was I ate all of them in one go. And also an entire thing, an entire carton of Chocomel and a Milky Bar. So I had horrific heartburn. I didn't sleep properly. And yeah, and so I went to the gym and that sucked. So that's been my day. But I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday still. So how about that? Very fucking funny. TJ says, right, so I sit down in class and he comes in late ranting about the fact that we're all wearing masks, which is wonderfully still uni policy. What the fuck? Spouting about us not being in any danger and the masks doing nothing anyway. Doing the blah, blah, blah fatality rate bullshit. And I was like, so he's an anti-mask idiot. But then he started going on about people's legitimate concerns. Legitimate concerns about what? Like, this is another thing that I do not understand, right? I was going spare in Aldi today again. Because I was in Aldi today, yeah, and not only was that, it must just be the time that I go. It must just be the time that I go. Like, I go at about like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock after I've been to the gym. So it must just be something to do with the time that I go. Because it's mostly empty, but the majority of the people in there are not wearing masks. And I'm getting like so mad. Like, with every single like unmasked face that I see, I'm getting more and more mad. Do you know what I mean? You were going to use the new Pet the Mule emote, but it's not there. Yeah, it is. It's right there. What are you talking about? I can actually see it today, so that's great. And I was getting madder and madder and madder. And then, to top it all off, this fucking bloke comes in. And he's an old-looking fella and all. You know what I mean? He's actually an old-looking fella. And he comes in, and he's got no mask on. And he's fucking coughing his arse off. He's actually coughing his arse off. He coughs his arse off once as he comes in through the door. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro. You know what I mean? And then he walks further along down the aisle. And he's still coughing. And I'm like, are you shitting me, bro? Are you shitting me? Oh, legitimate concerns about foreigners. Wait, what? He went off defending racists for a while, saying so many people in academics don't listen to the general public about their legitimate concerns about too many people coming over. Oh, no. You looked him up because he's done enough to have his own Wikipedia page and he's part of Spiked. Oh, no. Oh, no. What a horrific individual. What a disgusting piece of shit. Tajan, I'm so sorry. You should write a complaint to the university, get him sacked. Fuck that guy. Fuck him. What a disgusting racist. Dave Warnock says, I can't see a new emote. And Kiri Magic says I can't see it as well. So you both need to have BTTV installed. Because that is how you see Pet the Mule. That's the way that you see that emote. You need to get that installed. Just type in BTTV on Google, get it installed. You'll start to understand a lot more of the emotes that people use in the chat when you see that. All right, let me get rid of Peepo Riot, replace it with Pet the Mule. You're just using Android Twitch client, so I guess this is out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you won't be able to see better Twitch TV emotes with Android. Yeah, that explains it. Yeah. The hype command for you will just be letters and numbers. You're on mobile at the minute? Yeah, you need to be on desktop in order to see BTTV emotes. Yeah, sorry about that, gang. Sorry about that. Hiya, Shafiq. Morning, peeps. I'm not going to be about much tonight. Just woke up. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, my love. Don't worry about it, honestly. Well, good morning. I hope you're doing well. I hope you slept well, because that's the main thing. The shooters tried to get rid of him during both his Brexit stuff and his anti-lockdown stuff. Keep up the pressure. Keep up the pressure, honestly. You've been streaming on Twitch for a year? Really? Oh my god, Dave, what the fuck? That's mad. That's mad to me. That I am some streamer's first streamer that they might have come across. I must have been like one of the first streamers that you've come across in it, because you've been here for how long now? Right, since June 10th last year, yeah. That's fucking mad, bro. That's absolutely mad. Wow, how about that? How about that? Well, I'm very sorry that this has been your first experience of Twitch. In my channel. Speaking of which, gang, go follow Dave. Dave's the top lad. Absolutely lovely individual. And also make sure you go and check out our Kiri. I'm going to be in a bit of one of Kiri's videos very soon. I just need to film a bit. I'm going to be doing that after the stream, I think. And Kiri, please, honestly, mate, don't feel bad about pestering me to do this because ADHD, you know. If I forget to do it, it's not because I don't want to do it. It's just because my brain makes me forget important shit all the time. Like, you know, so ridiculous. So fucking ridiculous. I was just saying to Lenny then, I was speaking to Lenny in DMs. In Demens? I was speaking in Demesne. Fucking hell, my brain. Because I was speaking to Lenny last night about getting over to her the ADHD questionnaire that I did. And I was setting up for the stream, and obviously I was like late anyway, but I got completely like sidetracked when I saw the icon of the fucking thing on the fucking desktop, and I was like, oh, I gotta send that to Lenny. So I just did that and chatted to Lenny for a bit, and then I was like, oh shit, yeah, I should be starting the stream. Just get distracted by everything. All right, you know the score then, Kiri. Okay, yeah, don't feel bad about pestering me, because I need it. I need it sometimes. Hello, Saf Sophie. How are you doing? What's going on? Long time no see in the chat. How are you? How are you? Hello, 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 indeed. What else were we talking about? Yeah, that sucks so much, Tejan. Honestly, what the fuck? I would be so mad. I would be so mad if I had a professor like that. Honestly, fuck that noise. Fuck that noise to high heaven. You slept fine after 10 a.m. Oh my god. 10 a.m. I've not done that in a long time. You did say you were having a bit of a weird day yesterday anyway, though. Do you know what I mean? So that's fair enough, yeah. It's been so long I see you've grown quite the beard. It's a lot of a beard, isn't it? It's a whole heap of a beard. Yeah. And I'm enjoying it as well. I was even looking today, like, if I do this, I'm not sure if it's going to do it now because it's got oil on it, but if I do a bit of this, it goes, like, square. You see how it's, like, kind of squarish? And I want it to really grow out like that. You know what I mean? I want to sort of, like, have it a little bit, like, tufty at the bottom there, you know? But yeah, that's exciting. That's exciting. I'm open about where I go to uni, so I'll stick his wiki page in the chat in case people want to see what kind of wanker he is. Bill Derody. This is one of your lectures. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's a former head of the Department of Politics, Languages and International Studies there. Well, I'm glad they removed him. I'm glad that they removed him from that post. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. It's all poofy like a hamster with a full cheek pouches. Yeah, that's right. Politics and economy professors are some of the worst people at unis. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%, yeah. Yeah, beard oil is hella OP. It's so fucking OP, honestly. Hey Andy, how you doing? Andy says, hello Muel, I have a question that I need some moral guidance on. It's not too heavy, so no content warning required. Talk to us, Andy. That's what we're here for, bro. That's what we're here for. Starting to settle ever so slowly into your girlfriend's apartment after a lot of moving. Holy shit, Sophie, I didn't know you were gonna move in. Well, congratulations. That's fucking great. Do you all call him Grody de Rody? Yeah, I'd call him that. I'd call him fucking Bogey Head. Bogey Face. Little dickhead. I just managed to get a card from the Nvidia store today from under 500 quid. I could flip it to miners for about 800 quid. Is that feeding the system we hate, or is it taking advantage of them both? My immediate response is don't do that. My immediate response is like, don't do that. Because, yeah, if you sell it to miners, then, let's face it, miners have got a lot of money anyway. You know? I mean, that's another thing, yeah, if you actually need the money, then sure. That was my other thing, Shafiq. That was where I was sort of like, well, I'm immediately like, no, but also, if you're struggling, far be it from me to say don't make money, you know? Like, do what you want. Honestly, do what you want. Right, yeah, you just referred to him as a cunt. His 2011 articles investigating how the World Health Organization addressed the 2009 flu pandemic anticipated the cultural and institutional responses to COVID-19, which he proposed would lead to considerably more fatalities than the virus itself. What? You what? Right. This is, This is why you don't trust Wikipedia, folks. This is why it's good to go to Wikipedia for some information. But if you go to someone's Wikipedia for information and they've edited the information themselves and provided the sources themselves, then of course you're going to get a biased representation of who that person is. So, you know, this source on Wikipedia, where it says his 2011 articles investigating how the World Health Organization addressed the 2009 flu pandemic anticipated the cultural and institutional responses to COVID-19, which he proposed would lead to considerably more for fatalities than the virus itself. Like, so there's a 5 there. So at the end of the sentence, most people will go to, right, well, what's the source for that? And that's just his blog. It's just his blog, right? But then if we check this out, what's this one? So this is just spiked. And as Tejan was saying before, Spiked is a disgusting institution. Look there. Little article on, of course, Jimmy Carr was joking. If you don't know about the Jimmy Carr discourse that happened at the weekend, Jimmy Carr thought it would be very, very funny to make a joke about the Holocaust, in which he said that people don't care about Gypsy Roma travelers who died in the Holocaust. So, of course, there's an article defending Jimmy Carr for saying something like that in Spiked magazine that is also one of the sources for this Wikipedia article. Love that. Fucking love that. Great, innit? So there you go. Always be mindful of the sources that you see on Wikipedia. Yeah, don't do that unless you need the money. You won't get another GPU like that cheap again, but it could be funny to put a virus on it before you hand it over. That would be funny. That would be funny. Oh my god, there has to be someone out there who's made a virus that, like, specifically attacks GPUs that do crypto mining, right? There has to be. Because there has to be some kind of calculation that the GPU does where, you know, it's to do with crypto on its own, maybe? I don't know. I'm no virus maker, you know what I mean? Hey Zoroastro, how you doing? The point with Wikipedia, you need written sources, but none said anything about their quality. Right, exactly. That's exactly it. I did the mistake of clicking the comment sections of an Facebook post about a woman living with post-COVID symptoms. One cranky old white lady wrote, "Live with it." Yeah, I love that. I love that. I love that someone said that to someone. Faith in humanity ever so slowly dying. Well, that's why over here I like to remind people how good people actually are all the time. And in fact, the people who do stuff like this are, generally speaking, people who are... So, here's my theory, right, about stuff like this. There are two kinds of people that are, like, terminally online. And there's people like that who are, like, horrific bigots, right? Horrible people. And they simply do stuff like that, right? They just do stuff like that. They be racist, be boomer, be transphobic, misogynist, all this stuff, right? But The rest of the terminally online gang are like leftists. Do you know what I mean? Like every degree of leftist kind of thing. You know what I mean? I reckon that is only about 30% of the world's population. Do you know what I mean? I'm just pulling these numbers out my ass, by the way. It's whatever. Do you know what I mean? Whatever. This is a hypothetical, just to try and make you feel better about it. These people are a minority, right? They're a minority. Generally speaking, the majority of people, when something like that happens, they're just nice. They're just nice people, right? I spoke to someone today who said to me, oh, I don't know the difference between left-wing and right-wing politics. I don't know the difference between Labour and Conservative. I don't know anything about it. Do you know what I mean? And that's obviously like a terrifying thing, because it's like, oh my God, like what if this person ends up being a Conservative? But I broke it down dead simple for him, and I was like, you know what it is? You know what it is? Left-wing is when you want to feed everybody, clothe everybody, house everybody, destroy hierarchies, you know, destroy racism, transphobia, queerphobia, sexism, stuff like that. And right-wingers just want things to stay the same or get worse for those people. So there you go. And she was like, oh, I'm definitely left-wing. So, like, you know what I mean? It's not even a political person, but as soon as you explain it like that to them, most people are like, oh yeah, that shit's based. You know what I mean? And they don't get like tied up in fucking policy wonk articles that you get in like The Guardian and shit like that, or like smear campaigns or electoral politics, you know? It's actually a blessing rather than a curse, I think, now. In terms of like hope for me and other leftists online re-educating people or educating people, I think it's actually a blessing rather than a curse that a lot of politics is inaccessible because of the language that's used. So if we start to break it down through our understanding of theory to make it more accessible to people, holy shit, there's going to be a lot of fucking new leftists just out of nowhere, innit? You know what I mean? I'm really fucking positive about this, gang. Really positive. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I am really positive. Did you see the guy who replied, that sounds like a you problem to someone with stage 4 breast cancer? I did not, but that sounds like horrific. What was nice is that most of the class still kept their masks on despite his ranting. Good. See, there you go. Most people are good. We do be terminally online and left. We, c'est vrai. And when I say we, I mean me. Yeah, the assholes are really loud. And also, they cheat. They also cheat a lot, innit? You know what I mean? Because TERFs are big proponents of this. They do things like make a bunch of bot accounts to just sort of like, you know what I mean? In fact, someone that I know on Twitter, Chicanery, aka Mallory Moore, she's fucking really great. She's a great activist. And I was chatting with her in DMs about some other cool stuff, but she was looking at how, with a bunch of other people, she wrote a Medium article on it about how TERFs manipulate the trending tab on Twitter so that makes sense as to why we see horrific transphobic things trending all the time, because all you have to do is have like 30 accounts or so with an alt account retweet each other. You remember how I talk about how you can support the stream, how you can like tweet the go live tweet, you can retweet it? All it takes for someone to go viral on Twitter with a certain hashtag is for like 60 people to just like retweet the hashtag. That's it. And then all of a sudden it'll just start popping off. You know what I mean? You think I'll like your new vid? I fucking bet I will, Kiri. I bet I will. Facebook is a mistake. Yeah, that's right. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought a website that was literally created in order to rate women on their appearance would turn out to be dog shit? Who'd have thunk it? Who could have foreseen this? Remember when Facebook is yep, that's right, yep. The weekly roulette wheel of which your friends was going to be involved in a public family argument. Yeah, airing your dirty linens. Airing your dirty linen online. There you go. Shafiq's posted it in the chat. Let's get some retweets on that, folks. Let's get some retweets on it. Give us a retweet. Give us a like. Give us a share. Or you know, if you're financially able to support the stream, there's a dono bar there. We've already unlocked movie night. That's going to be this Saturday at 6 p.m. Don't forget, gang. This Saturday at 6 p.m. movie night. We're watching Ne Pasarán again. And we're going to watch a terrible movie that you're going to vote on. And I'm going to get that sorted tonight after the stream. In fact, we can do that now. Can't we? We can actually do that now. Because I'm in just chatting. I'm still warming up. We can look at what movie we'll watch for movie night. How about that? What the fuck? What movie for movie night? Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? Hello, Quill. How are you doing, lovely? Shafiq, can I get a shout out for Quill, please? And thank you for doing the sub off Twitch command. There you go. If you are financially able to support the stream, I would ask you to consider donating via PayPal rather than subbing or giving bits on Twitch, because 50% of that money goes to Jeffrey Bezos and a platform that is not very safe for marginalized creators, which is especially something to remember during Black History Month, where Twitch is attempting, apparently, to showcase black creators more fairly. I've seen a lot of criticism of it, which is why I'm rolling my eyes. It's nothing, you know, I think it's good, but like, I think that it's quite clearly from what a lot of people are saying, it's not ideal and it's not really fucking working. But it's something to consider, in that we don't want to be supporting a platform that doesn't make itself safe for those people, for marginalized people. Remember the hate raids that we saw happening widespread 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Fuck that shit. I'm going to turn down these tunes because they're so loud right now. I'm sorry if you can't hear me too well. Hello, KTV girl. What's going on? Yay for movie voting. And hello, JMM. How are you? Chimera Machine. How are you doing? What's going on? Sorry, Chimera Ex Machina. I always get that wrong. How you doing, Chimera? What's good? Is that on the Discord? Yes, it will be on the Discord. You're most likely going to be hanging with your son. Yeah, if your son is like... yeah, he's your son, so he's going to be under 18 in it. So yeah, nah, it's not going to be suitable for him. Ne Pasarán is great. Yeah, he's 4. Yeah, he's not gonna be suitable for a 4-year-old. Like, Ne Pasarán is great, especially if you're Scottish. I guarantee if you're a Scottish person and you watch that film and you're any kind of leftist, you're gonna cry, because I fucking cried. Everyone in the chat, everyone who was watching it was fucking pissing out their eyes. It was what a beautiful film. What a beautiful film. It's great. But yeah, it has got like a lot of... There's some like actual dead bodies that you see, because it's like a documentary film in it, so it's not great. It's not great. You never seen or heard of it before? It's basically a documentary film about some Scottish lads who were from East Kilbride. They worked in a factory in East Kilbride, Rolls-Royce, in the 70s during the time of the Pinochet regime, and they were basically like, we're not sending these engines out. They did a thing called blacked the engines, which basically means blacklist, and they put them out in the yard to rust, basically. And they were like, we're not sending them to Chile, we're not sending them to Pinochet, we're standing in solidarity with our comrades in Chile. And it was fucking sick. It's a fucking brilliant film. Yeah, really good, really good. So bear in mind, that's going to be Saturday at 6 p.m. The movie that we're going to watch after that is what we're going to figure out now. We're going to figure out now what film we're going to fucking choose between. Now, Chimera Ex Machina in the chat is saying, what makes a bad movie in your opinion? So bad movie, not bad movie, so bad that it's good, right? So that's the kind of shit that I'm looking for, you know. And I've seen a lot of them. I've seen a lot of bad good movies. We've played a lot of bad good movies in the chat. You know my channel. It's all about trash. It's all about tacky stuff. It's all about garbage. That's what I like. That's what I love. I love it all. You think you heard of that documentary? Also sparked the motor industry strikes in the UK. Did it? I did not know. I know that the trade unions were like heavily involved and super supported it. But like, yeah, I didn't know that it sparked anything else. I knew that there was other stuff going on at the time as well. But that's fucking brilliant. I love that. I fucking love that. To Muel, if it's really, really bad, it's great. If it's good, it's boring and trash. That's it. Yeah, that's it. 100%. There you go. Thanks for doing the wiki on it, Shafiq. Yeah, you can check that out. Go check out the wiki. Right, now, let's have a look at some bad movies. Right, let me think. There's a film that I heard about ages ago, and it's got Frasier in it, and it's called Money Plane. And it's supposed to be absolutely dog shit. It's available on Amazon Prime for free. Wait, let me just check. Oh, yes. It's available for free. Right, should we watch a trailer? Should we watch the trailer? Is there a trailer? What's going on? What's going on? Something's happening. Let's check out the trailer real quick. Is it gonna play? It might be loud. Oh god. Right, here we go.
Gambling man, Jack.
It's Triple H.
Once a gambling man, always a gambling man.
Let's go, let's go!
You bet everything you had. Toss up a coin. One side, you, your family, live the life they always dreamed of. On the other side, you lose. Everything. You owed a lot of money to some very bad people. So I bought your debt. Now you're gonna have to repay me that debt. Can we just get to the job?
Oh, brilliant.
Legend in the underworld. To those in the know, it's the Money Plane. Casino in the sky. Untouchable by any government agency. Whatever you want to wager on, the Money Plane has you covered.
Rush.
Fucking brilliant.
Word is they carry up to a
Look, it's a crypto mine on the plane.
and millions in cash.
An actual crypto mine on the
Your
plane.
crew to take down the house.
It's insane.
The color grading has free on Amazon Prime written all over it. It's so basic.
Yeah. Heck, might even be a good time.
Now, without further ado, sit back, relax, and prepare for takeoff.
How are they powering crypto mining on the plane? It's Money Plane. It's Money Plane.
There's control of the cockpit.
That's how they're doing it. Oh, yeah, this looks fucking great. Let's fucking go. Oh, he's shooting people with a drone. That's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're dead. Your family's
Who's
alone.
next? Your dad.
Your crew and everyone you ever met. Dead.
Phenomenal.
Time you touch down.
It's gonna be good, this one, gang.
Now bring me my money.
Sick. All right, so that's contender one. That's contender one. Now, someone else in the chat said something else. Hang on. What's Mamborg? What's Mamborg? Okay, let's. So that's definitely going on the first one. Yo, let me just real quick get a straw poll up. All right, straw poll. Oh, actually, this website never fucking works anymore, does it? Straw poll. No, not that one. No, fucking hell. Oh my god, why is it so shit? Straw poll. Straw poll. Strawpoll.com. Right, this is the one that you want. This is the one that you want. Right. Okay. So, what movie watch this Saturday? Description. Choose a movie for us to watch this Saturday for movie night. Catface. Okay, great. So, number one, Money Plane. Apparently that film's made in 2020, which is pretty funny, actually, pretty funny. Quillightful says, I have one that's really, really bad, entirely baffling and question marks, but it's fucking hilarious how bad it is. That's kind of what I'm after. That's kind of what I'm after. Will it have actual plain folded from dollar bills, though? I don't know. No one paid for this. Oh, they paid no one for this, it feels like. Hey, Ellie Simone, how you doing? Triple H looks like a leather bag stretched over a Danish mannequin. Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? It looks good. All right, let's check out. Okay, we got three in the chat. So Mr. Danks got one, Quill's got one, and Kerry's got one. So Kerry was the first person to mention it. So let's check out Manborg. Okay. Right, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is already looking like a no, and I'll tell you why. Those logos, those title frames, that's looking to me like this is a film that's made to be bad. Made to be so bad that it's good. And those ones suck. So let's check out the rest of the trailer. I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but let's check out the rest of the trailer.
Get these people out of here! Yes, sir!
Yeah, it's absolutely one of those.
This isn't over. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna rip you to pieces.
Yeah, it's absolutely one of those. Because look, and you know how you can tell, right? You know how you can tell. Because it's like, you can tell that they've got like a high budget. And what they do is they're like, okay, let's make this really funny. How are we going to make this really funny? Well, maybe we'll make a really, really cool mask, but like the mouth just doesn't move. Some stop motion in there. Wait, I can't decide.
My name is Manborg.
Daimon.
Your power is beyond anything the world has ever seen.
I want that man! Bonk!
No, yeah, it's right. Okay, so this is some schlock, right? This will be good because it's schlock, right? I don't think this would be dog shit. I think that this would be good.
Let the games begin!
Sorry for crashing your patty.
I'd rather be dead.
We have so much in common. You're obsolete.
The power of the human spirit will never be obsolete. No dancing. We need him, or we're all dead.
So this is basically like, so what I kind of try and define these movies as like retro wave movies. Do you know what I mean? Like retro wave. So it's like they've seen terrible bad movies from the 80s and they go, I want to do that. Yeah, it's like Kung Fury, right? Yeah, Kung Fury kind of shit, right? And it's like, okay. I see where you're going with it. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but it's just not what I'm looking for.
You look forward to being.
This looks fine. Like it looks like an enjoyable movie. I don't want that. I don't want any of that for any of us. I don't want any of us to have a good time.
Peace. Yeah, right. Yes, super great.
I want us to be constantly looking at the film and going, what is happening? Why is it happening like that? What's going on? Who's that? Why did they do this? Was any of this established earlier? Do you know what I mean? That's what I want. That's the experience that I want for my chatters in my Discord, for my community, when they raise £300 or more for me. That's what I want.
It's not about the killing. It's about family.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now this is just yeah. It's that Kung Fury kind of shit. So not exactly for me. Not exactly for me. But let's check out. I think Mr. Dank. Yeah, Mr. Dank's got one here as well. What's this? Partners. Oh my God, Partners. Yeah, I've heard of Partners. This is kind of one that I really want to see. Oh, God. Yeah. You see the difference between this film and the previous film's trailer? The previous film's trailer looked like an actual trailer, but this looks like a really, really like deranged person made it. An unhinged person made this trailer.
You and your families
Like, so whoever made this was drunk.
are old and outdated. There's a new order now. My order. It's high time, you jokers.
Can't even hear what they're saying in the trailer.
You now work for me. No more families. No more partnerships. One law. My law.
Like, what's happening already? I'm so confused already. I've got no idea. I've got no idea. Different fonts, a bunch of different fonts.
Peshka and his crew
Cutting the guy's top of his head off.
has become the biggest
What the fuck is that about?
ever. The weak.
Fedora, guy wearing a fedora. That's just funny in itself.
Today's day and age with money and technology, you could own the world.
What are you on about?
At every corner. Private
Has anybody got any idea what's going on?
wage a war with the highest bidder.
The music is so loud and the dialogue is like... The dialogue is so bad.
We've been waiting years for this moment. Yeah, this job sucks. Nobody knows that better than us. The way it messes with you, with your family. God knows we don't do it for the pay, let alone a city that never backs us. But you know what it's about? It's about this moment right here, right now. And simply put, the good guys get the bad guys. A partner? Let's go get this bad.
Ah, give him an Oscar.
I used to think it was something more, you know, but I realized you're just the same as they are. They do it all for the thrill, for the power, for the high. You're no different than them. You're just not a criminal.
Those people in the background, do they know that they're in a film? It was the winner at the 2009 Staten Island Film Festival.
Shit's getting out of hand. I mean, I've seen gang and mob wars before.
Okay, right. So that's definitely in the short list. That's definitely in the short list. I'm not too sure because it's like, I think it's going to be boring. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it's going to be really boring. Like with bad films, you have like a graph, right? So it's like excitement over time. So like 2.0, for example, is like this. Like it doesn't stop going up, right? Whereas like Entheran, for example, Entheran is like oh no, you know what I mean? It's like, so we really have to make sure that these like that's why Money Plane has to be on there, because Money Plane looks like it's going to be like, it's got so many insane things happening at once. It's got a casino on a plane, crypto on a plane, and something else, other stuff. What was the other one? What was the other funny thing that we saw? Russian roulette on a plane, right? Entheran was a series of horrific vibes interspersed with music videos. That's right. Very bad. Manos the Hands of Fate. Now, Manos the Hands of Fate, I've seen that plenty of times. Manos the Hands of Fate is very much a like, whoa movie. You know what I mean? So it's like, that one's not so entertaining as well, but it is very funny in points, 100%. I don't think mine has a trailer, but in the link I sent, it's got its little opening thing. All right, let's have a look. What have we got here from Quill? Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Oh, what? It's the Mortal Kombat theme that we had at the start of the stream. Listen, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Wait. Right? right? Fucking brilliant. Yeah, already obsessed. Gianni Bobbio, there he is. There's the plagiarizer himself. CDI game cinematics, that's what it looks like, yeah. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. It's even got the Mortal Kombat logo, yeah. So what, this is just like the start of the film? It's just literally the start of the film?
Now it's better for me to go and make the final arrangements with...
Oh yeah, it just like start. Oh, it just the whole film is just on YouTube, right? Okay, the whole film is just on YouTube. Okay, that looks very fucking funny. That looks super fucking funny. Okay, I'm gonna put that in there. I'm gonna put that in there. So what is that? The Legend of Mulan. Excuse me. When is that fucking made? When is that made? The Legend of Mulan. The movie's just on YouTube. No, I didn't. I didn't mean that. I meant that. Henk Kreftmeijer. It's from 1998. Yeah, that looks... that looks like the one, even though it looks like completely different to the animation that was in the fucking... the thing itself. There's loads of them. What's with all these fucking Mulan ripoffs? Holy fucking shit. What the fuck? There's loads of them. Oh yeah, it's looking extra spicy. Extra fucking spicy right there. Yeah, animated full-length story. Okay, so that's from 1998. So that's definitely in the shortlist. What else do we have? Oh, JMM's found one. Who Killed Captain Alex? This is a classic, and I've not seen it the whole way through yet.
Ramon Film Production.
Fucking yes.
The best of the best movies.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. 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 Yes! Yes! Fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Sick. What? Also, if I remember correctly about who killed Captain Alex, it's like instead of subtitles, it's got an English narration. I think that's how it is. I might have like imagined that, but I feel like that's what it is. So it's extra funny. Yeah, right. That is right. Yeah. Oh, this is 100%. This is 100% going in the fucking list. Right. Well, we've got it. We've got the list. We've got the fucking list right there. Who killed Captain Alex? Right. When was that made? I feel like that was like 2015. Who killed Captain Alex? 2010. Oh my god, it was in 2010. Well, there you go. So, there are your options, gang. The poll has been made. I'm gonna vote for... Now, don't let my vote influence you. I'm gonna vote for Who Killed Captain Alex. Okay. That's who I'm voting for. You can vote right now if you want. Get voted. Get voting. And I'm also gonna stick it in the Discord. We have the films to vote on for Saturday's movie night. What date is Saturday? It's like the 12th of February or something. Yeah, 12th of February. 12th of the 2nd, 2022. 6 p.m. British time. Look at that. We've done it, gang. I've fucking done it. Your movie is automatically a 5 or 10 or lower if you don't have at least one stock punch sound effect. Yes, correct. There's also the filmography of Vitaly Versace. Oh, I know Vitaly Versace, yeah. Hello, Chris, by the way. How are you fucking doing? How are you doing? Yeah, please, gang, go follow Chris WT Fern. A lovely lad. Have you seen Ricky-O? That's a classic so bad it's good movie. I've not seen Ricky-O, no. Every mainstream animation has like 5 knockoffs and they're always unhinged. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Did you ever see the animated Titanic movie? I did not, no. I did not. Is that subbed or dubbed, those movies? It might be good to include. I feel like Who Killed Captain Alex is only going to be dubbed. So yeah, there you go. But we always have subtitles on with the film. And if there's no English subtitles, then we don't play the film. That's how it goes. That's how it fucking goes. Okay. We have the films to vote on for Saturday's movie night. 12th of the fucking February 2022. 6 p.m. British time. Get involved. And I will also be posting in the Discord. The Does the Dog Die for each of those movies later on. So that we can make sure that no one's going to get upset by watching the film if there's content in it that's too horrific for certain people. You know what I mean? Giant Official, yo, how are you doing, Juan? What's going on? That's one luscious beard. How are you doing, my friend? Can I get a shout out for Giant Official, aka Juan in a Million? Please, Shafiq. Ricky-O is amazing. You got to see that. You kind of need to go in blind. Okay, sure. The whole movie is on YouTube. Okay. I'll put that in like a pin for next time. I just realized the music was like super loud just then as I was trying to shout over it. Sorry about that. Hey, Cryoghoul, what's going on? Man, alligator, money plane. Yeah, I do really want to see Money Plane. I do really want to see Who Killed Captain Alex. And Legend of Mulan looks really funny as well. You know, so, yeah. These are all going to be good. These are all going to be good, you know. Asking the important questions, does the dog die and what the dog doing? That's right. That's absolutely right. Living the dad life, working and studying for certifications. How are you, man? I'm doing really good, bro. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I've said to you, congratulations on the birth of your child, my friend. But yeah, big congrats to you and the missus. Yeah, sending you lots of love. Really, really sweet. Really, really sweet. What was the one we were talking about the other day? Which other day? There's been a lot. Yeah, any we don't watch this month can roll over to next month. That's right. Thank you for the follows, by the way. If Money Plane doesn't win, I'll put that shit up in my own Discord. I want to see it so bad. It is really good that it's on Amazon Prime for free. It is really good that it's on Amazon Prime for free. I kind of want it to win just for that reason, because it was probably going to be free for like a limited time. Will it be? I don't know. It's fuck knows. They probably get money per views, don't they, on that shit? So, you know. Anytime Kelsey Grammer does a serious role, I'm all about it. Do you remember this? Do you remember this?
Trip through It's a Small World, pretending I was a UN interpreter. Oh, good Lord. Oh. I think I'm... Wow, that was really, really bad.
Let's pull that right back. Let's pull that right back.
Trip through It's a Small World, pretending I was a UN interpreter. Oh, good Lord. Oh. I think I'm... Wow, that was really, really bad.
I think it's extra funny because it sounds like he's about to make a racist joke. I think that's why it's extra funny for me that this happens. Like, it's funny just Schadenfreude anyway. Like, if people fall over, especially if they're fine afterwards. Do you know what I mean? But like, it's the fact that he's going on about what he's clearly talking about is the at Disneyland, the It's a Small World After All ride, which is famous for having lots of different like little kid dolls in it that are from different cultures, different countries all around the world. And he's clearly like about to make a joke about being a UN interpreter for shit like that. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's extra funny that he falls over. Even when he breaks character, he's so polite. Good Lord, instead of holy fucking goddamn shit. I heard a story about Kelsey Grammer once, right? I heard a story about Kelsey Grammer once. And it was in one of the... Do you remember Lads Mags in the UK? I don't know if they had these in the US, but they would just be like Playboy. But imagine if Playboy didn't show puss, right? Imagine if there was no vaginas on show in Playboy. It was just titties, right? That's what we had in the UK, and we had these magazines called like Maxim and Nuts and what was the other one? Zoo. And yeah, it was just like, no, but there weren't nudes, it was just titties, right? Yeah, Loaded and shit like that. And I read in one of those once. Yeah, tits, motors, tech, it was just absurd. It was just really absurd. And they, yeah, in one of them, I remember reading, someone was talking about how when they had sex with Kelsey Grammer, he got naked and she was getting really excited, but then like without even asking if it was something she was into, he just started like sucking on her toes and saying, "Milk me, milk me." Oh, I fucking love that shit so much. I just honestly, shit like that. That's what I live for. That's what I live for. You know? That I don't think I'd be able to carry on in this world if there weren't like situations like that happened. You know what I mean? He is a right-wing wanker. Is he actually? Yeah. I love Fraser, but everything I know about Kelsey as a person makes me think I would rather avoid him. Really? I didn't... Like, I was joking that... Well, I wasn't joking. I was like, yeah, he probably was about to make, like, some kind of a racist joke, like, just there. But I didn't know he was actually, like, a horrible person, like, all the time. You know, like, still a horrible person. Fucking hell. That sucks. Fuck him, then. Yeah, that's extra funny because of that. Yeah, extra funny. Whole magazines of page-free content. That's correct. Yeah. Also, hi B-Rat. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Was there anyone else who came in? Tutor Straws. How are you doing, Tutors? Hello. Can I get a shout out for Tutor Straws, please, Shafiq? What's going on? Welcome in, gang. Welcome in. Oh my god, and Aronok's here as well. Can I get a shout out for Aronok as well? How are you doing, love? Welcome in. Yeah, he's a huge conservative. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. He's a tea partier. Oh, God. Well, of course he is. Playing like a... B-Rat? Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Aranok. Oh my god. Aranok, enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your emotes. Look at that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, B-Rat. Appreciate you. Appreciate you a lot. Holy fucking shit. What else do we got here? What else was I talking about? What was I on about? He's a tea partier. I mean, it makes sense that he's like, you know, he's living somewhere like Seattle in his show. That he obviously, like, did he write it? Or did he just perform it? I don't fucking know. But, you know, he's in Seattle, somewhere like Seattle that's like a huge cultural center in America. It's like where grunge came about. There's like a lot of like left-wing people, like liberal people, arts types in Seattle. And he made a show about how when you live in Seattle and you're actually really posh. You know what I mean? You're actually really posh. And you're just really privileged, and that's what my show is about. You know what I mean? Yeah, Frasier's fun. Frasier's a fun show, you know? The character Frasier is definitely very different from Kelsey. Well, I mean, he's not exactly painted as like a liberal guy, right? Just working on your seminar from uni and chilling. Hope you're good. I'm doing great. We've done selecting the movies. Now we're just laughing at Frasier, Kelsey Grammer falling off stage. It's pretty funny.
Trip through It's a Small World, pretending I was a UN interpreter. Oh, good Lord.
The dad was a cop in Frasier. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Kelsey in real life is more like Sideshow Bob. Yikes! Well, Sideshow Bob literally, that's one of the funniest things in The Simpsons, actually. That, like, literally Sideshow Bob runs for Congress runs for mayor. He runs for mayor as a Republican mayor in Springfield. It's fucking funny shit, that, honestly. Brilliant. Hey, Sue, how you doing? What's going on? Yo, could I also get a shout out for Sue as well? Lost Sue. How you doing, Sue? Good to see you, friend. What's going on? B, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Lost Sue. What are you doing? You're being so supportive to me right now. Holy shit. So supportive. Gang, by the way, if you've got Better Twitch TV, we have a new Better Twitch TV emote in the chat. It's pretty good. My good friend Lenny made that for me last night. So, you know, whenever you want to pet the mule, there it is. There it is. And he rigged the election. Is that what he did in the show? I can't remember. I couldn't remember it, but I just remember. I remember that's where I learned about Republicans in America, and I was like, well, they're obviously the baddies. They're obviously the baddies. Frasier is painted as a liberal, but not like hardcore. There are episodes where he's outspoken against conservative types. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. That's funny. That must have really, like, annoyed Kelsey Grammer to, like, to have to play those parts. But he's, like, a professional actor, right? So he's got to do it. He's got to do it for his, what do you call it? For his status? For his status? I don't know. But yeah, very funny when Kelsey Grammer falls off stage. Yes, very good. We're moving in very swiftly to the politics part of the stream now. So we're jumping right into the politics section. Let's get that. And let's, well, just looking at the news. World Daily News Roundup. Right there. Brilliant. Look at that shit. David Angel also wrote Cheers and died on 9/11. What? In the towers? Frasier is also sort of a parody of the effete liberal, though. So he probably had fun with it. Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. It's politics, Sue. Yeah, too political now. Too political. Gotta go. Sorry. It's too political now for everybody. Right, so if you want to be in with a chance of voting on the movies that we're going to watch in the Discord, for a start, get in the Discord, and secondly, you can vote in the movies in the Discord. There wasn't really a second part to that. I just fucked up the sentence. Anyway, news. So we're going to do the standard content warning for the daily news with Democracy Now! Because of course, there does always have to be a content warning for imperialism. and violence, because it's most often reporting about how people have died as a result of imperialism. Yay, fun, love that shit. Okay. Look what you started. I know. Look what you've done. I can't believe you've done this, Sue. What the hell? Right. Democracy Now. Sorry, I'm always forgetting what the fuck I'm doing. Top US and world headlines, February the 8th, 2022.
Democracy Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Biden said Monday that a Russian-built pipeline to carry natural gas to Germany will be abandoned if Russia invades Ukraine. Biden made the remarks during a joint...
There's so much already. That first... fucking hell. Already. Literally already, that first thing to come out of Amy Goodman's mouth today, I'm just like, holy shit, where do you even start with that? Where do you even start with that? We're going to stop building a natural gas pipeline to Germany if you invade the Ukraine. Dude, just stop building it anyway. Just stop building it anyway. One of my dearest friends is in Russia right now, and I'm so worried for her. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple people in this community who are in Russia or near Russia. 100%. This is close. You know, shit like this when you're young and you don't really know anyone from these parts of the world. It seems so far away because we're privileged to live in the imperial core, you know? But, you know, when you know people, when you start to know people, like Buttocks, for example. Buttocks lives in Russia. You know, it sucks. Yeah, they really want this fucking war, don't they? Diamond Joe's playing hardball. Well, that's it, isn't it? Because it's like, because this is the thing. This is Joe Biden reaching across the aisle to Republican voters. That's what's happening. You know when people were saying earlier on in the year, not earlier on in the year, but earlier on sort of last year, when you know, Biden was, you know, had his first year and stuff. It's like, what are you expecting to be able to reach across the aisle to do with these fascists? Well, here's the answer. He's talking about war. He's like, oh, we're just gonna have a fucking war. You know, that'll get the Republican votes for the Democratic Party up. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. Absolutely sucks. He's doing it wrong then. Republicans want to be the toadies for Russia. Do they actually though? Because I feel like a lot of Republicans like resented the fact that liberals were saying like Trump was installed by Russia and shit, you know? Yeah, wait to make me root for more governmental fascists closing down pipelines like that. Right. It fucking sucks because it's like, yeah, well, why don't you just like not do the pipeline? That would be good. You know how the planet's on fire, Joe? Like you could just not do the pipeline. If that's something you could have stopped anyway, you could just do that anyway. You know? It's not a reach for the Republicans. It's Pentagon war machine needs its money making. Yeah, there's that too as well. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. 1,000%. They see Putin as the strong daddy they want inside him. Yeah. That was only during Trump's reign he had some kind of weird bromance with Putin. Yeah. Andreas Malm has a few thoughts on pipelines. He does, yeah, he absolutely does.
Joint news conference at the White House with Germany's new Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Scholz did not explicitly state Germany would suspend the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, though he said the U.S. and Germany were aligned in their positions. In Brussels, European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said the EU is exploring other options for its energy supplies, which would include fracked gas from the United States.
We are building a partnership for energy security with the United States, which is primarily about more liquefied natural gas supplies. We are talking to other gas suppliers, for example, Norway, about increasing their supplies to Europe.
Also on my...
What the fucking hell? No! We could just, like, not do that. Like, what do they not understand about, like, the planet is fucking dying? What do they not understand? I'm sick of it. I am yelling.
Monday, French President Emmanuel Macron met Russian President Vladimir.
Like, if it's so easy for them to just be like, let's change shit, then it's like, okay, change it for the good then. Change it so that the planet doesn't explode. They're not operating under the assumption that we have a backup planet. They're operating under the fact that even though climate change will be drastically different for people on this planet, it won't be drastic enough for people in the imperial core. So people who live in imperial core countries will not bear the brunt of climate change. It will be people in the imperial periphery, aka the global south, who are, again, as always, getting exploited by imperial countries, and there will be it will be absolute shite. They're aiming for climate leviathan. They're aiming for capitalism as fast as we can fucking go, and just fuck the world. It doesn't matter, because we'll be all right. We'll actually be all right. We'll have enough money and infrastructure to keep us alive, and all we have to do is keep the refugees out. That's what it is. That's what they're fucking going for.
Putin at the Kremlin. Putin said Russia is still working to find a diplomatic solution to the crisis over Ukraine, but warned,
just don't invade. Just don't invade. I'm really struggling to find a diplomatic solution to me invading Ukraine. I'm gonna punch this guy. Right, I'm gonna punch this guy. I want to punch this guy, and I have to like come up with a you know. I have to come up with a reason to not punch this guy. Like, what could it be? How can I stop myself from punching this guy? I need to come up with a diplomatic, you know what I mean?
Of a wider nuclear-armed confrontation if Ukraine joins the NATO military alliance. The Washington National Cathedral rang.
Look at that room. It's so crazy.
Spelled 900 times on Monday in a somber.
To say the signals have fallen on the deaf ears of the ruling classes of this will be an understatement. If these classes ever had any senses, they've lost them all. They are not perturbed by the smell from blazing trees. Correct. Absolutely correct. That's exactly what it is. That's from How to Blow Up a Pipeline, in it as well. That's like one of the very early pages. I think that's in the prologue, right?
Tribute to 900,000 U.S. residents who've died of COVID-19. At the Capitol, members of Congress held a moment of silence and candlelight vigil to mark the occasion. The U.S. has a far higher per capita death rate from COVID-19 than other wealthy nations, even though vaccines have been widely available to most U.S. residents for months. Meanwhile, an increasing number of Democratic governors have announced plans to roll back mask mandates. California, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon said they'll end statewide mask mandates, but would allow municipal governments and school boards to require masking. This is New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
We're not going to manage COVID to zero. We have to learn how to live with COVID.
Oh, I fucking hate it. We have to learn how to live with COVID. No, we don't. No, we don't. Multiple countries have already displayed that we don't have to do that. You missed an F there, Kiri. There's multiple examples of countries that have absolutely demonstrated that we do not have to learn to live with COVID. This doesn't even make sense, right? This doesn't even make sense from a capitalist point of view. I say this to my mom all the time. I'm like, it doesn't even make sense. If you want to exploit your workforce, if you want to steal people's wages and shit like that, surely you need workers to do that. And if workers are just going out and dying or being so sick that they can't work, even though because they've got vaccinated, like, you're not stealing wages. So it doesn't even make sense from a horrific point of view. They're ending mandates because of what's happening in Ottawa. The crap there with the fascists is playing into the states, pulling back the mandates. They're scared of backlash from the fascist mob. Fucking liberals. Every single time. Liberals. Liberals responsible for fascists winning. Because they're just like, oh, well, we don't want to upset the fascists. Fuck them. I've got a wild idea. I've got a radical idea about Nazis. And, you know, I don't know if this is going to get me cancelled, but fuck them. Wild idea, I know. Fuck them. Right? Like, oh, crazy. What was I thinking? Holy shit, man. Holy fucking shit.
As we move from a pandemic to the endemic phase of this virus.
The Homeland Security Department has confirmed it's testing robot dogs on patrols along the U.S.-Mexico border.
Oh, I love this. Holy shit, it's Hell World. Holy shit, it's Hell World. Kiri!
The MUEL tithe has been paid. I stave off the cringe for another month.
Kiri, thank you so much for rejecting cringe. Thank you so much for rejecting cringe, and thank you so much for the £5. Thanks so much for the £5. Thank you, Kiri. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, Black Mirror was right, eh? Black Mirror was absolutely right.
The agency said the four-legged drones produced by the Philadelphia based.
Okay, listen, right. Here's a list. Right. I know that this is like very scary and like, holy fucking shit, what the fuck? This is the start of something absolutely horrific. It's almost like the start of the Matrix, actually. Holy shit, imagine if the Matrix ends up being right. Fuck that. Anyway, the long and short of it is this. I have as much faith in capitalism to create. What do you want to say? How do you want to say this? Good robots that will actually do what they're supposed to do. As I have faith in capitalism actually being a good system, therefore I don't have faith in it. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of problems with these robots, you know, early on, and I believe that there is a tweet somewhere about how to destroy them. Robot dogs are laughably easy to defeat thanks to these. Okay, let's have a little look at this. This is from the Bro Bible. So I'm a bit like, I'm a bit like about this this news source, but let's just take a look and see what they're saying. Let's have a little look. I used to think of people who genuinely believed it could only be a matter of time before reality depicted in the works of Isaac Asimov and episodes of Black Mirror were being incredibly paranoid. However, that's no longer the case. There have been a number of fairly alarming developments over the past years, make it seem like those prophecies could be fulfilled in the very near future. Based on what's recently unfolded, it would seem like some information about how you might be able to do the same if the tables turn could come in pretty handy. Last year, the Air Force announced it will be deploying a squad of them to provide security at a base in Florida. Last month, the French military also harnessed Spot during a training exercise. The NYPD has also decided to get in on the action by dispatching the robots during hostage situations and tapping them to help patrol crime scenes. Now we've gotten another glimpse at our impending dystopian future after someone filmed Spot walking into a building at a public housing complex in Manhattan earlier this week. What the fuck? It's just in New York City already? Calm down, CC. Holy shit. After that video began to make the rounds, I stumbled across a few tweets and somebody took a closer look at Spot's de facto manual back in February. Based on the investigation, it appears it's actually shockingly easy to disable the robots, as you could do so by just ripping out the surprisingly accessible battery or simply hitting a button on the back that will cease all motor functions. Well, there you go. Just stick a big magnet on them, right? Yeah, I think magnets fuck with electronics as well. Ride the robot dogs into the crypto farms with our giant magnets. It's like the Death Star. The biggest weakness is on the outside. Yeah, it's literally that, right? It's literally that. Fucking brilliant. Metaverse, the first Matrix iteration, probably. Yeah. That's why they'd have to change it, because it's too thingy. What do you call it? It's too utopian. You want to see a real doggo take it on? It'd probably win, to be honest. They are pretty pathetic when you think about it, innit? They have all these, like, instruments on them as well that they've not made, like, small enough yet. Like, look at this big fucking tube on it. I feel like you could just, like, grab that tube and put it on its side. And then how does it, like, get up? You know what I mean? Hey, DJ, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. And hey, Twitchy Sauce. And hello, Nathan. Welcome in. Welcome in. I missed something else in the chat as well. Breakerberry, hello, how are you doing? They're making robot dogs, but you can't cuddle them. No, they're not for cuddling. The magnet polarizes electrons, making it harder for the device to read the flow of them. It's like breaking an iPhone. Sick. Way harder to disable than those spider robot bastards in Runaway, classic Tom Selleck movie from the 80s. Never seen it, but that sounds terrifying. If they make spider robots, that would suck. Okay, anyway. Well, okay, I'm not too worried about these dogs. Yeah.
Based company Ghost Robotics would help boost the presence of Border Patrol in the region. Officials also admitted the harsh terrain in the southern border can be life-threatening and that robots would reduce the agent's exposure to the hazards. Last year, at least 6...
Oh, okay, they could just fucking flip over. That specific one can just flip over.
150 migrants died while attempting to cross into the U.S. as the Biden administration continued to block most asylum seekers from safely coming into the country through posts of entry. In October, Ghost Robotics showed off an autonomous weapons system combining a quadruped robot with a...
Now this is not good. Now this is not fucking good.
Sniper rifle. Costa Rica.
Oh, you joking? Soon as they put fucking guns on him, well, it's not RoboCop, is it? It's fucking Ed 209. They've literally made Ed 209. Yeah, it's Ed 209.
Crowded presidential election is likely headed to a runoff. As preliminary results show, no candidate got the required...
Yeah, so much for Boston Dynamics saying they'll never provide these to the military. Yep. Love that. Love that. Compact Ed 209 that could go in your doggy door. Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. It doesn't look that fucking mobile, right? I just have to say, from like... So, right, here's the thing about using firearms, right? We stopped using cannons in warfare because they were slow to maneuver, slow to reload, and just not very effective in general, right? In terms of accuracy, they were good at blowing a fucking hole in a wall, right? A big fucking wall where previously like a trebuchet wouldn't have been able to breach it, right? They were good at that. But we stopped using them when we realized, oh, now everybody has mini cannons that they carry around with them, and humans are able to go like this and fucking aim everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like really fucking easily kind of thing. I don't know if the dog's got that kind of dexterity. I don't know if the robot dog's got that kind of dexterity. It feels like it would just like shoot in one direction and then like, would it be able to handle the fucking recoil as well? You know, I just don't really, you know? Yeah, I feel like if they fire something high caliber, they'll just fucking fly backwards. Did you not miss the flippy flip? I mean, I saw it like right itself. I've seen how they move. Like, that's what I'm talking about. I've seen how they move. I know they can like right themselves when they fall over, but that doesn't mean they have like dexterous maneuverability. Is that right? Dexterous? Dexteritous maneuverability? RPGs were the end of cannons. Were they still using them in World War I? I don't think so. I don't think they were using cannons in World War I. They were using artillery in World War I. I think there's a bit of a difference between like artillery and cannons in it. Do you know what I mean? Like artillery has like more maneuverability and shit. You can make a recoil compensated gun that doesn't move much. Yeah, true, yeah. Counterweight mechanism, yeah. What's the Venn diagram on that? I'm not getting stun locked by like what's a cannon and what's not a cannon. You know what I'm fucking saying, innit? You know what I'm fucking saying.
40% of votes needed to declare victory. Businessman and former President Jose Maria Figueres has taken an early lead in Sunday's election.
Right, and if you stand on it, right, Nathan makes sense. If you stand on it, if you like put your whole weight on it so that the gun is in front of you and it can't fucking shoot you, then you just get your arm underneath it and take the fucking battery off. You know what I mean? Easier said than done. I know it's got a fucking gun on it, but, you know.
With former finance minister and World Bank official Rodrigo Chavez polling in second place. The election...
What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what's a cannon and what's not, because the point I was trying to fucking make is that what they basically got is a gun that can't move as well as a human with a gun. Do you know what I mean? That's the point I was trying to make.
And comes as Costa Ricans are denouncing growing unemployment, increasing living costs, and corruption. Sunday's presidential election had 25 candidates, the runoff scheduled for April. The Biden administration's confirmed it quietly banned former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez from entering the United States and placed him on a list that tracks corrupt Central American officials last year.
Oh, okay. All right, okay. All right, Shafiq, no worries. Yeah, you get your stuff done. You get your stuff done, mate. No problem.
The State Department said Monday it added Hernandez on its corrupt and undemocratic actors list in July, citing multiple credible media reports and sworn witness testimony accusing Hernandez of aiding in drug trafficking and using drug money to finance his campaign. Hernandez's right-wing regime for years was backed by the U.S. government despite numerous reports of human rights violations. Hernandez's brother was convicted of cocaine trafficking in the United States in 2019.
They love doing this. They love fucking doing this. Like, how does anybody... Right, people in the Imperial Periphery must know by now. If the CIA come up to you and say, oi, we're going to give you all these guns, right? Can you do a coup with your military and you can just run the joint, right? They must know by now. They must know by now that if you do that, and the very likely event occurs where socialists will rise up and stop you from doing that, or at least eventually have a revolution against you in order to oust you or protest, you know, in whatever way, that the US will have nothing to do with you after that. Have literally nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? Like, they must know that by now. Like, what it's so fucking ridiculous. They put guns now on them 4 copter drones. Oh, yeah. What, with the 4 blades? Is that what you mean?
A warning to our audience, the following story contains graphic descriptions of police violence.
Okay, graphic descriptions of police violence, gang. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Brazil, thousands of people took to the streets of Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, and more than a dozen other cities across Brazil over the weekend, demanding justice for Moise Kabagambe, a 24-year-old Congolese refugee who was beaten to death last month. Kabagambe was attacked on January 24th after he demanded back pay from 2 days of work at a Rio de Janeiro beach kiosk where he served.
What? He was beaten to death for asking for money from his job that he did.
Served beverages. Security footage shows 3 men repeatedly beating Kabagambe with a club and a baseball bat over the course of 13 minutes. This is one of the protesters.
Fucking serious.
The Brazilian state is racist. It is a Nazi state. It is a homophobic and xenophobic state, and it has to stop. We are here at this huge protest in solidarity with all the families who suffered these barbaric crimes.
Moise Kabagambe.
Yo, fucking holy shit, yo. That guy said it right. That guy said it absolutely right. It is a fascist fucking state. Yo, what's going on, Zenixi? How you doing, friend? Yo, go follow Zenixi, everybody.
His family left Congo and fled to Brazil in 2011 when he was a child. Back in the United States, the Supreme Court restored Alabama's congressional voting map, reversing a federal court ruling that found Alabama Republicans unlawfully gerrymandered the districts to deny representation to black voters. The maps give Alabama just 1 congressional district out of 7 that's favorable to a black candidate.
Oh, they've used their footage from the Brazil protest over this thing.
Monday's 5 to 4.
Over this news. This news story, so it's a little bit confusing.
Ruling by the Supreme Court will allow Alabama to keep the gerrymandered maps through November's midterm elections while justices consider a ruling that could further undermine what's left of the Voting Rights Act of 1960.
Come on, democracy now. I'm an editor. Hire me. I'm a fucking leftist. Hire me. I don't know who this guy is. He's a fucking amateur.
65. First Lady Jill Biden says President Biden will no longer...
I'm just kidding. I'm actually really buzzing off fucking Twitch streaming. at the moment.
Promote 2 years of tuition-free community college as part of his Build Back Better agenda. Dr. Biden spoke Monday at the Community College National Legislative Summit in Washington, D.C.
Joe has also had to make compromises. Congress hasn't passed the Build Back Better legislation yet. And free community college is no longer part of that package.
The White House is no longer
Why?
actively negotiating with Democratic Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, who've refused to support the Build Back Better bill. Democrats currently have just 49 senators available to vote in the 100-seat chamber after New Mexico Senator Ben Ray Lujan suffered a stroke and is not expected to return for weeks.
Great.
In media news, calls are growing
Fucking
on
great.
Spotify to...
Yeah, is he not the president? He has executive power that could do a lot of good shit. Right. Isn't it crazy how when Trump got in power, he did a lot of executive powers for things that he wanted for his campaign straight away. He did like 10 things straight away. And you can just do that as the president, right? And it's weird how Joe Biden has not done any of those things. Isn't it weird? Isn't it a bit odd? Wow. Who'd have thought it? Who needs free who needs free education? Who needs free education?
To remove Joe Rogan from his platform after the popular podcast host promoted misinformation about COVID-19 on his show, and as a video resurfaced showing Rogan making repeated racist comments. On Friday, Grammy-winning singer India Arie joined other artists who've pulled their music from Spotify as she shared a viral video showing Rogan using the N-word on his show 24 times. This
fucking let's go. Fuck you, Joe Rogan. Get absolutely cumstered, you piece of fucking shit.
It's an excerpt.
You know,
no, I don't want to. Oh, okay. They're gonna bleep it.
yes, saying the word. You've already said is just like saying. She's calling you a like this boy that he's a but starts calling him.
Other resurfaced video.
I haven't fucking seen that. By the way, I haven't actually seen the fucking video. But it looks like they're making moves to remove him from Spotify, yeah.
It showed Joe Rogan saying black people have different brains and comparing a neighborhood with no white people to the Planet of the Apes. In response, Spotify has quietly deleted scores of past episodes of Joe Rogan's podcast, but CEO Daniel Ek has refused to cancel Rogan's exclusive contract with Spotify.
Of course he's refused. Look at this motherfucker. L plus ratio plus you fell off plus you're white plus didn't ask. You know what I mean? Daniel Ek. More like Daniel Ek.
Reportedly valued at over $100 million. In a memo to Spotify workers, Ek wrote, quote, canceling voices is a slippery slope. In response, musician Neil Young urged Spotify workers to quit, writing,
it's a slippery slope. I saw someone with the worst take I've ever fucking seen in a long time, right, the other day on Twitter about this. And they said, if you think Joe Rogan getting, censored on Spotify is going to be good for leftists, you better, oh boy, you better correct yourself, because it won't be. Like, what leftists are sat there thinking that anything is going to be good for leftists? Like, have you met leftists? Why is it they always leave out the third word in slippery slope? Wait, what's the third word in slippery slope? I don't know. I've never heard that. Not just pull the music from Spotify because Joe Rogan, also remove this music because Spotify is anti-artist rights. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, slippery slope fallacy. Right. Exactly. Yeah, because saying that it's a slippery slope is a fallacy in of itself, right? It absolutely is. Yeah. 100%. He does, and he did look very pleased to have an excuse to say it to someone. Yeah, that's right. Disgusting bastard. Was telling Spotify sent an email to their employees rather than shareholders of the public. They're concerned people are going to bail, right? Yeah. Yeah, they never stopped censoring leftists. Like, this take is so milk toast. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. What do you think? You think we're stupid?
Quote, get out of that place before it eats up your soul.
Like it's still a dub. Like, let us have this dub. You know what I mean?
Board members from some of the most powerful big oil corporations are on Capitol Hill today to face questioning by the House Subcommittee on the Environment. This comes as the oil and gas industry is facing mounting backlash over its contribution to the climate crisis, including a massive campaign of disinformation that spread lies about the catastrophic dangers of fossil fuels, despite big oil's own research warning carbon emissions from its products were triggering a climate emergency. Ahead of today's hearings, Committee Chair Ro Khanna released a video promising to hold big oil accountable.
So we are going to have the big oil company executives in for the first time ever in Congress to testify about misinformation. It will be like the big tobacco hearings.
This hearing marks the beginning of a new relationship between Congress and the tobacco companies.
We are going to be going after Chevron, BP, Shell, a number of these companies to see what their practices.
Congressmember Khanna will be joining Democracy Now! As a guest later
they should all go.
And Todd Gitlin, one of the founding members of Students for a Democratic Society, has died at the age of 79.
Oh.
Todd Gitlin helped organize protests against racial segregation in the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. He was also a leading opponent of the Vietnam War. He went on to become a professor of culture, journalism, and sociology at NYU and Columbia universities. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome.
Wait, why have we got this section? The editor really fucked up. The editor really fucked up in this section this week. Oh, my God. All right, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Two editors, I think, fucked up. The editor that clips stuff and puts it on YouTube and the one that's live. So, yeah. You know, just saying I'm available for hire. Just saying. But, yeah. Right. Okay. Well, that was the news. That was the news. We are going to be checking out now the rest of the video that we started last week, which is FD Signifier's video on Drake and the death of hip-hop. So let's continue that. I'm going to change the Hujima, how's it? You know what I'm on about. You know what I'm talking about. I'm going to change the title real soon. Spoop. And I know that FD's got his own.
Just one of those boxes worked out.
He's got his own live captions there. So we got that. And yeah, we're at the bit now where FD was talking about all the reasons why most people don't like Drake, right? And kind of like, if that's what you're here for, don't worry, because it's nothing to do with that. Like, you know, he shouldn't have come here for that. He's going to be talking about like a specific reason as to why Drake sucks. And that's what he's getting into now. He's talking about understanding hip hop before Drake. Let's bring it in.
Fine, sometimes not so much. The gatekeepers were far from perfect. For all the protection of hip hop, there was also plenty of toxic and exploitative actions that came out of their power. But overall, at least since the early 80s until I'll say the early 2010s, hint, hint, it's safe to say that they helped a lot of young black artists and business people and other media figures get rich off of black art while maintaining the sanctity of said art. But they also made the corporations richer and richer as well. But hip hop was alive and thriving. So how was all of this related to Drake? You probably already know where I'm going with this. If the hip hop gatekeepers are the Jedi Council, then to me, Drake is Anakin Skywalker. So before Drake, rappers had to go through that previously mentioned process and work hard at their craft and hope to eventually get the approval of the gatekeepers to get a shot at access to the corporate interests and corporate funding to make them a star. But by the 2010s, when Drake was starting to get hot, technology and websites dedicated to spreading hip-hop mixtapes in the era before SoundCloud, like Dat Piff and Hip Hop DX and
oh my god, I remember that Piff. What the fuck?
Mixtapes.com and probably other stuff I can't remember. The most talented rappers now could get their music directly in the hands of the fans and directly in front of large audiences without needing to run that pantheon for the gatekeeper. They could amass a buzz, get paid, and even get corporate attention, all without any stamp of approval. This had good and bad consequences. On one end, it meant that the true talents of the art form had less barriers to be found by the fans and didn't have to open themselves up to the exploitation by certain corporate interests who, to be clear, the gatekeepers served at the end of the day. It also meant that there was no longer an order to things. So along with Drake, other acts took similar routes and made arguably good music, skipping over the issue of hierarchy and going straight into massive fandom without missing a beat. Drake's mixtape So Far Gone cemented him in the culture in one way or another. It was so good that even with its transgressive content being so overly lovelorn and sensitive with these ballads and introspective themes, it was held up by tons of young fans and bloggers who were exposing themselves to be some of the new tastemakers in the industry to be the next best thing. Drake did still grind out a lot of time as a small artist doing shows in Houston and Atlanta and Toronto, but with the buzz he built independently, he circumvented all of the usual approval processes that were in place. Drake just dropped some really good stuff in the internet and emerged on the other side with a huge following and a lot of power and autonomy. Suddenly, he was the hottest new unsigned artist in hip hop.
You know, my goal at this point is just to really keep making that organic music. I don't want to feel pressured now that, you know, I have a single and I have, you know, music that's hot. I don't want to be pressured to be like, oh, I have to get radio hits, and I just want to make music that people enjoy, you know.
But then this sucks because he ended up having to do that stuff eventually, right? Which is why his music went shit. Like, I don't know much about Drake, but I feel like I have a similar taste in music to FD Signifier when it comes to hip hop anyway, in that, like, you know, Drake's music doesn't really do it for me in general. It's just not my bag, right? You know what I mean? And that's mostly because of his, like, later music. I don't know, I might have got that wrong. I can't remember too much from Thursday last week, but I feel like we were on the same page. Yeah, right, yeah. He fell into the corporate eventually, right, yeah.
I have fans from all different walks of life. I got fans like in the pop world.
My preferred hip-hop artists, I like a lot of local artists in Manchester. The Mouse Outfit are great. Also Chimpo, someone mentioned Chimpo last week. Vicente mentioned Chimpo. Not just because I know him, I actually do like his tunes. Who else? Like modern hip hop, that kind of stuff. I love Tyler the Creator. Thundercat. Who else? Just like old school hip hop, definitely like Tribe Called Quest, Jurassic 5. God, who else? This isn't necessarily old school, but Most Def. I like Most Def. And God, there was a guy I was listening to yesterday, and I can't remember what the fuck his name is. Oh, fucking love Mobb Deep. Yeah, Mobb Deep rock. Yeah. Brooklyn Dodgers? Is it Brooklyn Dodgers? I only know that one tune. Is it Crooklyn Dodgers or Brooklyn Dodgers? But the tune is Brooklyn, better known as Crooklyn. That's a big tune. I've been meaning to listen to some more of them. People Under the Stairs. I'm a big fan of People Under the Stairs. Acid Raindrops, that's a huge tune. Yeah, just like a whole fucking like a bunch of different artists, but like that kind of stuff, you know, like ambient stuff that's really good to chill out to, stuff that's really good to like work out to as well, you know what I mean? Bunch of different stuff.
I got fans, you know, in hip hop, and I mean, I just want to find a way. I want to find a way to really give them all something that they can enjoy.
With this buzz, Drake joined Young Money, and along with Lil Wayne and Nicki Minaj, they made one of the most successful rap super clicks in the history of
It is. It's the Crooklyn Dodgers. Yeah, it's the Crooklyn Dodgers.
hip hop. He also took direction from Lil Wayne, and for a few years just would pop on with tracks with other major rap artists, spin napalm verses, making sure that despite any misgivings about his pop overtures and his singing, you had to understand that Drake was an MC.
Just let me infiltrate that pop world, and at least, you know, if the song is catchy or it has melody to it and that's not what you like, at least you know in those verses I'm gonna spit my heart out, you know, regardless, no matter what type of song it is.
Drake established that if you were good enough, you didn't need to walk the gauntlet required by the gatekeepers to get money. Drake established that if you on your own created enough buzz, that the fans would demand the gatekeepers move on your behalf, that the corporations will have to come to you with blank checks. He wasn't the first to do this. We have to stop ignoring Soulja Boy kind of mapped this out first time.
Drake? Drake? The nigga that got bodied by Pusha T?
With the release of his first album under Young Money, Thank Me Later, it was clear that Drake was still going to go the pop artist route as much as a hip hop artist route. There were high points in there somewhere, but overall Drake's music didn't have a whole lot of real substance other than being catchy, highly entertaining, and, you know, cool. It was cool. And I want to be clear that this isn't a problem. This isn't illegal in hip hop. Most rappers, well before then and up until now, do want some semblance of pop and commercial appeal and success. Lots of pop rappers are still legends and highly respected in hip hop. Guys like Ludacris and Nelly dominated the early 2000s with classic hits and albums. And they were preceded by guys like Busta Rhymes and LL Cool J, who did the same thing in the early and mid 90s. Jay-Z, an all-time great, was a master at carefully treading the line between crossover appeal and true hip-hop relevance. Hip-hop didn't have to be hard or street or even challenging or complex all the time. But when it was clear that a rapper was a nice amount more pop than hip-hop, even if they were loved and appreciated, they would automatically be excluded from serious GOAT consideration, at least back in my day. And back then, that is what happened to Drake. In November of 2011, Drake dropped Take Care, his...
Oh, I've just remembered, gang, because fucking Cavanacle made this point at me today. Fucking hell, go and show some love to FD Signifier, please. Please, 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 please. I do this every stream anyway, but I should make note to do this earlier on before I fucking start watching videos, before I start reacting to them. Play this video along in the background so that FD Sig gets the views as well, and make sure to like and subscribe and comment on FD's video as well, because of course, if you're watching this from me reacting Andy into it, he's not going to get the however many views of people that are in the stream right now, you know what I mean?
Second album. To many, this is looked at...
Which isn't, you know, a massive amount, but it matters all the same. Do you know what I mean?
As his best and most Drakiest of albums, dripping with R&B ballads and sincerity. Some of his most classic songs like Marvin's Room are on there. It was a safe but well-received follow-up to his safe and well-received debut.
Yeah, FD Sig is fucking great. He was on Red Planet with us, not this week just gone, but the one before, talking about non-reformist reforms. Really, really, really knowledgeable guy. Really fucking cool. His newest video is really insightful as well. It made me cry a little. Well, fuck it. We'll watch that next one after this. Why not? You know? That'll be good.
Both these albums confirm what most in hip-hop thought about Drake. He was cool. He was capable of delivering some good songs, but nobody was ever going to say Drake is my favorite rapper. Nobody that took hip-hop seriously, at least. Drake wasn't changing anyone's lives with his music unless, you know, you met a girl at a party somewhere, or, you know, like I have one vivid memory of Drake's soothing voice in my ear at pinups in Decatur, and like I'm standing there in the smoking room and the stripper poles in front of me, and there's a beautiful woman just gliding across, and she's so graceful. I lost track there. You get my point though. His music had a place, it just wasn't at the top. Drake was in a good spot where the Ludacris
Yo, is this Aronok's animation? I don't know if you're watching Aronok, but I know Aronok said to me earlier, like, let me know what you think of my animation.
And the Nellies were. But those guys really never occupied the same conversation as hip-hop's real greats like Nas, Rakim, Jay-Z, Biggie, and Tupac. But being thought of as the new Ja Rule, I don't think fully sat well with Drake. If you listen to his music, especially songs like Over on his first album or Successful on So Far Gone, you hear Drake pining to be accepted and respected in hip-hop among his peers and not just the cool pop rapper guy. And this was made more complicated because hip-hop at this time was in a transitional stage where you wondered maybe Drake had a point. The gatekeepers had lost a lot of power and many of the rap greats were aging out of relevance as new fans emerged that weren't alive during the golden era. And there was a lot of new significant rap artists in the early 2010s, and none of them stood out as true megastars much more than Drake had. They all also seemed more focused on commercial success than truly making timeless music. J. Cole, A$AP Rocky, Meek Mill, all of them delivered great moments, but if you compared their bodies of work to Drake, it was really at most a difference in taste. It was hard to say that any one of them was definitely better. Right. Plus, we knew Drake, skill-wise, was at the top of the food chain, and that maybe he was capable of something great. We just weren't expecting it from him. And so you have to think about it. If all of these rappers are equally seeking commercial appeal, and Drake was by far the best at that, I mean, by default, that should mean Drake is next up, next to wear the crown. It didn't feel right to a lot of people in hip hop, I think, but I mean, that's just the reality we were looking at. Many in hip hop who were contemplating the future of the culture seriously entertained that maybe it is Drake. Maybe he'll truly captivate us with his next record and fully pull ahead of his competition. That was what was in the back of our heads. You could almost see us hesitantly holding the crown over his head, just about to lower it until Kendrick Lamar dropped Good Kid, Mad City in October of 2012, and it was an immediate revelation to the hip hop world. Never had commercial fans, old heads, casual and new hip hop fans come together to immediately agree. This is who we were waiting for to lead us into the future of hip hop. He was the first new artist on the scene that clearly seemed worthy of carrying the torch for hip hop for a new generation. His music wasn't just good. He wasn't just able to make songs that would fill up a dance floor or you could ride or smoke to or argue about in basements and dorm rooms. No, it was also drenched in the aesthetic and traditions of Black culture and Black music. Good Kid, Mad City contained countless allusions to the sounds of blues and jazz and rock and roll. Like Tupac and Jay-Z before him, Kendrick had immense pop appeal without lowering himself to make actual pop music. He was everything the gatekeepers could have hoped for, everything the fans loved, and everything the corporations required, all in one figure. And if you were paying attention at the time, you could kind of see that this might have had an effect on Drake.
You know, I'm so sick of people saying that that I'm like lonely and emotional and like associating me with this like longing for a woman or
sad guy.
Yeah, I hate that, man. It bothers me so much because I don't make the, you know, like I do make music that makes you feel something, but you know, I just
he is absolutely raging. He's holding it back. Do you know what I mean? He's absolutely holding it back because he knows he just can't pop off about this shit. Sure.
I'm actually not that guy in real life. I'm very happy, you know.
To his credit, Drake did not just take this line down. He did not want to be denied his shot at the crown. And he came back with what a lot of people see as his best ever album. And what many see today as the last album where he truly tried. Nothing was the same.
So that was one thing that I understood on this record. Like, you know, I'm not gonna play this humble, you know, sort of shy, like new guy.
I think he must have done that in the edit to just get around copyright strikes. FD Signifier, because yeah, the video appears to be running fine. So just in case anyone's worrying that like the stream is dead or something, it's not.
I like happy to be here role this time around. You know, I've put in enough work, and I plan to put in as much as I need to moving forward. And I wanna make that known. You know,
in this album, you can hear Drake doing his best not to just make hits, but genuinely good, challenging music. He was showing sensitivity and vulnerability, but differently. People would always call Drake sensitive for his old content, right? But really, if you're paying attention, all Drake was doing in a lot of the songs was being like, I have feelings. I feel sad because girls and love and fear. But here he was more like, these are my feelings. These are my fears. These are my traumas. These are my hopes. It was revelatory in a lot of ways. And it's my favorite album. And it was a commendable effort to do something that was more meaningful than the kind of really safe pop fluff stuff he was doing before then. But the shit wasn't even close. I mean, like, come on now. Come on. All right, so real quick, we're doing a one of those editing bay editorial moments, because I forgot, I think a pretty big part of this story, which is Kendrick's Control verse. I don't want to make this too long, but suffice to say, after Kendrick came on the scene and ignited hip hop and hip hop fans in a way that people thought wasn't, you know, possible anymore. But, you know, maybe like 6 to 8 months later, he did a song with Big Sean where he dropped this verse that set the rap world on fire. In this verse, Kendrick Lamar it was like a victory lap. He asserts his status as the, you know, rapper of the era as of now. And, you know, calls out by name all his contemporaries. He basically says, I'm trying to kill all of y'all so that nobody thinks of rap, thinks of y'all before they think of me.
And that goes for Jamaica, Big Crit Wale, Pusha T, Meek Mills, A$AP Rocky, Drake, Big Sean, J Electron, Tyler McMillan. I got love for you all, but I'm trying to murder you niggas. Trying to make sure your core fans never heard of you niggas. They don't want to hear not one more noun or verb from you niggas.
And it was dope, and it was exciting, and yada, yada, yada. And there's an interview I'm gonna splice right here.
I'm saying, and he's doing his thing really well. And that verse was, he's giving people like moments, you know, like that verse was a moment to talk about. Are you listening to it now at this point in time? Okay.
No, and like, no way is he getting fucking absolutely. He's getting so like, he's sweating. You know what I mean? He's getting really nervous about this. That's so like, it's just really cringe, right? It's just a bit cringe.
Now, mind you, it'll go on in Complex and Rap Radar, give it like verse of the millennium and all that shit. I saw him 5 days later at the VMAs and it was all love. So it's just like, I almost wish he had come in there on that shit, because I kind of lost like a little respect for the sentiment of the verse. If it's
huge capping once more.
Fuck everybody, then it needs to be fuck everybody. It just can't be halfway for the sake of the people. But you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, that's just how I.
And it's emblematic in that the thing I didn't know was that this verse was getting hot and like in the system right around when Drake was finishing up Nothing Was the Same. And so you can see in the moment, and this is admirable, and I hope, like, I don't like Drake, but like, I don't want to come off as making it seem like he is irredeemable as an artist over the course of his career, especially this early part. He was trying, and he really did try on Nothing Was the Same to, you know, keep up and run in the same race as Kendrick and his contemporaries.
Okay, I'm going to change the category because this isn't really politics at all. So I'm just going to switch us over to just chatting for this video, you know, because it's really not like, it's really not political, like in the slightest yet anyway. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll get political later on, but it seems like it's just a video about Drake at the minute, you know, and about music and how hip hop has changed over the years and stuff like that, and how, you know, there's all these like rivalries and stuff. So yeah.
Contemporaries. But you know, it didn't work out. And so it just kind of further speaks to how this moment serves as a turning point for Drake, which I'm going to get to later in the video. So I'll just leave that there. That year's Grammy Awards are infamous. Now, understand, like, awards from white institutions have never been all that coveted in hip hop, but it was still nice. And
yeah, text overlays. Thank you, JMM. Yep, absolutely. Yep. Oh my God, I am fucking half asleep today. Thank you for that. All right, there we go. Content warning. I guess, you know, people are gonna hear the N-word if they come in here, so content warning for slur there. You know, if that's something you don't want to hear in any context, because that is like a legit thing. All right. Okay.
Drake had inexplicably won the Best Rap Album Award the previous year with Take Care, beating far superior records like The Roots' Undone or Nas's Life is Good. But this year, both Drake's magnum opus, Nothing Was the Same, and Kendrick Lamar's Good Kid, Mad City were nominated for Best Rap Album. But the award was won by fucking Macklemore.
You ever hear more skullduggery in your life?
To his credit.
Foreign man in a foreign land there as well. Yeah, let's go. Have you ever heard Moscow Dugger in your life? What are you talking about, CC? Holy shit.
Reached out to Kendrick to apologize for winning and express publicly that he shouldn't have won, and we all knew why he did. It was a decent gesture that took only a little sting out, but it was better than what we were used to getting. Not to Drake hating ass, though.
You won. Why are you posting your text message? Just chill, take your W, and if you feel you didn't deserve it, go get better. Make better music. It felt cheap. It didn't feel genuine. Why do that? Why feel guilt? You think those guys would pay homage to you if they won? To name just Kendrick, that shit made me feel funny. No, in that case, you robbed everyone. We all need text messages.
We all need text messages.
In retrospect, I'm wondering if Drake felt even more like a fraud because Macklemore had the guts to do what he didn't.
And Callum to read it out. Who's that?
Do the previous year for Nas or The Roots. When Macklemore respects the culture more than you do. Lots of different journalists and cultural commentators look at this moment as where Drake changed. At this point, Drake stopped caring about approval from the core of hip hop fans. He stopped wanting to come off as sensitive and vulnerable in his music, and to be honest, kind of started getting a bit reckless. Like a badass kid mad they didn't get a toy.
The twink Sophie got mad at for being included in FD's BreadTube vid. Wait, you mean John the Duncan?
Fans, if I didn't go poppin', I stayed on some conscious shit. I would have so many more friends if I lost my success and my confidence.
This is where Champagne Poppy is probably born. He gained weight, got a pinch more aggressive in his lyrical content, grew a beard, and got a lot less sensitive.
Why did you think Callum? So that was John the Duncan?
In the same year where Kendrick Lamar would release the best album probably of the decade, erasing any further doubt that this was some type of competition in the eyes of hip-hop fans, Drake would release...
What you fucking like?
If you're reading this, it's too...
I was like, who the fuck is Callum? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not really an album. I can't remember what he called it, a mood soundtrack or something very new hip-hop sounding. It began Drake's very intentional focus on commodifying himself to the maximum, manipulating the growing world of streaming sales. He no longer set out to compete with Drake or Cole or 21 Savage or any other new era rappers. His only target was the charts. And again, going back to Dime 2's video, here is where Drake essentially draws the line that I am no longer an artist. I am a commodity. I don't make music, I make content.
It's just funny because he feels some type of way when everyone else is doing better than him, like Kendrick, Kanye, The Weeknd. Right. And it's like, it is cringe. It's hella cringe because if you're making music, you want to be making music because it's art, right? You want to be making music because it's art. You want to be making art because you feel good to make art. And sure, you want to be surviving off it. You want to be making, you want to be making money in that too. But it's really dry when people have to compete against each other, when artists are like driven to compete against each other. Because there's plenty of room at the top for everyone, right? And there's plenty of like extra little rooms in the palace, as it were. You know what I mean? Which is like totally rad in and of itself and stuff. It's just like, yeah, be all right with what you got, man. You know.
In the process of losing hip hop's heart, Drake recognized that he had gained something else in abundance, which is white fans. And not the white fans who've always, again, loved and been around hip hop, that love it closely in the same way that black fans love it, but a type of white fan that's always hovered around the periphery of hip hop culture.
Oh no.
That comes to its concerts and spends money and been appreciated to an extent because, those dollars are what made the rappers rich. But it's the type of fan most rappers didn't want to be known for having, that didn't want to make up the bulk of their fan base, unless of course you were, you know, Ja Rule, Flo Rida, or Drake. But something was different. Hip hop as a culture had clearly signaled to the rest of the world that Kendrick was the current king of the game, the current leader of the culture. But the rest of the world wasn't listening. They weren't following our lead. And to be honest, I don't know if we were all on one accord in our directions. As Drake pivoted further away from making any type of meaningful music, he also became more prominent and respected in hardcore hip hop conversations and media.
Right.
There were still memes about Drake, but the same voices that decried Drake as a pop star were shouted down as haters and out of touch old heads. And there's truth to that. That's real.
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
And I remember thinking that we just need to accept that hip hop was different and more splintered and varied in our era, and that Drake may not be what we imagine and want hip hop to be going forward, but he was still a top tier lyricist. He still made hits. He still respected the culture as far as we could tell, and he wasn't gonna hurt it by himself by being so prominent, right? Right? In 2005, some jealousy on the form of Meek Mill creeped into the mainstream or on Twitter. And Meek Mill at the time...
2005, did he mean 2015? Did he say 2015?
Very successful, very street credible, and much more respected rapper with much less of a prominent space, accused Drake of not writing all his own raps, and eventually came with solid proof that that was the case. Which in the world of hip hop...
Oh, I remember this. I've never been a fan of Drake. Right? Like, never been asked, honestly. At that time in my life, I was more concerned with like say, local hip hop. If I was listening to hip hop and shit like that, right? Do you know what I mean? I was never bothered about like Drake or like whatever. Like, I don't even think I knew who Kendrick Lamar was in 2015 or whatever. Like, I knew who he was in 2018 for sure, right? But then like, I remember hearing about it became knowledge that Drake wasn't writing his own lyrics. And I just remember thinking like, yeah, I've heard his music and that tracks, you know? It kind of, it's like, you know, you think about like your typical pop star and they have the lyrics written for them. They have the tune wrote for them. They just go on stage and they perform it. And that was always what I kind of saw Drake as. Do you know what I mean? I never knew him when he did his first, you know, his mixtape or whatever. I had no idea. So, you know, yeah. Wouldn't put it past the pop star to have written lyrics, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. My produce box is here. Fucking sick. Let's go, Mr. Dank.
A world that champions authenticity and heart in its music should have been a huge and career-ending revelation, especially for a guy like Drake. And here was a unique challenge. Nobody looked at Drake as a rap beef guy. There had been shots taken at him before, and he sent some subliminals back every now and then, but to call him out directly, I don't know. It seemed like it would have been looked at as almost bullying before now. But if Drake wanted to hold the throne, to be in GOAT conversations, he was gonna have to win some battles. Drake released a lukewarm diss record, much to everyone's surprise. It didn't blow anyone away, but you know, it was good. It was cool. But then things got interesting.
Kind of more like rappy, you know, it was gonna be another like 100-bar thing, and I was with Serena at the time, and we had been talking a lot about her and Sharapova going back and forth over the years. And she had made this comment to me, and she was like, "Well, look, if you're gonna go again, you know, you that." Like, she's like that.
Wait, he was with Serena Williams? Is he talking about Serena Williams? No way it was Drake with Serena Williams. What?
And there, it's just that she's like, "You gotta finish it." And you know, she's a top competitor. So she was like, "You gotta finish it." Like, I'm talking about.
Oh, it was like a rapid relationship. He seems to have rapid relationships. Like, he dated Rihanna, and that ended quite quickly. Yeah, what the fuck?
Done, over. And it's got to be something that...
Oh, man. Yeah. Like, how does Drake survive knowing that he dated Serena Williams, right, who is beautiful, a beautiful woman, right? How does he deal with the fact that she went away and married this guy, and he's like a Reddit guy? He's a Reddit guy, he's into crypto. I can like smell this guy through the screen, do you know what I mean? Fucking hell, man. How the fuck? I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. She married him. Yeah, he's called Alexis Ohanian. Yeah. Imagine missing out on that. Imagine missing out on marrying Serena Williams. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. If Serena Williams went out with me for a week, I would propose. Like, straight away. I'd be like, fucking marry me.
Everyone that he's with and him have to hear.
Drake released back to back.
I like to where people try to logic her relationship to him, saying she must have been gold digging. Yeah, her wealth is like 5 times than his. Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all.
The second diss record in less than a week.
Serena Williams has got wedge.
And aside from being pretty damn good, it also weaponized his popularity. So you saw these large sold out.
Oh, he's got a dodgy relationship with the kid from Stranger Things. Which one? We read about that. Yeah, because like chat were rightfully ridiculing me because I was like, didn't Drake go out with Rihanna and beat her up? But I was thinking about Drake from Drake and Josh and also Chris Brown, and I got them both mixed up. And then also, we then spoke about, because I knew he was creepy in general, I did a racism. Yes, that's what happened. I did a racism. And then I was like, I know he's been weird. I know he's a creep. And then we were like, yeah, he was like, he's been a bit of a pedo. And when I say a bit of a pedo, I mean like he's actually probably just like a pedo. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I would have reevaluated my life with the Alex Ohanian thing, yeah. Millie Bobby Brown, that's it. She's mentioned things that are like creepy as fuck. I was thinking about Drake Bell because he like is a horrific domestic abuser. Oh, 11, the 11 lady. Yeah, the 11 girl. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that was the name. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Concerts of people shitting on Meek Mill. It was kind of impossible for him to respond to effectively.
Yeah, literally just too many bad Drakes. Can we not just have a Drake that isn't a bad person?
You gotta get a world tour. Is that a world tour or your girl's tour? I know that you gotta be a thug for it. This ain't what she meant when she told you to open up more. Yeah, trigger fingers turn to Twitter fingers. Yeah, you getting bodied by a singing nigga. I'm not the
Is this Drake? Is he playing like... Is he showing a bunch of memes from like... No fucking way. No fucking way. Is he just showing memes where people were like, Meek Mill is bad and Drake is good?
type of nigga that a type of niggas. Shut all my balls, bitches right from niggas.
The song was a Billboard hit and was played on the radio. And suddenly the pressure was on Meek Mill. And
I'm sorry, but that's so fucking cringe. That's the cringest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And I listen to Limp Bizkit and 9 Inch Nails. For those of you that don't know, Limp Bizkit and 9 Inch Nails had beef in the 90s because Trent Reznor from 9 Inch Nails, rightly so, criticized Limp Bizkit's music in that it was trying to sort of like, you know, well, it was like Drakeifying metal, right? Drakeifying metal, like trying to bring metal into the mainstream. And Trent Reznor, even though I love him very much, was super hipster about it and was like, yeah, I don't want to make, I don't want to make music like Limp Bizkit. Yeah, Limp Bizkit are good, actually. Yeah, they're actually pretty good. Yeah. Very white cringe. Yes, absolutely. But, I actually love them. But yeah, and it's like super cringe when you hear like Fred Durst talk about Nine Inch Nails and how he literally made like 2 tunes that were like talking about how he wanted to knock out Nine Inch Nails, knock out Trent Reznor. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Meme is music for the libs. That song was playing everywhere. I feel like I recognized it when I was hearing it just then. Yeah. Seeing the PowerPoint presentation of text messages and all that was cringe. That was cringe. Yeah. Doesn't one of the band members do movies? Maybe. I don't know. Hey, Drought Lesbian, what's going on? I think Nine Inch Nails also had a diss track for Marilyn Manson. Yes, that's right, because Manson was always trying to bring Trent down. It was dissing Courtney Love. Wait, what? I think you're thinking about 2 different tunes. Are you on about Starfuckers? Because Starfuckers... Okay, so listen, about Starfuckers... Starfuckers, lots of people say that Starfuckers is about Courtney Love. It's actually about Limp Bizkit. That's actually the Nine Inch Nails track about Limp Bizkit. It's not about Marilyn Manson, because Marilyn Manson is in the video. Starfuckers is like... Yeah, it's kind of all of them. But it was made at the time when he was specifically having that beef with Fred Durst. And, yeah. But it can't be... yeah, he's got serious beef with Brian. Yeah, for good reason. Yeah, Marilyn Manson's a piece of shit, right? But, like, at the time, Marilyn Manson was in the video. And they were friends at the time. Marilyn Manson has featured on a lot of Trent's tracks, including Gave Up and a couple of other ones I can't remember right now. But, yeah, since then, he's, definitely moved away from him. But, as I was saying, back to the video... yeah, like, that was cringe. And it reminded me of the kind of cringe of, like Limp Bizkit,
a lot of Drake deniers thought Meek Mill, Mr. Dreams and Nightmares was going to blow him away. Meek had every real advantage in terms of hip-hop beef, battle rap experience, credibility, like real cosigns from the culture. But it was a disaster.
I just want to know how niggas going to jail telling no niggas coming back home and it's still being cool. I just want to know how niggas on Instagram and Twitter with 50,000 followers ain't got no money in real life. In New Orleans, where my chain, they give respect. So with that, tell me you a pussy in the face.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Oh, that is fucking funny. They had a brief truce after that book. Wait, what are you talking about? That book? Nine Inch Nails is an autistic special interest in it. Oh, I'm not even autistic and it's a special interest for me. Yeah, don't worry about that, Lilith, honestly. Yeah, you can fangirl about Nine Inch Nails as much as you want in my chat. I literally would die for Trent Reznor. I love him. He's the only person that has ever made music where it's like I've gone, yeah, I feel like that. So yeah, no problem. Manson also cribbed his early looks from Hideto Matsumoto, a Japanese musician. No fucking way. Let me check that out real quick. We'll play the rest of the video. But yeah, that was... Oh, Marilyn Manson's autobiography from 1998? Oh my god. Hideto Matsumoto was also known as Hide, was a Japanese musician, singer-songwriter, record producer. Oh. I wouldn't say any of these looks are like early Marilyn Manson. At all. I would say maybe like late Marilyn Manson for sure. Maybe No, there is. Don't read it. It's horrific and full of sexual abuse. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I imagine. Trent's move to movie soundtracks was unexpected but awesome. Well, he's a really good musician, you know? Yeah. One of the first ever concerts I went to was 9 Inch Nails and Soundgarden, so I can't judge the interest. Yeah, Soundgarden was sick as well. Yeah, I love Soundgarden. No, there is. Oh, yeah, well, you're going to have to give me a specific one, you know? Because all of these that I'm seeing now, it's like... yeah, these are great looks. But, like, I can't... Like, maybe this one... I feel like he's stolen that before. He used that in, like, Mechanical Animals. But that was, like, 2000 and... No, it was, like, 1997, right? 1999, maybe? There's a photo of Hide and Marilyn Manson from 1994, 1995. I can't remember. And after that, Marilyn Manson looks totally different. Yeah, that might be... So not his early looks, then. You're on about his, like... transitionary period into when he started to be shit. Yeah.
Hard to listen to, unfocused diss track, which used samples from WWE songs that he couldn't even clear because, like, the WWE, as you know, on this channel, don't let anybody deal with their shit. It was an embarrassment. It was an embarrassment to the tradition of hip hop and rap one-upsmanship, and one of the biggest L's to be handed out in recent memory. Meek Mill had lost the beef.
Yeah, I mentioned it as it played, Aranok. Yeah, your animations are dope. Yeah, I love that shit. Absolutely smashed it.
Hands down on its own merit, let alone in the eyes of rap fans. I'd argue his career has never been the same since. And suddenly, Drake had something that he had never had before. Street cred. The heinous accusations of Drake having a ghostwriter were lost in the ether, and Drake emerged more powerful than before. And he now had a street cred, battle-scarred veneer to go along with the squeaky clean, marketable image akin to white rappers. Drake was unstoppable. But then the streets spun the block again. A few years later, with Drake casually riding waves, literally, Drake would find himself in another beef, this time with another rapper with much greater street cred, Pusha T. Close associate of Kanye West and long-standing Drake hater. And this time, Drake would lose handily. In fact, his response is fucking embarrassing to hip hop.
I actually know. Yeah, I know. I heard of the Pusha T thing for sure. I remember hearing about people talking about that.
After an initial back and forth with a record from Pusha T and a record from Drake that was, you know, maybe a tie, Pusha released a second diss track, The Story of Adidon, which was a brutal attack on Drake's character.
Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding? That was absolutely horrific.
Revealing that Drake was hiding a child he had secretly birthed with an adult film star, shattering his squeaky clean image of being a ladies' man and drudging up all the previous issues that a lot of people had with him up until that point. So what did Drake do? Did he grab his pen and hit the notebook and hit the booth and like evoke the spirit of Pac and, you know, the traditions of Jay-Z and Nas and KRS-One and MC Shan and say, look, I'm gonna have to let motherfuckers.
No, I didn't know, honestly. Like, in terms of hip hop, this is why I say all the time, like in terms of modern hip hop, like contemporary hip hop, I've got no clue. I've got no fucking idea. I honestly just like know like 80s, 90s hip hop. Drake cried in his bed. That's absolutely ridiculous. Oh my god, the fucking minstrel ass album cover. Fucking hell. That is a deep cut.
No.
That is a deep cut.
Yo, fuck with Champagne Pop, you know. No. Drake responded with a press release and a statement.
A press release?
Enjoying the circus, but I want to clarify this image in question. This was not from a clothing brand shoot or my
After which he seemingly reached out to Jay Prince, one of the few old heads that had had his back from day one, a very respected figure in hip hop who quietly, clearly killed the beef behind the scenes. Later, he would talk about how Pusha had gone too far, but claimed that he did write a really mean song to go back at Pusha T. But at the end of the day, it felt he didn't want to stoop to that level. It was some Karen shit, low key. And from my perspective, the least hip hop thing to have happened in the last decade.
Yeah, for sure.
Competition is inherent in the art form. confrontation just kind of comes with the territory. And there's something to be said for the fact that, you know, a lot of people talk that talk and you know, just do it because that's what hip hop is about. Well, I'm gonna talk and I'm gonna talk like I'm the biggest dog, but I'm not. I'm actually the one guy, the young guy, the one young guy that can really step up to the plate and talk my game, and I check out. You know, if you choose to go and research, I check out.
Exasperated.
You're kidding me, honestly.
By a pusher. At this point in your career, in your life, do you think you could ever squash things or mend things with him?
Well, you know, I'm at a great healing place in my life. It's not a fun life when you're like just in a lot of beefs with people. You know, you gotta check on who's gonna be at an event. You start moving different. You start, you know, I was changing as a person, becoming a guy that was, you know, definitely willing to do some terrible things, definitely moving with a different energy.
You mentioned his woman, you know, the Duppy freestyle, like.
He has a point. He can say, yo, you brought up my lady's name. Oh, all bets are off the table. That's fine. You know, like I said, we all think differently, right? And even like, you know, even in the Me and Meek situation, if you listen back to those records.
Now, I can already see some comments being typed about how this was a good thing and that Drake saved violence from happening in hip hop and we wouldn't want another Biggie and Tupac situation, but no. Biggie and Tupac's death were the results of many things, but not really the result of the actual animosity between them. Further, hip hop has been full of feud. It is a combative musical art form that pulls upon African traditions of boasting and signifying and turning a phrase to one up a competitor in the spirit of the art and sport and love, and only has ever rarely turned violent until recently with some of you young dudes, but that's a whole nother video. So no, this response from Drake was not okay in the eyes of hip hop. You would have thought that this would have been a huge blow to Drake, but the result was nothing. Nothing about Drake's career changed. Nothing was the same. It was too late. We were doing TikTok dances to his songs a few months later. And there, at least for me, a reality set in that had probably been in effect since 2013, decreeing who was the GOAT in hip hop, who was and wasn't fully of the culture, was no longer our decision to make. It didn't matter that Kendrick was very obviously in the traditions of hip hop as we've known it for the last 30, 40 years. Drake would not be denied. At best, Kendrick would have to share the throne room with Drake. At some point between 2010 and 2016, hip hop stopped belonging to the black people that originated it and started belonging to the world, or more accurately, to the corporations. The legacy of 100%. The gatekeepers that kept hip hop within our influence for that 30, 40 year period, it was done. It was a wrap. Black people, black men especially, were no longer the arbiters of taste and meaning within the hip hop world. We were just another market base, and we're easily ignored because we don't have the deepest pockets. And this is the horrifying reality that a lot of rap fans like me that came up in the golden and silver age are maybe struggling to accept. On one hand, this has been amazing for the growth of hip hop in a lot of ways. For one, artists can now create much more autonomous careers without needing to rely on corporations for support. No more getting signed to a major record label and being jerked around for 5 years until your buzz is dead and never getting a shot. No more having to compromise on your music and being told to make certain types of songs for radio play. No more need for radio play. Nobody listens to the radio anymore. In the era before Drake, my era, we don't get a Danny Brown for real. We don't get Denzel Curry. We don't get a Renaissance career recharge from Lupe Fiasco or 3 of Nas's best albums within a 2-year period. A lot of
fucking NASA's best albums.
Bad faith actors and vultures and snakes within the hip hop world that were respected and loved and listened to have died in the process. And that is a good thing. The artists get more money. The artists don't have to do as much work.
Oh, NASA is actually, is he on about NASA? There's actually a hip hop group called NASA. That's my bad. I thought you said Naz's.
and other figures flourished. As a whole, hip hop is richer, wealthier, healthier. The music is darker and brighter and sexier and weirder and more conscious and more inclusive and more fun. And in general, all of this is a good thing. But the price of this renaissance feels like it came at the cost of something beautiful. There was something beautiful to feeling like hip hop belonged to you in a special way back in the day. And maybe that still exists now. And maybe the loss of that won't mean anything for the generation that is shepherding hip hop forward at the moment. But from my perspective, it does feel like something is missing. That Drake opened the door for a litany of other pop rappers who offer little to no regard for hip hop, often being openly hostile to it, but still wanting to reap the benefits from it, taking from it without giving back. Whereas before, these types of acts would make a few dollars and then quickly be excised from the culture.
Okay, I love that he's pointing out that fucking white guy, what's his name? He showed him just then, like his name's like Little Willie or some shit. I can't remember his name, but like I always remember, yeah, Post Malone as well. Like Post Malone, I know Post Malone like straight away, but there's a guy before him that he was showing. Lil Dicky, that's it. Lil Dicky. Hey Aslan, what's going on? Yo Aslan, get a shout out. Yeah, it was never like a fan of Lil Dicky. I was like, someone showed it me once and I was just like, honestly, nah. Yeah, so yeah, it's I'm loving that he's bringing up these guys.
They are now following Drake's formula, and if they have enough talent and a few lucky breaks and a couple of unfortunate cosigns from established hip-hop artists, they're occupying significant space within the hip-hop world, spaces that probably should be taken up by better artists with much more to offer the culture. I went over a lot of stuff in this video about why I have a problem with Drake. And most of these criticisms of Drake are well known by most of his fans and his anti-fans, and they've been mostly brushed aside, and I get why. If it was just this casual anti-fan argument in the running jokes I've had about Drake's music being vapid, I probably wouldn't have made a whole video, let alone a video that's, I don't know, this is probably be an hour long at this point, we'll see. But in the past few years, Drake has arguably become a part of the GOAT conversation. And as he's maintained a space of supreme prominence and influence as a rapper, in the last few years, one last issue I think needs to be pointed out that I haven't seen enough conversation about, which is Aubrey Drake Graham does not care about black people.
Sometimes I do feel like if, sometimes I don't feel celebrated when I know maybe somebody else would be celebrated for those accomplishments, I don't feel like people say when Drake is the artist of the decade, I don't think anybody says, wow, a black artist is the artist of the decade. I don't think anybody says that, really. I never heard anybody say that in the last few weeks. And I associate I associate myself as a black man. So for me, it's sometimes it's something that I just acknowledge and I just keep it moving. But like I said, I feel like if the situation was different, I feel like maybe some of the massive accomplishments and accolades that we've conquered on behalf of all of us, not just me. It's not like it's for all of us, right? Just like how excited I am when anybody else in our space does something great, Yeah, of course, there's a part of me that wishes that I was celebrated.
Right.
So, where were we? Had to re-record this section because we had some audio issues and some camera blur issues and some other things. So, we're gonna pick up where we left off. Where did we leave off?
Black excellence, but I guess when it comes to me, it's not the same, no. All goody. That just pushed me to do the things we all couldn't.
When you look at Drake's contemporaries, I see them as the last generation of mainstream rap stars shepherded in by the gatekeepers, which are, Meek Mill and ASAP and Nipsey, Cole, Kendrick, Big Sean, Wale, Lupe, probably some other ones I'm not thinking of. If you know anything about most of that cohort, their music and their personas outside of hip hop, then you know that all of them engage constantly with black struggle and black experiences. Black consciousness is core to their art in some form or fashion. They're not all street. Lupe and Wale and Cole aren't really street. They're not all dark skinned. They're not even all from a purely black American experience. Any excuse that you were probably just thinking of to give Drake for opting out of that part of his role in hip hop doesn't really hold up. Canada has plenty of black people and plenty of racism. Drake has had plenty of experiences with blackness being weaponized against him in his youth and as an adult. There's really no reason for Drake to pretty much never engage with black issues in his music, but he doesn't. The rappers who have worn the crown and sat on the throne that Drake purports to sit on and has sat on.
As a Canadian, that's super accurate. Okay, Aranok, I'm very sorry about this. I'm about to really, really insult you. I thought you were British. I'm so sorry. I actually thought you were British in it. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm happy that you're not British, though. I legit was like watching your movie and I was like, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Another British bread tuber. Let's fucking go. Let's go. I'm Irish Canadian too. Yeah. Fair enough. Listen, I can't, you know, I'm sorry. Incredibly mean, not fair. You know, the L plus, you know, for me, that was an L plus ratio plus I'm British. I'm actually British. So I'm sorry. Hi, Lenny. How are you doing? Gang, please go and show some love to our Lenny. It was helping me out very much with the Dark Souls speedrun yesterday. And she also created Pet the Mule. So that's fucking great. That's absolutely phenomenal. Go give her a follow. She's dead good at Dark Souls. She's much better at Dark Souls speedruns than me. So yeah, go give her some support. Right, okay. We're back in it. But yeah, you were saying as a Canadian, that's super accurate. Right, there you go. So yeah, absolutely relevant to the vid. You on Grandad is British. You have a lot of random British Irish speech and how you're talking, right? Oh, you see, there you go. You got to get rid of that. You got to get out. Even I'm trying to get out of it. And I'm still fucking living here, you know? I'm constantly trying to, like, you know, Americanize my speech, or maybe get away with, like, someone possibly thinking that I might be from, like, Amsterdam or Belgium or something like that. You know what I mean? Or maybe Denmark. Actually, no, Denmark's pretty cringe, isn't it? Yeah, not Denmark. Fuck Denmark.
Over the last 10 years, those people have all unflinchingly carried on this pro-black tradition. Even more problematic and concerning figures like Lil Wayne aggressively engage in political discourses within his music at the height of his career.
Then they telling y'all lies on the news. The white people smiling like everything cool. But I know people that died in that pool. I know people that died in them schools.
Today, some of the biggest rappers are black women performing this unique hood feminist form of gangster rap that takes similar shots at patriarchal and white power structures. Even Eminem has been intentional at times in his career about addressing social issues, even when he was at his highest, when it was a risk to his fame and his fan base, which has always been predominantly white. Hip hop, at its highest but not always most commercial form, has always spoke to the struggle of black people. That's what makes it black art. And we've always had black artists who have opted out of that tradition in pursuit of greater commercial appeal, like Drake has. And we've
if you want, when the vid's on, happily pop in to chat about art and stuff. I know we chatted about doing that at some point. I can't remember specifically what it was that we said, Aranok, but the way that I like to do that on my streams is I like to have long form conversations with other creators about stuff, especially leftist stuff. So yeah, I'd prefer, thank you for reminding me about that for a start, but I'd prefer it if we have like a full few hours where we could talk about like a range of stuff, you know, to really like, talk it out kind of thing. So yeah, let's organize that. Hit me up in the DMs and let's get that fucking sorted. Yeah, I'm fully down, fully down. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Been fine with that. But it meant, or at least it used to mean, that if you decided to take this route of least resistance, you couldn't imagine sitting on the throne of the culture. We will allow you to tap into your blackness and to capitalize off it like many of us do, like I'm doing right now. It's It is what it is. Within this world of entertainment and media, it's the cards we've been dealt with. It's the best hand many black folks have to play. Either you slain the crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot. We've long since understood that the rest of the world loves black art, but doesn't like black people. So we have Minecraft streamers and TikTokers and whoever else casually adopting black scents and using black sounds and dances and music and slang and culture references to sound cool to their white audiences. And I feel like black culture as a whole has made peace with that reality. So plenty of black artists will rinse out their blackness, but keep their black consciousness on the shelf. And because
no worries, Dave. Thanks so much for being here, mate. Take it easy and have a good day.
Because we are a loving and forgiving people, to an extent, we will give you a pass. We won't call you out too much in front of mixed company, but don't come running back to us when trouble comes, Daniel Caesar. And don't expect us to celebrate you in the same way we celebrate those who actually do it for the culture.
I think I've been in a lot of rooms. I've felt judgment and, you know, racial judgment sometimes, like being light-skinned, you know, being Canadian, having people that I look up to and respect tell me that I can't identify with what's going on because, you know, and granted, I'm also not the most outspoken person when it comes to political issues.
When you hear Drake complain and evoke this tragic mulatto nonsense about how black people aren't celebrating him and accepting him for his accomplishments, what Drake is trying to gaslight us into not thinking about is the fact that although Drake has always presented and sold blackness as his brand, he has never stood up for blackness in his music. I love how in this quote, Drake starts with honesty, that he is not the guy really addressing these issues. But then he tries to finesse and, you know, gaslight us into saying, well, I do all my stuff behind the scenes.
You know, the way we give back is legit. It's on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, it's not so you guys can all just like, you know, double tap and say, wow, oh my God, Drake's so like.
You said if you hold your tongue, you'll get crucified.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know.
I'm talking bigger shit than you and I. Kids are losing lives, got me scared of losing mine. And if I hold my tongue about it, I get crucified.
I am sure that Drake has a byline in his accountant's budget or a number line in his income that says this much should be going to charitable and nonprofit entities. Makes perfect sense, as it should be. But that's the same thing fucking Walmart does. That's the same thing Target.
That's the funniest shit in this whole fucking video about it. Drake is just like Walmart. Drake as if Walmart started rapping. Fucking, that's so good.
Target does. And Walmart and Target are not hip hop. In hip hop, we expect more from you. We've seen Drake put up the black box. We've seen Drake's posts about.
Wait, Drake put up the black box? No way. No way.
George Floyd and interview comments and things like that. We've seen it. It's nice, but that's the bare minimum. In his music,
no way did Drake put up a black square for fucking. Oh man. Like, look, right? I fell into that trap. But as soon as someone said to me, oi, listen, you shouldn't be doing that because if you're going to be hashtagging Black Lives Matter, that's going to like interfere with the protest shit, I took it down straight away. I was like, oh, that's right. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, that was pretty cringe, actually. Do you know what I mean? That was pretty fucking cringe. But it's like, god damn, just like, you know, if you're just doing that and like nothing else, that's extra cringe. Like, extra cringe.
Thing that is most indicative of his true values, he never puts his money where his mouth is, or more accurately, he always watches his mouth when it comes to his money. And you know who else does this? Flo Rida, the #7 all-time selling rapper, right above Tupac. Drake knows that if his music sounded more like Kendrick's or Cole's or Lupe's or even Kanye's, to be real, despite all of Kanye's other issues, that he wouldn't have the same white fan base that plays his songs at frat parties and ignores his obvious shortcomings in hollow music. And this is not to say that Kendrick and Lupe Fiasco and all these other black figures I've mentioned don't have white fans, because of course they do. If you can see that in any concert footage that you see of these guys performing. But you can rest assured that Black of the Berry isn't going to be a part of too many TikTok dances. The way that these fandoms move and how they exist is very different based on the challenges the artist is presenting to their fandom. And Drake presents no challenges to the white status quo that he is profiting off of. And maybe this is what bothers Drake. Maybe he thought he could do both. Maybe he thought he could opt out of the Black artistry contract and still reap the benefits and love from the Black community. For Drake to complain that Black people aren't celebrating him the same way they would another artist and insinuate that it might be because he's biracial or Canadian or light-skinned is gross. It's some gaslighting bullshit. Drake knows why he does not have the same level of love from the people, is because he does not have the same level of love for the people. Maybe he didn't see himself
seems like that, right?
How he would change hip hop from this explicitly Black art to being this worldwide shared phenomenon. Maybe Drake knows how hollow and fickle love from these pop fans are, and that he's going to need us going forward for the rest of his career, or he's going to end up having to do K-pop songs by the end of the year to maintain relevancy. And I personally can't wait for the Drake BTS crossover that will definitely happen between 2022 and 2024, or whatever other clout chasing thing he'll do to maintain relevancy. That said, it should be noted that a lot of this isn't really Drake's fault. Drake didn't do any of this to explicitly hurt hip hop or hurt Black people. I don't think he's ignoring Black consciousness because of his tragic mulatto nonsense that he tries to pull out here. And I want to be clear, although I am calling out this tragic mulatto nonsense, as I've said earlier in the video, and as I said in other videos, I do think that there's significant reasons for biracial people to have issues with the way they're treated in Black communities in some situations. Definitely get that. Drake just exploited and exposed flaws in the culture's dependency and addiction to clout and capital.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Drake is just winning at a game we kind of helped design. Capitalism commodified hip hop, and we allowed it to slowly reframe the culture. Years ago, when the internet began equalizing the playing field and taking money and power away from these corporations and record labels, instead of collecting together to reclaim the power to steer hip hop, a lot of these gatekeepers focused on saving themselves and protecting their corporate benefactors. It is what it is. Instead of saying no to promoting certain artists and rejecting certain moves, we said a whole lot of yeses if the money was right. Despite the title of this video, I want to be clear. Hip hop isn't dead. It's just different. And different is good. I don't spend as much time and energy following hip hop because I'm too old for that shit now. And that's appropriate. My time is over. It's not the kids. It is me. And it doesn't make sense to waste a ton of time being angry at Drake despite my jokes. But yeah, that's the reality here. But I do see the space Drake occupies as a pop artist in the world of hip hop, and it does bother me. I see a movie starring a Black Puerto Rican kid from Brooklyn, and it starts with him listening to music, and he's listening to Post Malone. And yeah, it feels like something's wrong there. It feels like something was lost. Drake's not really responsible for that. I feel like that is on my generation of hip hop fans, that we gatekept all the wrong things. Drake's fame and ubiquity and prominence in hip hop is really just meant to remind those of us from the golden era of how much we've allowed things to change and what we've lost in the process. That sting we feel when the youth show no regard for our legends, that's not their fault, that's our fault. And Drake is our reminder. We have a bad habit in my age range, and it's probably only going to get worse as I get older, of blaming the youth for the way they are maneuvering a reality that we designed without their input.
He's definitely calling me out in the sense that, like, I never listened to, like, Drake and modern hip hop because I was like, nah, the old stuff is, like, so much better, and, like, it's not real hip hop and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I definitely, like, have thought like that. So yeah, like, he's absolutely on fucking point. Do you know what I mean? With, like, the wider sort of, like, fans and shit.
And we need to own that.
I'm like that with literally everything though. If I listen to like modern metal, I'm just like, nah, it's shit. That it's not as good. It's not as good as the stuff from the 90s, from the 80s and the 90s. You know, just what the fuck, like, yeah.
In the end, Drake isn't the person that destroyed hip hop. We are, and Drake is our punishment, our permanent reminder that we are the ones that let it be destroyed.
Well, there you fucking go. That's some fucking sick art, though. That's some absolutely sick art, Aronok. I love that shit, honestly. I feel like every generation does that, though. Yeah, but it's good to, like, call that out and be like, we should change that. You know what I mean? All right, sick. I don't think there's any video left. Oh, no, there is here. Just this at the end here, yeah. All right. Oh, he's done bloopers.
By 2016, if that same white guy talked to you on an airplane wearing a fucking MAGA hat or something and was like, yeah, my favorite rapper is Drake, he's the greatest of all time, and you let out that same smirk and condescending look, the white guy would just smirk back at your ass. He'd be like, no, Drake is the greatest rapper of all time, and then ignore you and turn on a Steven Crowder video or some shit. Our soul is the one thing we own that for the most part we control and have agency over when it's time for us to capitalize on it. And when you sell soul, which, understand, if you're black and in entertainment, that's essentially what you're doing, it's understood that you should always be keeping some of it for the culture. And when you sell all of it, that's when we start calling you a sellout.
Sick. Absolutely fucking phenomenal video. I don't care what my ancestors think. The new Jungle Pussy EP is better than any of their favorite songs. Yeah, that's good. That's how you should be. Yeah, 100%. When he was like Star Wars, I was so hyped because that's been a special interest since I was a little kid. It was super fun to work on and Fick is excellent. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I fucking love him. Sure, our ancestors thought the same. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The Jedi Council destroyed itself by creating Anakin. Right. 100%. The comparison's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, that was absolutely sick. That was absolutely sick. Yeah, I was kind of right at the start of it. It was like, I was thinking like, yeah, you know, FD Signifier is like a political guy. I'm sure he's going to make a commentary on how like back in the day, there was like a lot more, not even back in the day, like he says, even like Lil Wayne and people like that. And a lot of people nowadays, you know, are talking about the struggle of black people, are talking about, you know, the experience, the black experience in their music, but Drake just legit doesn't do that. And yeah, it's absolutely fucking based. Like it's so important to talk about that shit, because it's like, and it really is sort of like this like horrific sort of like just like blanding it out, you know what I mean? Just like, oh, we're just gonna make like, you know, fucking, we're just gonna make music really beige and vanilla and whatever. Like it's just whatever. It's just not that, like, you know, there's no spice to it. There's no fucking originality to it. There's no message. Yeah, that shit sucks. I've always hated that. I've always hated that in any fucking music. You know what I mean? Star Wars is very close to Dune. Yeah, in that one bit about how they created Anakin Skywalker. I mean, it's been said that George Lucas stole a lot of shit from Dune. Not a lot of shit, but he like stole a lot of shit from Dune. He just like read Frank Herbert's book and he was like, I could do that. And you know, it's kind of a giveaway as well when like David Lynch directed Dune in the 80s, the David Lynch version, and Lucas was like, yeah, can you direct Return of the Jedi, please? Can you imagine if David Lynch directed Return of the Jedi? That would be so intense. Well, yeah, of course he, you know, combined like a lot of other influences as well. But yeah, I just wanted to make the point, since JMM said Star Wars is very close to Dune, that yeah, he absolutely took a lot of stuff from Dune, you know. Obviously, you know a lot more about this than me, but I do know that he pulled it from other areas other than Dune, innit? I wasn't saying that never happened. You know what I mean? So it's just like a lot to say at once about that. David Lynch is the voice of Yoda. I would fucking die. I would fucking die. That would be so fucking good. Honestly, let me try and think about it. Let me try and think about it for a second. What does Yoda say? What does Yoda actually say? I don't know any Yoda fucking thingies. Yoda quote. Oh, it's that one that I always get mixed up when I said it was a Bruce Lee quote. Do or do not. There is no try. Here we go. There's some great ones here. Named must be your fear before banish it you can. Okay, I don't know what that one... I don't know what that one is. Fear is the path to the dark side. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, a bit of Yoda as David Lynch there. But anyway, as I was saying, this video, fucking phenomenal. Really, really enjoyed it. FD Signifier stuff is so good. If you've not already subscribed, what are you doing with your life? Get it fucking sorted. You know? Sort it the fuck out. Get a like on that video. Get a comment on it. And now I do actually want to watch FD's new video, which only came out a couple of days ago, I think. Let's go to his channel. Black Love is Dead. Yeah, because you said, Chimera, you said that this video made you cry a little bit. So, yeah, we'll check this out. Darth Vader was inspired by Phantom of the Paradise. So glad Lucas didn't start his own religion or try to be a guru, unlike some other sci-fi writers. Wait, you mean fucking... what's his name? Scientology guy? I can't even remember that guy's name. Yeah, Herbert said his books were... Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard, that's it, yeah. Yeah, Herbert did say his books were a warning against charismatic leaders. Yeah, Star Wars obviously didn't get that message. Well, David Lynch also didn't get that message when he was adapting Dune, because, you know, he really does just paint Dune, you know, more deep as the fucking, you know, as the whatchamacallit, as the, you know, he's the white savior basically in that film. Even though all the people who live in the desert, all the Fremen are white in that film as well. Come on, David, what the fuck, dude? Honestly, what the fuck, bro? Okay, let's check out Death to Black Love. So I'm just gonna change the title real quick. FD Signifier. New video. There we go, look at that. It's good stuff. Actually need to watch it again. It's 2 packs for tiny ADHD brain, so this is perfect. Yeah, let's go. Now, don't forget, gang, if you want to help out FD Sig, get this video, put it in a separate tab, play it in the background while we watch it together, because that way he's going to get more views, he's going to get more numbers. And make sure to give it a like, give it a sub. You know the score. We just said it. I just literally fucking said it. I don't know if there's going to be any slurs in this video, so I'll just leave that blank for now. But yeah, let's go.
In doing that, but then being able to find enough common ground, enough respect, enough love to reconnect, that builds the true friendship. That's why I go to war with you, because I'm going to war with you and I know what you're capable of, right? Mm-hmm. You know, I know the tools you have. We really have a friendship, not in the not in the syrupy sweet way. We have a friendship because we know each other inside and out. We know the things that endear us to each other, and we know the things that scare us about each other. And we are willing to have conversations that may be cringeworthy and uncomfortable for the purposes of growing and challenging each other. And that is our sport.
That was cute. That was cute. Wait, what do you mean sounds real healthy? That does sound healthy. Are you being sarcastic?
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Although this may come out on Valentine's
No cap.
Day.
Okay, just checking. Just checking. If someone says sounds real healthy, I'm like, huh? Why are you saying it like that?
We'll see.
Words
Either
on a
way,
screen though, innit?
You know, everybody's favorite holiday. And we got a special Valentine's Day treat, you know, a couple of weeks early. The announcement of Rihanna and her longtime boyfriend, A$AP Rocky, having a baby.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you. I know Chloe's probably feeling.
Congratulations.
And shout out to my homegirl, Fab Socialism, for pointing me to this meme of the uniquely and, for me, surprisingly conflicted reactions to the announcement of this new black baby coming to us. You know, I knew that there were problems.
What was that? Was that the Kardashians? Was that like a thing from the Kardashians? I don't know what the fuck that was. I know that one of the Kardashians was there. I recognized one of them. I don't keep up with any of that. I don't keep up with the Kardashians. I don't keep up with them.
Black men and women, but even I am shocked by the wide array of genuine anger and criticism that has come from.
Hey Laser, what's going on? I'm doing good. How are you?
The announcement that this baby is on the way. At first, you know, it seemed like it was mostly jokes, and it is mostly jokes. You know, why can't I be Rihanna's baby daddy? We ain't never getting a new album now, etc. And then I learned that some people were taking issue with some of A$AP's previous head-ass comments about colorism and Black Lives Matter and things along those lines. And I get not being a fan of him because of that. Makes perfect sense. But then I started seeing some other shit.
Rihanna getting pregnant for A$AP Rocky without getting married first on a reel isn't worth applauding. Celebrity or not, the right thing to do is get married before having kids. The world has normalized baby mama and baby daddy like it's a dignifying status.
What
the
fuck? What the fuck?
Young black girls seeing a wealthy, beautiful, and successful black woman that chose a man that looks like a teen boy. A$AP has zero manhood characteristics, like being a protector and provider. A$AP wants to be provided for.
Come on, man.
This is why they say women keep women single, okay? You all just applaud one another's behavior. You validate each other's negative behavior. This is why people like Lizzo feel empowered to act like an ass.
What is this? This is so so sexist, right? What the fuck, man? No one's allowed to be a feminine guy. No one's you don't get to be that. It's not allowed. You got to be strong. You got to be a protector, you know? Fucking hell. Come on, man.
At this point,
this video is called, as you can see, Death to Black Love. I don't know what it's about yet. But it appears that it's going to be about this, right? You know?
I have lost all respect for black women. It's a sadist, masochist relationship. All I can say is that they most enjoy being abused, and black men enjoy abusing them.
What?
I'm disgusted by both black men and black women.
Even before I got on YouTube, it never ceased to amaze me how quickly black folks adopt white supremacist talking points when we talk about other black folks, especially when it comes to relationships and issues between
right. That's what I was thinking. As soon as those quotes started getting read, I was like, "That's sounding kind of racist." You know, you know what I mean?
Even some of the seemingly most educated people will have no self-awareness of how anti-black,
like sexist for sure, but it's sounding kind of racist,
they can sound. We are willing to think, promote, and act on the worst lies about who we are as a people. And to be clear, this is everybody, because half of these quotes are direct quotes from black men and women. But at the same time, these are not the only words being said about this story, and many, though conflicted on some level, have the wherewithal to be positive and support.
Yeah, every struggle is intersectional, JMM. You know, this is why it's important to remember that every single time when you're talking about hierarchies exist alongside each other because that's the nature of hierarchies. You know what I mean? They work so well together because if you oppress a lot of people across all different, you know, genders, races, sexualities, all that fucking shit, then, you know, you're gonna have the most control. You're gonna have the, you know, the dominance of the narrative and shit. You know what I mean? So it's all interrelated 100%.
Supportive of a black family out here trying to make it. But those statements don't get the same amount of likes and shares. And I'm
I'm feeling like this is going to be more political, so I'm gonna twat it in the politics category for now. All right, there we go.
Really starting, and I've been talking about this forever at this point, to recognize this pattern and how big a problem this is in the way black folks, specifically I'm talking about black men and black women, engage with each other, especially.
So why terms like misogynoir and transmisogyny and transmisogynoir are useful as well. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I've done the overlay text, JMM. I did it. Look, it says FD Signifier's new video. That's correct. I literally changed it. But thanks for reminding me, though. Appreciate you anyway. But yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm under the political machine 2004? Wait, what? What the fuck is that? Did they remove the politics category? Did I spell politics wrong? Oh, why? What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing, man? Holy shit. Is it gonna change it now? Shout out to politics. Shout out to politics making my life unlivable. What's going on here? What the fuck? Why is it not changing? Yo, I just gotta do it. Why has it done that? That makes absolutely zero sense. I've spelled it the right way. Hello, Sorka. How are you doing, lovely? Was I in political? Was I in that before? You remember I was in the politics category before? You were under politics when you got here? Okay, alright. Well, that's good. Yeah, because I went from politics to just chatting. Okay, yeah. Auto tag correction. Yeah, but I'm doing it in the fucking chat. I'm literally typing the word politics in the chat. You read that in the pattern from Jesus is the One by Zach Fox. Shout out mental illness. Hey, Soccer, anyway. How you doing? What's going on?
Online. There is a whole new wave now in the last year of content creators, black dating gurus and consultants, etc., who are purporting to teach black men and women how to find love, but are really only selling a specific form of anti-blackness and almost never seem to be partnered themselves, nor do they talk to other people who are partnered in their content. On the flip side, that type of content and media does exist elsewhere. There are plenty of black couple lifestyle creators. There's the black love literal channel where they are showing and engaging with actual black couples and relationships. But I don't know if they're really providing a more useful alternative, really. While I do find it useful to model an idealistic image of what long-term black partnerships can be, they still often present a very idealized and probably highly sanitized image of what said partnership looks like. And in their own way, probably do as much harm as they do good by selling this false vision of what it's like.
Sorry, I just realized how loud this video is. Sorry about that.
To partner with a person long term. Not to mention the overwhelming cis heteronormativity present in that type of media where people from other lifestyles, sexuality, genders, etc. don't get to see themselves as a part of this black love concept. It's concerning to me, whether it be positive or negative, how we do not acknowledge that this image of black love that we have all been taught to aspire to and champion the most is not only false, but is based on a capitalist lie created explicitly for white Americans that was never really meant to include us anyway. So now I have an agenda. And it's to support the death of black love as a branding aesthetic, as we know it, and to provide a useful and productive discourse around relationship conflict with black people for free. So this video will not end in an invitation to join my mailing list or buy my consulting services. I'm not even gonna plug my Patreon. And all I ask is that you watch the video, like, share, and subscribe, and show some love for today's sponsor. To help me dig into this conversation about love.
Sorry, FD. I got a plug-in for that.
I talked to numerous black couples in numerous situations and partnerships to ask them what they're doing and what's working for them, so that it's not just my perspective that you leave with. But to enhance my perspective, I also thought it best to let you hear from my wife, we'll call her FD Signifier, who I did a series of talks with over the course of making this video about subjects and ideas that came up as I was writing.
You know, grew up with or knew some at some point in time when I was younger, and they get married, right? And they have like these big weddings, these big things, and then it's not funny, but like 5 months later, 18 months later, they're divorced. It's not funny. I don't know how I'm laughing. But I'm like, how do y'all get out of these things so quickly?
I'm learning to work on yourself, not from a selfish standpoint, but from a kind of learn yourself, so you can be a more loving to your spouse.
When we think about there's so much pressure on couples, I ask, why is there pressure? Like, where is the pressure coming from? And I think a lot of it stems from when people look at you as goals or couple goals or whatever. I think people then put themselves on this pedestal to where they have to maintain this image of being perfect. And I think for us,
hey Vodrella, what's going on?
We've kind of
caring about yourself is selfish. Fuck society for trying to teach me that.
Broken the barrier between an online couple versus a real life couple. And what we try to present is, unfortunately, I hate to tell y'all, but like, marriage is not easy.
I would say like not so much in terms of my blackness. I don't feel like I have encountered a whole lot of discrimination or even that pressure that black people feel to be the best at everything. I'm not like, I have to win polyamory, damn it, in the name of my people.
I've never felt, so when I was doing the blog about my polyamory, I didn't feel any pressure to do it to present for anybody else. And I've never felt like, oh, well, we need to represent what Black and poly looks like for the world so y'all can see.
So first, let's tackle the juiciest morsel on the plate and engage with something that these black dating gurus often seem to have in common, so much so that you think they get along perfectly, which is this unyielding, fervent investment in white patriarchal constructs of gender as the framework for how we shape our relationships as black people. If there's one thing I'll never fully get, and I've said this numerous times at this point on this channel, it's how duplicitous black folks can be in our greed need to dismantle white supremacy, but our ringing endorsement of white patriarchal frameworks for how we form our partnerships. And it's not even like a wink and a nod to the idea that we know we're doing something that doesn't fully fit or serve us because we don't have much of a choice. And I get that, and I'll talk about that later. But no, black folks out here really completely align to white supremacist frameworks for how we define ourselves as men and women, and how those definitions should dictate how we choose to partner with each other and how we raise our kids. And for the record, because I know y'all are here, white folks, this framework isn't good for y'all either. And if you've done any study of white marriage dynamics throughout history, you know they've never followed these fucking rules either. It's really a mind fuck that drives me crazy the way it gets promoted and supported by black folks on social.
Yeah, it's absolutely bullshit. 100%. If there's one thing that changed my entire life, it was liberating myself from the made up concepts of jealousy in relationships. I fucking love being ethically non-monogamous. It's literally the best. And it doesn't stop me from being monogamous. If I find someone that wants to be monogamous with me, it's fine. But the lack of jealousy in my life nowadays from like other people, being around people that I'm, either romantically or sexually involved with, it's fucking bliss. It's honestly bliss. Like, I used to go crazy with jealousy, due in part to my own insecurities and what FD's talking about, the sort of like patriarchal ideas that, we are like, that you own someone, you know what I mean? When you're with them, you own them. It's really bad. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help any of us.
Media. Literally, people are criticizing a woman who is a billionaire for having a baby with a man who is not on her level and becoming just another baby mama, as if... I recently watched HBO's Love Life Season 2, and it offers several interesting moments to speak on this topic area. Love Life stars William Harper Jackson and Jessica Williams as Marcus and Mia, and looks at their long winding journey around, apart, and back toward each other to what amounts to be a very normative manifestation of a long-term partnership. They end up being a monogamous, heterosexual, idyllic family unit, but at least on the way there, they give us some things to chew on. One thing I love about the show is how it examines parts of black love that aren't as easy to sell or make outrage content over. Things that we often feel and know, but don't often vocalize around this concept of black love. For example, at one point in the show, our main character Marcus has a relationship with Ola, played by Ego Ndwodum, which typifies the falsehood of black love as a commodity and the precarious nature of holding patriarchal values as a key to partnership. Marcus and Ola meet, and Ola is faced with a professional crossroads, which jeopardizes her ability to be self-sufficient. Marcus steps in and steps up as a man to support her unthinkingly, jumping at the opportunity to play the man's role in this relationship, despite not having really taken the time to know if that's what he really wants to do right now and with this woman. However, like many men who can provide hypergamy to women, he is rewarded by what sociologist R.W. Connell calls the patriarchal dividend, being rewarded and celebrated by Ola for his willingness and ability to protect and provide.
Oh, Marcus, my king.
Nothing seemed to work.
How's my king doing? What I'm looking at right now? Black love. Supportive, strong, beautiful, black love.
Ola calls him king and christens their relationship as black love, ready for capitalistic consumption and sale to black people across the country. And for a second, it works for Marcus. But we as the viewer know that up until this point, Marcus is still recovering from various heartbreaks and is definitely in need of a lot of emotional growth to ever be successful in this type of partnership to find fulfillment in playing this role. Further, Ola is so busy celebrating Marcus's ability to perform patriarchal masculinity that she's missing some very obvious cues about how unfulfilled he is in this role. Marcus gets so alienated from this emotional connection to Ola that he becomes unable to perform kingly duties, if you understand what I'm saying.
I used to think that I excited him, that I completed him, but he was lost. So was his manhood.
Having failed to fully uphold his obligation.
Great, love that. I love that. If you can't get a boner for a bit, oh my god, that's it. Your manhood, it's over. It's absolutely over. You're no longer a man if you can get an erection. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Fucking hell, honestly. I swear to God. Soccer in the chat says, having lived my life up until last Wednesday under the impression I was aromantic, I don't have a lot of the bullshit pre-programmed because I skipped part of my childhood where I was meant to get programmed with it. Like, obviously the programming was there, but I wasn't exposed to it because I wasn't engaging with romance as a concept. Interesting. Yeah, obviously I've got no, you know what I mean? I can't, speak to your experience and stuff, but yeah, that's really interesting, yeah. Like, you weren't exposed to it because you weren't engaging with it. It's like when I say exposed with it, it's like seeing it in films and TV. Do you know what I mean? Because it's in everything. It's in absolutely everything. The programming kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's interesting that you feel that like you missed it out because you weren't engaging with it as a concept because you thought you were aromantic, which is totally fair enough, yeah. Forming hands around my mouth here to boo the stuff in the show. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Obligation as a high-value man, Ola reneges his patriarchal dividend and labels him a boy instead.
You're not a king. You're a little ass boy.
Melvin, look at this little ass boy, snatching up a black queen then treating her like a toy.
He's not a king, he's a little ass boy. Can't tell the truth, can't experience any joy. Women, if you meet him, you better run. He'll waste your time.
You ain't a king, you a little ass boy. This little ass boy.
Little ass boy.
Little ass boy.
My little ass boy, my little ass drink for my little ass boy.
A little glass vial? A little glass vial.
And I love how low-key Marcus doesn't even care. Like, he's just so down. He don't even
What the fuck was that?
Like, maybe I am a boy. Oh well. So much is often said about supposed high-value men, and it's always so incredibly shallow from our perspective as a great value man, and it feels dehumanizing, and the show depicts this. Ola does something that I've mentioned.
I fucking love these edits. That was so good. The fucking great value.
Before, when talking about Lawrence from Insecure, and trust me, we'll get to him. She projects the high-value archetype upon Marcus because he's a decent-looking brother with a good job. On one end, I empathize with Ola, who has a dream and is looking to her partner to help support her in pursuit of that dream. That is one of the best parts about being in a committed partnership. I understand the reasoning of why Marcus would unthinkingly jump in to play that man's role in the relationship. It feels good as a man, especially a black man, to have access to this imagery of patriarchy, even at a relatively lower level, when so many people think you're incapable of accessing it. It is something that I know weighs heavily on a lot of black men's minds.
But it took me to step back and realize I, one, had to have a different approach, and two, I have to understand that this is her ideology. So I can do what I do, but I have to dial it back. Just had to find ways that, it's equal. That's one thing about Kayla. Kayla is she had equality is a thing. Regardless of what body part you got, equality is a thing. And, I just try to make it as equal as possible while also not compromising my ideologies too.
And understand that just because this is maybe what the origin of it was, doesn't mean that's how he treats me. That's how he views me. It's because he views me in a respectful way. It's because he loves me and because he sees me in this light that he wants to take out the trash and he wants to do this, that, and the fourth. And it's not just gender roles of, I should be in the kitchen cooking while you work out there and do this, that, and the fourth. So it's just been trying to, one, help him understand where I'm coming from, and two, not take away from who he is.
Like I hang with people that kind of like constantly keep elevating their life, and you can't be a part of a crew and not elevating because you seeing other people elevating and you not, that make you feel awkward. And I just didn't want to be a person that's like don't fit in when it come down to being able to like take care of my family, provide for my family. So I just wanted more. I have worked 2 jobs damn near my whole life. Like I'm still kind of working 2 jobs. It's something I have to do. Like I always tell myself I gotta be better than my father.
So, I grew up in a house.
That's a good way to do it. I literally think about how my, sort of progression in how I treat my partners, especially women and femme presenting people, like, has to be better than my dad's. Absolutely hashtag. I'll never do what he did to my mum, to any of my partners. Fucking never. Holy shit. That guy was a fucking piece of work back in the day, let me tell you.
Also where, you know, my father was the provider. So I think if that is your baseline, if that's your baseline, then, you know, anything other than that is a failure, right? This was very profound for me. It has really helped our relationship. When joining the company, and Brandy and I, we talked about this, what I've recently recognized was me striving and me wanting to really grow and scale the company. Because of course I want to make it a family business and build an empire, but a lot of that was me attempting to show my wife love. But my the way my mind was working was, if I grow this company, if I scale this company, if we can keep looking at these spreadsheets and we're growing 150% year over year, this is how I'm showing my love to my wife. This is how I'm proving my worth. You wanted me to be proud of you? Yeah, absolutely. And what I realized was I wasn't loving you in the way that you needed to be loved.
At the same time, as I said, we can't just completely divorce ourselves and thus our romantic partnerships away from how economics and capitalism constrains us. And for Black women, the stakes are really a lot higher than all of us often understand sometimes. Black women are the most likely of any racial group to marry a man who makes less than them, which makes sense considering the barriers put up against Black men for them to access personal capital. And this conflict is really at the heart of so many issues these dating.
Okay, this is good. This is good. Never thought I'd die fighting side by side with a juggalo. What about side by side with a friend? Whoop whoop. I don't know, is that from a tune? I actually don't know if that's from like a tune or whatever. It's pretty good. I like that, Mr. Dank.
Gurus speak on. At the end of the day, when it comes to the discourse around,
I had the meme up. I have the meme channel up. Is that the correct flag? Yeah, it's just got 3 arrows on it. It's got the circle with 3 arrows on it. Some people have it like that, yeah. That's how juggalos call out to each other? Oh, right, I didn't know. I don't know shit about juggalos. I just know that they're cool. And like super inclusive and anti-fascist and stuff. And yeah, pretty based. What I miss? JMM in the chat says, being an orphan, I kind of skipped that programming. And Stalker says, my dad fucked off when I was 2. So I don't have anything particular to avoid emulating. Apart from disappearing. Yeah, fair enough. Like, yeah, so like, what, I don't know. I don't want to ask you too many personal questions, JMM. It's like, so you didn't like have like a male role model growing up at all then? Like, you know, because my dad was my male role model, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean he was good. Like my dad's role modelness as like a relationship sort of advice guy was really bad. Like he didn't teach me anything good about relationships at all. Do you know what I mean? He like often said to me, you know, if I was expressing like a struggle that I was having with, you know, someone I was dating or something, he would be like, oh, fuck it off, yeah. Just fuck that off. And I'm like, what? You don't just like fix stuff? You know? No, the orphanage obviously had women carers. Right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand that then. All right. Thanks for sharing that. But yeah, that makes sense, Soccer. Like, yeah, of course, like, you know, you don't want to disappear like in the future to anyone and stuff like that. Absolutely, yeah.
Black men in these dating guru circles.
Wait, did I just say Sorsha? Did I say? I've not said that in ages. Sorry if I said that. Soccer. Fun story. I actually took some time to listen to the first 10-ish Insane Clown Posse albums before New Year. Oh yeah, okay. What are they saying? Most of the ultra-violent lyrics explicitly target bigots, wife beaters, rebel flag dudes. Really? Okay, that's pretty based. That's pretty good. Hello, Nate Officer. How you doing? What's going on?
It's about how black men cannot provide a normative image of patriarchal and hypergamous partnering. It's just that both of them come from different angles on what the solution to that is. And insecurity, anger, and frustration and bitterness all swell in the responses to this issue of black people trying to run in a race that wasn't designed for us to win. The range of outcomes with black men and economic viability makes it so black women seeking to partner exclusively with black men have to figure out a lot and have to compete for, relatively speaking, a smaller amount of men who are accessing that high value man status. And it's really important that we empathize both with the black men struggling against the constraints of white supremacist patriarchy, as well as black women who are experiencing life both as women and as black people and facing their own unique form of oppression. But we don't empathize with each other because that doesn't get clicks and shares. We operate on these binaries where black men are either fuckboys or good men, and black women are either submissive or have masculine energy. And it's no wonder that none of these—
And that all comes from fucking white supremacy as well. That all comes from like how white people sort of, you know, other black people, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like that fucking happens all the time. Any kind of fucking racist rhetoric that you hear is always feminizing black men as if that's like a bad thing, and masculinizing, I guess, black women. Again, as if that's a bad thing, right? You know, again, these like projecting white supremacist patriarchal relationship roles on to black people, you know? It's fucking fucked. Absolutely fucked. Pre-2000 albums, some have to have some sexism in, like similar bands at the time. They had a feud with Eminem. What the fuck? That's crazy. Being the way of the— by the way, irrelevant to anything, absinthe is dangerous. Like, listen, you know, I told you. I know that you were like, oh, you don't actually trip from it, rare, but it's mad stuff, yo. It's
these people ever find love until they get off these fucking sites. Just saying.
I think I'm more empathetic than I was. And I think
so what's the problem? What's the problem with what, Nate Officer?
Because I while we were together, I got my social work degree, and I think that helped me sort of figure out how to navigate challenging conversations. I have always been really ambitious. And I'm sure you're familiar, but just being a black woman, I was always taught that is, I had to, like, in order for me to get just a little bit of what I wanted, you know, I had to.
He has relationship problems, the black guy? No, this video is called Death to Black Love. FD Signifier is talking about how in black relationships, a lot of white supremacist patriarchal relationship roles get enforced onto black people in relationships with each other, kind of thing. And I guess this video is about liberation from that. And you know, he's ordered a lot of people. He's got a lot of videos from. Right, black love is a stereotype of relationships, right? And he's got a lot of interviews from lots of different couples, you know, black couples, and look, well, obviously it looks like interracial here as well, you know, to get insight into, you know, into that stereotype.
More, I had to be better, and so I've always been.
Blacks are conservative by nature. Yeah, man. Yeah. Obviously, bro. Obviously they are. You really just popped into the stream with an account created January 28th, 2022. Right? Just straight up saying in the chat, black man here. And you're like, blacks are naturally conservative. Are you serious, bro? Get the fuck out of here, man. You disgusting piece of shit. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here, man. You think I was fucking born yesterday? Fucking hell.
Very ambitious and a high achiever.
You know, and alright, whatever, like, you know, you can't fucking judge people on the internet, but like, I'm just saying the amount of people in my community that are, you know, people of color, they don't come in a chat. They don't come in a chat and be like, yo, I'm black, by the way. Do you know what I mean? They just don't do that. It's pretty sus. And like on the internet, a lot of the time, if someone says that, they're just a fucking white guy who are just trying to be use an excuse to be like, yeah, I'm conservative. I'm fucking conservative. So just get fucking better, to be honest. You know what I mean? If you are a black guy and you're out here saying like insane shit like blacks are conservative by nature because of church, bro, come on.
And in our relationship, I always felt
by nature, you know. By fucking nature, you know. Honestly, what the fuck?
I know that sounds corny, but like
thank you for the follows, by the way.
It just kind of worked out.
Try and understand things from her point of view. And like I said, I've not always been
by nature
able to.
Welcome back, Ellie Simone, by the way.
Tried. And I think that's what she's been responding to is she could see me trying to figure things out, trying to understand things from her.
And by the way, I want to say, like, yeah, I know that fucking legit there are conservative black people out there. I'm not saying that person is definitely not black. I'm not saying anything like that because I know that's problematic, right? But honestly, like, if you're not trying to confuse me, I don't know why you needed to say that. You know?
Yeah, there were just things that I just couldn't get, and there's still things I just can't get because there are experiences that I am never going to have.
Really cool about being poly in that you have partners who have been around, how do I put this? Basically who have been around for enough years that they've seen you grow with other people and with them, which is one of the coolest things ever. And I feel like we don't talk about that enough in the polyamorous community. It's great that we can have conversations where it's like, oh, do you remember when I was dating so-and-so and I did this terrible thing? And it's like, oh yes, I do remember. Let me never do that terrible thing again. Thank you for calling me out and hearkening back to that time I did that. Or even like, hey, remember when you were doing this terrible thing and now you've stopped doing it? You can see the growth, but sometimes it's hard to see growth when you're your own individual. But when you have a partner who's been there for 4, 5, 6, etc. years, who's seen all of these things and can say, no, hey, I actually see the growth. It might be weird for you to see because you're in your own body, your own head. It's very incremental to you. But like, I've been sitting on the outside and I can see it and I can help contextualize that for you.
If you're making a choice about your own willingness to heal alongside someone or your willingness to heal alone, both of those have to be done in the context of self-compassion. And when you offer your self-compassion, then you're better able to stop evaluating people out of this lens of perfection. You're hoping for that unicorn of a black man, forgetting that he went through similar trauma spaces.
I love how Soccer in the chat was like, we're just watching the video and chilling, Nate. We're not trying to critique it or anything. You gave that person like way too much of the benefit of the doubt. You were like, yeah, they're just like coming in to just like chill and hang out and like, you know, this, that, and the other, like, you know, just take it real seriously.
He went through racism and classism and whatever other isms might impact a black man. And you have no compassion for that because you don't have compassion for yourself. And that's not to say to settle. I'm saying focus on all the areas where you're still hurting. Yeah. All the things that continue to trigger you. Likely because you haven't been offered compassion. It has not been.
I'm just going to go to the toilet real quick, gang. I'll leave the video running for you. The
practice of self-compassion is going to be really tough to attract the type of man that can then, one, offer you the type of things that you're interested in receiving and do it in a compassionate way, not a manipulative way.
And it takes a certain level of maturity and self-actualization to be like, hold up, everybody is coming in ain't golden. Hold on. Let me spin this back. Pause. I need some self-actualization time, some alone time. Then I need to come back and readdress this dating thing with, what have I been missing? What do I find attractive? What don't I find attractive? And then ask yourself why. My filter wasn't up. And so as I start clicking the drop down filter on different things and start looking at a woman as a whole human being with all of these different millions of attributes,
right?
I started to see more and more who I wanted.
We got to a point like where we were just fighting all the time about nonsense. And now I was the one starting the fights because.
Hey, Samurai Sphinx, what's going on? What have I been missing? Nothing much, really. We've just been chilling until like just like a horrific fucking racist came into the chat. Honestly,
there was some
like just honestly like
a lot of displaced anger towards him that I didn't even realize was there. Being in therapy has helped me find ways to help.
I feel like what people do, yeah. I feel like people will literally go to people's streams who are looking for, because I just want to check, because I feel like so weird. I thought this guy was a streamer, so I wanted to see if he did any streams, but there's no videos available. I don't think anyone's following him. But yeah, whatever. Just like a fucking conservative, just like a dickhead. I feel like people must just like search for FD Signifier's videos and just be like, I'm gonna go be racist in his videos. You know, that's what I'm gonna do.
Have better conversations with him, be able.
I'd like to point out that leftists don't go to conservative streams to troll. Trolling culture seems to lead very implicitly right. Nah, you're not that correct about that. Like some leftists really like. I've done that. I've gone to right-wing streams to troll them. It's one of the funniest things to do. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, I guess I'm left-wing and an asshole, you know? Yeah, it's fucking funny. So, you know, here's the thing. Doing a little trolling is like fun, actually, and cool. If the people that you're trolling are horrific bigots. You know what I mean? Horrific bigots. Like, you know, that's absolutely fine. Go for your fucking life. As long as it doesn't become like, you know, toxic or like a weird thing. Do you know what I mean? I don't fucking know. Just like, you know, be smart about it. But it is extra funny if you can like go to like, you know, maybe like, I'm not telling anyone in this stream to go and do it, by the way. I'm just saying it's something that I've done. And when I say trolling, I don't mean like lying. I mean just like representing their views for what they actually mean and repeating that to them. And then they go, no, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not what it is at all. It's not racist to say that white genocide is real. You know, because you call them out for what it is. Like, in that sense, yeah, for sure I've trolled right-wingers and right-wing streams. I literally went to Blizzard's Twitch channel when they banned that guy for saying free Hong Kong, and went in there and was like spamming free Hong Kong until they made like, no, I didn't do it on a Twitch fucking alt. I wouldn't do that. I did it all on this account. Are you crazy? Why would I need an alt for that? Why would I need an alt? You know. And then like, yeah, I was trying to spam free Hong Kong until they made it so that you couldn't do that. They made it so that it was a sub-only chat in there. Yeah, I've done all that kind of shit. Yeah, fuck it's fucking sick. Donald Trump had a Twitch channel. You think I'm not gonna go in there and fucking troll the guy?
To communicate with
Obviously,
him.
I wouldn't be trolling him directly, but as like staffers and shit, yeah, fuck yeah. Make it so they want to quit their jobs. Fuck them.
Better as far as like things that I need, or just kind of redirect behaviors that I was doing that weren't healthy.
It's definitely been a lot of sink or swim moments. Especially this decade. This decade is rough. Like, I'd be looking back like, yo, if you still in a relationship with your person or people.
Yo, can't have that in the chat, Cryo Ghoul. I'm sorry, I can't have anything to do with that. But yes, I know what you mean. Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's probably not a good thing to talk about in the Twitch chat. Do you know what I mean? In terms of service and stuff. You get me, right? You get me. You know we're good. You're not in trouble or anything. Just can't have it in the chat.
You got in a relationship from 2010 to 2020. Shout out to you, because this shit has been crazy. And I think instead of like trauma bonding, what we've done
you know the score.
We've tried to like evolve together.
But even when things go right, even when money and economic access to capital isn't an issue, we still see that things don't happen perfectly because we're trying to exist in a framework that doesn't fit.
Highly respectable
characters
behavior.
Like Marcus or Insecure's Lawrence, these images of black men trying to manage roles as patriarch and their own sense of self find issues with finding fulfilling partnership apart from their high valued status. That said, I feel like, and maybe it's just from my standpoint, I haven't seen a lot of media created or centered around black women who embody that same paradox. I feel like I've noticed the same thing, that even when there are black female characters on the screen, that they still fit into certain boxes. And for those black women that seemingly have it all, they don't really problematize what that might feel and look like to women living that in real life. The pressure of having to exhibit black girl magic.
The dream is, you know, you have your kids and you're able to love on them and cater to them, at least, you know, in their earliest time, right? Mm-hmm. And then your husband or your partner covers the provision, again, the money, mm-hmm. right? To make sure that you're comfortable in doing it all. And while we couldn't have lived the lifestyle we lived without both of us contributing, and I want to be very clear about that, there were times that because I wanted to still meet and adhere to the stereotypes of what a good loving mother should look like, it was a struggle. It was something to process because everything else was telling me, girl, you doing too much, and why?
Really hard decision because I was offered another position for a very big company doing marketing, and I turned it down. So here I was on this trajectory, you know, in corporate America, and my career was moving so fast, but I decided that I wanted to stay at home with my children. I don't regret making that decision. Mm-hmm. I really enjoy being at home with my children, but at the same time, well, what did you go to school for? What did you spend all that time for? What did you work so hard for? What's gonna happen if he decides he's gonna leave one day? All those things. You get those questions, you get that pressure, and it's very intense.
So it's like I see you typing and bouncing a baby on your arm and trying to do something. I'm like, yo, word? We were working through dropping those roles that she saw her mom and her grandmother step up and do all of the parenting, right? And so it's like she has to step off that expectation, and I'm helping her step back off the expectation. Like, hey, I'm a full present father, loving, caring father. So
every day.
So
there is something called good enough parenting for a reason, and I see now holding yourself to parenting perfection.
So many ways they force this patriarchy on young mums. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's fucking absolutely dry. And also, like, it's a really, like, old school idea that you need to, like, have a baby early on as well, right? Do you know what I mean? I get for some people, like, you can't avoid it, you know, if it's like, if you're gonna, you know, if you fucking, like, you know, someone's been irresponsible, or, like, you know, birth control has not gone right, or whatever, and it's like, fuck, you can't get an abortion or whatever, because I know these things happen, and then when you're pregnant, you go, shit, I want this baby. Like, I get that happens, but, like, generally speaking, it's like, it's a really sort of, like, patriarchal idea to, like, get girls pregnant young, in it. Do you know what I mean? Well, I shouldn't say girls, like, I get someone pregnant young, you know? It's really fucked. I just feel like that's so fucked. Yeah, you can have a baby you can have a baby whenever the fuck you want, as far as I'm considered, as long as it's consensual. Do you know what I mean? Don't let me stop you. But I just feel like that tradition, because like I think about my mum, right? And I think about my mum. My mum had me when she was 21, and I'm like, what was my dad doing? My dad was 35, right? You know what I mean? My dad was 35. She was 21. I've not dropped any frames, Lilith. Sorry, yeah, there might be an issue on your end. I don't think I have. No, I don't have latency options. Was it latency options? Quality options? I don't have quality options today because I forgot to try and get them, if you know what I mean. But yeah, transcoding, that's what it's called. Yeah. You're 22, holy crap, holy age gap, Batman. Well, yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, imagine, right? In the UK, they have them even younger to 16. I've seen so many forced into that trap of finding a man quick. Right, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Like, what? Honestly, I'm just like, it's just so bad. It's just honestly so bad. It's so out of this world, like, you know. It's just not, it's like, I don't want to say it's not normal. It's just like, there's so much. Who we got here? Cosmic Shade, hello. There should be no expectations on women and when they should be having kids, settling down. Each woman is an individual, it's up to them. Right, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Even now at 27, I couldn't imagine being with a 20-year-old. It just seems so young. Right, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And if you're going to enter into a relationship, especially, right? If you're especially going to enter into a relationship with someone that young, at that much of an age gap, there's like an implied power dynamic, right? We've spoken about this on the stream before, 100%. And my dad definitely had that implied power dynamic with my mum. You know, it's just absolutely wild. It's like, yeah, get married, have a baby, and then the next thing you know, he's fucking a 17-year-old. Do you know what I mean? That's now my stepmom. I don't even think I've ever told anyone in the stream that, but yeah, you remember before when I said I didn't want to emulate my dad's mistakes? Yeah, fucked up, incredibly fucked up. But yeah, it's it's absolutely fucked.
Relationship turmoil and personal pain. Because when I come up against these ideas of who I want to be as a mother and who I am as a mother, they are not going to be the same thing. Who I want to be as a mother does not happen in the world I'm in, like in the context I'm in.
My dad had a type for sure.
Us having no family around, like it's just.
Oh, it's okay, Ellie. Honestly, I appreciate that. I appreciate the huggers. I do, yeah, because you know what? I'm being toxic. I'm being a toxic man. I'm being like, oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. No, yeah, it's fucked up. It's absolutely fucked up. It makes me feel like a mistake. Do you know what I mean? Because like he went and had this kid with this woman, and then he was like, nope, sorry, don't give a fuck. Like literally was out with my stepmom while my mom was in looking after me when I was a baby, innit? Do you know what I mean? Fucked. Just absolutely fucked. It really does fuck with me a lot, you know what I mean? But it's like, how do I bring that up to my dad? How do I bring it up to him? This is one of the biggest hurdles in my like sort of developmental relationship with my dad. I'm like, one day I want to say that to him because he has to know how much it fucked me up. You know what I mean? Not just me, but my mom as well. You know, it fucked my mum up. So it's just like, fuck, honestly, like, seriously. So yeah, I appreciate the huggers, yeah. Yeah, was he a dad or just a sperm donor? Well, here's the thing, he's absolutely a dad. Because he looks after me. He looks after me, right? Do you know what I mean? I'm in a very privileged position because of him. But I think it's important. I think it's important to like, you know, just sort of be like, yeah, you know, this is what you did. This is how it made me feel. And I just needed to make sure that you know that, innit? You know what I mean? I just wanted you to know that. Don't expect you to do anything about it, because whatever, it was fucking 30 odd years ago. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you just want people to know, innit? This is what you did. This is how I feel. So yeah. You're in a similar situation with your dad? Honestly, yeah. Sending you huge love, Lilith, because it sucks. Over the years I've known you, Muel, you felt more and more confident turning around to your dad and saying things that don't sit right with you, so I believe you'll be able to say it someday. Yes, I will. You're right. 100% Tajan. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. It is going to happen.
I need a village. We need a...
Sorry, I missed what Cosmic said in the chat. I'm 28, a female. All I hear from older generations is when I'm going to settle down, find a man. When am I settling down? One of my most favorite ones is when someone in the family has a kid, they look at me and tell me I'm next. No thanks. You know what? I had a similar situation. Obviously not with the, like, you know, misogyny. But I have a similar situation because it's like every single one of my fucking stepbrothers and sister got fucking married, you know, last year, and they're all like my age or a bit older. And everyone at the fucking weddings was like, you know, literally, I was going through a breakup during like every single one of the weddings. Like I broke, like my ex broke up with me, and it was my little brother's wedding, and I went there, and everyone at the wedding was like, "Oh, you're going through a breakup right now, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yes." Why is that relevant? Like, what the fuck? You know, it's just like, come on, I don't want to speak about it. I don't want to talk about it, especially at the fucking wedding. Come on. And then like we got back together after the wedding, and then my sister got married, and we'd broken up again. And then there was enough questions again, and I'm just like, fuck me, are you serious? Honestly, like it's hard enough for me to see shit like this and go through a breakup than to have people just like ask me about it, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, man, fuck off.
Village, and we don't.
Weddings suck. They suck. Why do they suck so much? Although in Jewish weddings, it is dead fun to get your fucking siblings like this and spin them around as much as you can. That's actually really fun. I did really enjoy that. So that bit was sick. But yeah, no, they suck in general. I agree, 100%. You barely have a life, full-time carer for family members between two households. I don't even have time to see people. How the hell am I gonna find someone? Right, sure, exactly. And here's the thing: why is that even a thing? Why should that not be, you know, just okay? Why should that not be just okay for someone to do? Like, why do you have to be in a relationship for anyone, like, you know, any gender? Yeah, doing the chair thing. Yeah, and when it was my older brother's wedding, we had like the advanced Israeli dancing where we basically got like fucking big fucking tablecloths, and like we fucking lay him on it, and we're like fucking flipping him up in the air like that. It was mad. That was absolutely fucking sick. But yeah, other than that, it sucked.
Have that, and so that limited capacity is like, how much time do I want to give to, and how much time do I want to give to Ramon? How much time do I want to give to Candace? And then how much time do I want to give to my business and my job?
Just to say, man, something's gonna suffer. When you got as many things and as many goals and as many high expectations as we do for every part of our lives, something's gonna suffer.
Thanks for the invitation. I shan't attend thine breeding ceremony. Right, you know when weddings will this is the only time that weddings are going to get cool, right? When instead of a wedding, it's just a party to show everyone how much you love each other and you want to share that with people, and it becomes open like that. That's the only time that weddings will get sick, when they're not weddings, when they're like a new thing that they probably were years ago, like, you know, thousands of years ago and shit. But like, you know, you know, I think that's the only time. I think that's the only time that weddings will be sick, right? Also, hi RJ. Yeah, I noticed you there with the love hearts. How you doing? Imagine me with the baby announcements, photos wearing shirts like bun in the oven. I made the dough. Oh, yeah. 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 It's so dry. It's so dry. It's like I'm the cummer and he put the cum inside me, right? That's what those t-shirts are saying. It's so cringe. Like, why do I want to know that? No one wants to know that. There's a really good cum dumpster and cummer, right? There's a really good TikTok about that. Hang on. I show this all the time. It's so fucking funny. I can't remember her name. What's her fucking name? Oh my god. I'm gonna have to go on my fucking followed accounts again. It's me. Oh no, what's her name? It's so fucking funny. Hang on, I'm gonna find it. I have to find it. I have to find it. Right, I'm following 245 people. Right, let's find her. Let's find her. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna find her. I think it's before I followed most of the left-wing people. It's one of my early followers. Not early followers. I don't follow. She don't follow me, but I follow her. I'm going, where is it? Come on. It's going to be worth it, this. I tell you what, I'll play the video while I'm looking for it.
And you have to pick the thing that's going to suffer. Otherwise, it will choose itself for you.
So to illustrate this, going back to love life, we see Marcus eventually finally get with Mia, and she convinces him to stop working to...
Have you liked the video? It might be in your liked. RJ, I am addicted to TikTok. I like at least 100 videos a day. There's no way I'm finding it in my like videos, bro. I appreciate that, but there's no fucking way I'm finding it in there, bro.
Until this point, Mia has always made more money than Marcus. In exchange for this, he
see you later, Cosmic. Thank you so much for being here, honestly.
Takes on the brunt of childcare, though partially it's an excuse to avoid the fear of failure as a creative. Eventually, Marcus is successful at writing his book and clearly comes up, and he offers a similar opportunity for Mia to leave her job, which seems ideal, right? However, one thing they don't really tackle is in that time frame, it doesn't really engage with the fact that Mia has to work and be black girl magic throughout her child's earliest years. That is something, again, I don't see a lot of discourse around. We have this neoliberal girl bossy image of the woman that works through childcare and maybe makes enough money to outsource her domestic labor that is missing from the home to someone else. And while that's fine if that's what works, it doesn't engage with what it feels like to be a mother who has to leave their child to be in an office, especially for black mothers, for which motherhood historically has always been
I found the channel.
In a complex and perilous reality to face.
Are you fucking serious? Condola, stop acting like I'm a fucking stranger. I'm his father.
You're barely ever here. And you never check in, not about his swimming or food. And you don't even give me more than 3 hours notice when you're not coming.
I have a job.
And you moved away.
Yeah, to take a job I already had before you blew my life up.
Blew your life up?
Yeah.
You are not a fucking victim.
Well, you made a decision without me, and now you're trying to use it as an excuse to keep him from me.
Wow.
How do you feel?
Okay, I found it.
Recto Patronus.
This is the best video in the world. I love this so much.
Erecto Patronus. Mommy and Daddy solemnly swear that we've been up to no good. Welcome to the world, baby Shrek the Third, now on DVD at hotmail.net. This Halloween, this Freddy Krueger was all up in my guts. And now there's a little monster growing inside me. Welcome to the world, baby Ted Bundy, alpha male grindset Jones. Making the sweetest pumpkin pie in her oven. And it only took 1 cup of mommy, 3 pumps of daddy, and a whole lot of milk. Welcome to the world, baby Kaylee, McKenna, and Psalm John 3:3. Mommy's been playing with Daddy's Infinity Stones, and now our cinematic universe is growing by 1 more variant. Welcome to the world, baby Ant-Man Shoulda Woulda Thanos' Butthole the 7th. erectile
I love her so much. Go check out Because I'm Missy. She's so fucking funny. 3 pumps. All right, Mr. Marathon. Yeah, right. Right, exactly. I'm being dealt 1d6 damage every second of that. I know, it's so fucking funny. There's like another one. Oh, it's the Christmas one. The Christmas one is fucking hilarious.
Bryce likes his ham like he likes his women. Thick, golden brown, and drenched in his thick, creamy gravy. Welcome to the world, baby Eustace Cornelius St. Nick. Santa is coming. But so was Daddy. Looks like Santa won't be the only crusty, girthy white guy that comes down my chimney this year. I've been a little naughty this year, but that didn't stop Bryce from delivering the biggest, girthiest package of my life. And our little elf is arriving this year. Snow isn't the only thing Bryce was plowing this year. It hurts so hard. Merry Christmas.
Oh, that's so fucking good. I fucking love it so much. Oh, God. That's fucking great. That's so good. Right, sorry about that. Right, let's get back into it. Gender roles ain't it.
I've been with AJ.
Oh, that's the funniest shit.
Years.
That's the funniest shit, right? Both of them are just like falling about laughing at it.
Now, literally around the time this video is coming out, back in 2004 is when we met, right in time for Valentine's Day. And she is a completely different woman today at 37 than the one I met when she was 19, as am I. I often call her AJ version 3 at this point. And at various points in our relationship, we've had to make the conscious decision to love and partner with the new version of the person that is emerging from the cocoon and ashes of the old one. I'm gonna make a haughty and maybe unfair assumption here, but I get the strong feeling that a lot of single consumers of dating guru content, and along with a lot of these terminally online commentators about relationships, don't have a lot of healthy experiences with dealing with partners over the long term. Because the way I see it, the folks coming through with these hot takes clearly have not been very successful in their love partnerships, which I'm sorry to hear that. I'm gonna go to an easy example. Let's talk about Lawrence and Issa from Insecure. Despite the overall love for this show in the final season, which just aired a couple of months ago, it was a tad bit divisive, and I get that. And there are a lot of reasons that I completely understand for people to feel like the show didn't quite stick the landing. But to me, an issue a lot of fans had was the final coupling of Issa and Lawrence together. I already made a video about how much I love Lawrence as a character at the end of season 4, and those feelings have not.
Wait, Santa is the literal patron saint of sex workers? Yeah, I've heard that before, defo. He also punched a dude once? Wait, what?
Change, but we have to now engage with the final season. To summarize it though, Lawrence is a great character because he's flawed, and because his flaws are relatable and in many ways for a black man on screen transgressive. Unlike typical male leads in romance stories, Lawrence's flaws aren't that he's unwilling to settle down or is aloof and has a womanizing habit. He doesn't have to be tamed. In fact, he kind of already is. He's indecisive and often passive. He's a person that thinks and contemplates and can be unsure of himself of when to act. When we meet Lawrence, he's in the middle of an early life crisis and a depression, and white patriarchy doesn't endorse us openly accepting black men in this state. I think this is one of the reasons why him and Issa ending up together at the end of the show is as divisive as it is for the fandom, because he's really the opposite of the typical male love interest lead. And this is not to ignore the faction of toxicity in some of his supporters, but again, you can watch the old video for that. For me, I love that Issa and Lawrence ended up together because it really offered a more useful message about love and black love that we often don't get in romance stories. You recognize how much of this relationship wasn't about fulfilling a fantasy of black love, but it was a choice between them to partner with each other despite the shortcomings and flaws.
So do you believe it'll work out?
I'm okay with finding out.
By the end of the show, Lawrence is very different, but he's not perfect, he's not fixed, and he still has some of the same flaws. And an extra kid by another woman. And Issa has grown a lot, but she's not perfect, and her growth isn't so
Lemmy, I absolutely love Pet the Mule. It's the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
much fixing her flaws,
If he's still here, by the way.
but accepting them as who she is. What sticks out to me in this final shot of them together, successfully co-parenting or whatever in a beautiful home with the idealistic capitalist accoutrements of look how we got it, we made it, black love goes, y'all. But it's that conversation they had at the end of last season where they worked through some deep and ugly issues that they had with each other to figure out a way to come back together because they realized that they made each other happy.
Being comfortable and being secure in someone to be able to just share whatever is on your mind at any given time. I think that for us, we go back and forth a lot with banter and debate, but again, it's just being able to not have to hold anything in.
Getting there wasn't we actively decided that we had to like walk into this new door. It was, he was trying to get in and I'm moving him out the way, and like we had to like really push ourselves through.
I was trying to decide how I want to live my life. And when I'm at a crossroads, how do I make those decisions? And I decided that I really wanted to make decisions based off of desire, faith, and wisdom. And when me and him later would be having conflicts or just points where decisions had to be made, I had already told myself that I wasn't going to be making choices out of fear, and I wasn't going to be making choices out of emotional laziness. I was going to be making choices out of faith and desire and wisdom. And so when I held myself accountable to that commitment that I made to me, I feel like it made conflict between us resolve.
Yeah. You think you're going to this a little bit too fast? I mean, what do you call fast? You're gonna go through life with that person, and that's what you want to do. You're gonna do it, and it's not like, oh, we're gonna get to know each other in these 2 years that we talk, and we're in a relationship with this boyfriend and girlfriend. We get to know each other and all this and that. Then what happens when we get married? That means that we stop trying to get to know each other. Is that what that means? Because I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of stuff you're finding out about your wife. Like and these are things that's what keeps the relationship alive. I mean, there's a lot of things that keep it alive, but that's one of them. You just keep learning over and that's the best part of it.
Conflict doesn't get enough attention in terms of how we think about love. Like, we will see plenty of fights and romance stories and dramas, but we never get to see the conflict.
RJ, you got to do that tab autocorrect, bro. You got to do that tab autocorrect. Just type pet the tab. Boom. There it is. Pet the boom. There you go. Lemmy, I can't believe you're at work watching my stream. What the fuck? I'm actually joking. I love the fact that you're at work and you're watching my stream. Slack off. Do your best to slack. Lenny, are you in a union? Oh, you finished at 8? Oh, okay, alright. Well, you should join a union anyway. Who's working at 4? Who's working 4 hours? You worked for 4 hours? Education during work is praxis. That's right. Damn it, Lenny. What the hell? What the hell?
Processed and...
You work 24 hours a week? Give me that job, yo. Give me that job. Usually 2 8 hours and 2 4 hours. Holy fucking shit. No, it's mine. No!
Resolved in a way that reflects the nature of what it's like to partner with another human with flaws and issues and traumas. But you know what movie I think does do a great job of revealing how...
Right. Those hours are so desirable, honestly. Such desirable hours. Just gotta learn Dutch and then you can do this job too. Well, that's easy because it's just a made-up language. You just have to go, if mein Papa give me ein clap, then fucking rinky spunky,
how hard and ugly this can be. A movie that I've loved but been scared
Drinky spunky.
Bring up for the last year.
What do you mean that was closer to German? What are you talking about?
Because everybody else hated it. Malcolm and Marie, and I'm not alone.
Your mind is not fucking based on you. It's an amalgamation.
Yeah, 40 hours is full time in thingy. Yeah, you're on part time. Just say, I'm not saying that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that out loud. Cozy? Wait, what? Oh, that's right. You told me that in London. Bro, I don't remember what I did yesterday. I'm not going to remember a word that you taught me in London that's from a made-up weed language. Yeah, but you said like this word, they have it specifically for a scenario like what we were in that bar, innit? You were like, this is very gezellig. And I like that, yeah. I like that. I like that. I remember what it means now, yeah. In it. Yeah, in it. I agree.
Of a whole different thing, a whole bunch of things.
Who?
People.
What? People.
It's because, you know, Malcolm and Marie is not a beloved film, not very popular to the internet folks. But how did
I almost want to watch it again. No, we don't abuse.
New gezellig sheg with a lot of phlegm. Now happy shag. What the fuck you on about? What does that mean? What, like shag? What you on about?
Each other.
A happy shag?
No, we don't, you know, all those things, right?
Yes.
We banter like that.
We can have a cozy shag.
we go back and forth. We match wits. We
Now I'm just imagining like a public orgy. Do you know what I mean? Like in a... Yeah, well, that's what I mean by shagging can be cozy. Like you shag in a cozy place, but with all your friends. Now I'm just thinking about that.
Go analyze each other, even though we don't have the credentials.
No credentials.
I have diagnosed him with a many of things, and he has done the same. I stand by said diagnosis.
I'm making fun of stereotypes about Dutch people. I mean, you're in my stream. You don't need to announce that.
From the abusive language and the...
I mean, I don't know where you're coming from being Belgian. You know, what the fuck are you doing in Belgium? Just like, oh well, we're not really France. We're just gonna be something else. What do you do that's different than France? Nothing. Fucking nothing. What, have you got like chips? You've got like a special kind of chips or something? I don't know. Bro, we wrecked the Belgian. Fake Dutch. Just living south of them, it comes to me.
Unhinged eating of macaroni. My wife and I...
Belgium made the Smurfs and Tintin. Well, that's cursed. That's cursed. Okay, well, you know, Tantan.
Connected.
I don't even know what we have.
Deeply to the profound conflict and ugliness put on display in this movie. A type of conflict that can only happen in a relationship that is imperfect and possibly even unhealthy. And I saw so many...
Beer, that's it. Beer. Stella Artois. Right, yeah. Stella Artois. That very, very good, not overrated beer.
Think pieces about how toxic this relationship was and how...
And the Front 242. Really, really good techno band. They did Master Hit and Headhunter. You know about Front 242? What's JCVD? In general, I don't seriously like generalizing countries. Well, I won't do that to you then, Vord. Oh, Jean-Claude Van Damme. It's old school EBM. Old school EBM is techno. What are you talking about? EBM. That wasn't even a thing back in the day. What are you on about? EBM? EBM? Evidence-based medicine. Oh, no, it is. It was in the 80s. No, that's my bad. A genre of electronic music developed in the 1980s in Western Europe. I've never heard of that before. Isn't that how growth of both punk, industrial music cultures? Yeah. Whatever. It's fucking techno. Whatever. Give over, man. Give over.
Obviously, the problem was
I'm a proper goth. Yeah, whatever. All right, whatever.
It's easy to identify because, you know, it's always the brother's fault. I'll just say two things can be true at once. While these are all fair criticisms, it's shallow from my standpoint, and it really misses the point of the film. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to have these types of issues or these types of fights. However, I have. Because at the end of the day, Malcolm and Marie only give a glimpse into addressing that type of conflict on one night. And I was grateful to the film for putting on screen something that is rarely seen. The image of just how brutal long-term partnership can be. That only a person who has been with you for years, who's seen you at your lowest, who knows your deepest insecurities, can destroy you in the way a long-term partner can. Love is not safe. In fact, it's the opposite of that. You share bills, a house, a bed. That person is a liability. They are uniquely positioned to hurt you, and you have to be okay with that. That is the reality of what all of you say you're looking for.
That's why I've always listened to Bob Marley's advice, even though Bob Marley, not great at relationships because he basically just had like pure wife, like just cheated on his wife all the time. But I thought it was a really good notion. Everybody in life is going to hurt you. You just have to decide who's worth getting hurt for. That's always been my fucking mantra.
You might be the first woman I've talked to where most of the black women that raised you were married.
Yeah.
And have been married. Like not too many divorces, I don't think. I mean,
so in my mind, that kind of made it real. You know, this is not for play. This is like if you are married to a person, then it's like a different level of acceptance, a different level of protection, a different level of everything, a different level of loyalty, because their commitment. And I just think that that's just what I saw.
Just going my own area. Like I be needing my own space. So like if she get on my nerves, she probably gonna be she could probably be upstairs, I'm downstairs. Me, like I'll go somewhere, I'll go sit at a bar or something, whatever. Like I just find a way to just like get away for a minute. What brings me back, like once I leave, I start missing her. So that's when I just be like, back to normal.
Monogamy, not that it has to be this way, but I think that a lot of standard monogamous, especially heteronormative relationships, you don't have to confront as much conflict as soon or as often right away in your relationship. And you can kind of just float by in a prescriptive way. Your relationship ages much faster. And that is a make or break experience.
Polyamory doesn't leave room for a lack of conflict resolution. There isn't room, because if you have envy, if you have jealousy, if you have any emotion that you would like normally have in a relationship, it gets multiplied, because you have to address those things, because they're going to see other people. So, and they're going to hang out with other people. You need to address these things and like have, as they call them, crunchy conversations. And I think while it's a fun word, it's also good to not say bad or hard conversations, in my opinion, just because I think those words imply that talking and communicating through conflict isn't the thing to do.
Yeah, some people are not multifaceted. They're like a one-trick pony. And they feel like if it's not this way, if it's not the way that my mother and father did it, if it's not the way that my grandparents did it, then it's not going to be successful. Not knowing that your grandparents slept in a separate bed for a reason. It's like, yeah, they stayed together, but it wasn't like a great stay together. It was like we tolerate. We tolerate each other.
And I never want to be in a marriage where I'm tolerated. I want to still be, when we get 70, 80 years old, I still want to love her and I want her to love me just like we do now.
To watch Malcolm and Marie run this exhausting, torturous marathon of conflict was cathartic for me and AJ because we've done that. We fought quietly, loudly, and dramatically for a few days as we worked through a serious conflict in our partnership. We don't argue much. We manage conflict around our differences. And for those things that we can't or won't change about each other, we make the conscious decision to partner in love through anyway, despite those flaws, because we value our partnership and family. But all of us who've been in love have looked like this, miserable.
If you do it like your mum, you're going to marry 3 times, divorce twice, and divorce twice after 12 to 14 years. Fucking hell. Your grandparents lived in different buildings, never mind different beds. My grandfather just lived at his business for years. Holy shit. How much do you have to, like, hate your marriage to do that, to not even live in the same house? That sucks. That fucking sucks.
Broken, tired. And this isn't black.
Don't forget, gang, vote on which movies to be doing. That we're going to watch, which movie we're going to watch, as well as Ne Passaran in the Discord. Oh, they loved each other. They just had a very rocky relationship. They celebrated their Ruby wedding and everything. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah. I guess in context, you kind of made it sound like they really hated their marriage. Your grandparents were married for 50 years, always slept in the same bed, but never showed affection. Yeah.
Love goals, but this is a part of it. It's just a part no one wants to put out there because who would want to buy it? Who would post this? There are no pictures of me and AJ after a long, exhausting fight or disagreement at our lowest. It's only the family photos, the fun times, the highlight reel. But both of these moments, the ones you see and the ones you don't, are a part of our partnership and our love story. AJ said in the conversation that I didn't catch on film that few of us have ever seen a couple walk through a valley together successfully. We only usually see the aftermath. We hear the Lemonade album or see the exclusive interview or read the divorce announcement. And we judge so harshly as if all 3 of those things aren't reasonable things to do when a partnership does become too much and does fail. We all want 90s Will and Jada, but we had a lot to say about Will and Jada sitting at the red table.
Literally all the 5 senses are I mean, depends on where we are, tasting, and it's activated because I want to, like, that memory of where I am with, like, my favorite person is something that I want to, like, just hold on to, and it's important to me, so that I can, because we use also a phrase, remember when, so it's, you know, we can share that moment together, and it kind of, like, if we're having a rough day or something's hard, I can go back to a sheep field or watching the sunset over an apple orchard or watching the kids play, you know, all those things. Like, I'm savoring all of that in the moment so that on those days when he's not my best friend, you know, I can come back to that. And so it's easy to become very insular. And so putting Jamel first is act. It's that labor that you speak of, and making sure that I'm actively loving him or making sure that I am a loving person or I'm thinking about him throughout the day.
Challenges that we have in relation, a lot of challenges we have inside of relationships, sometimes it's not most times it's not necessarily directed at the person that's in front of you. It's more a pattern that you've kind of developed over your lifetime, right? And different, what did my therapist say? Different spaces, different people, but the same emotion, the same feeling.
You have to keep constantly communicating about everything. About things that are bothering you, about things that are bringing you joy in your life, about things that you want to do, places that you want to go.
This is why my ex lost her fucking shit and just ended up being absolutely insufferable in my last relationship because I would do things that were just like little things, right, that I just didn't think twice about at all, and it would play on her mind because she wouldn't mention it, she wouldn't talk about it, she would just be like, you know, fucking, I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen, but it would like bounce around her head for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then she would just explode and be like, you're always doing this, you're doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck, man, where is this coming from? You know what I mean? And I said to her all the time, I was like, listen, yo, if I don't mind if you have an issue with me, that I'm not like, I can't have an issue with you having an issue with me, like, but just like present it in a normal way, like don't sit on it for like weeks. If you don't like something I've said, tell me about it, tell me why, you know what I mean? Say, look, I've just taken issue with what you said there, you know. But it was more than that, you know. She had like an inherent jealousy to our relationship anyway that I just could not do anything about. I literally couldn't have been more of a like what's the word, house husband, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, stay at home boyfriend. I didn't fucking go anywhere, and I was with her from the moment she finished work on a Friday. She would come here and she would stay till Monday morning, you know what I mean? But she still couldn't stop herself from saying to me when I'm like looking at my phone, who you talking to? Do you know what I mean? Who you looking at? Who you talking to? There'll be like Twitch streamers that I know, do you know what I mean, that come in the chat here all the time, and like I support them and stuff. And just because they're women, she was like, yeah, I'm not comfortable about that. I'm not comfortable with you like having a, you know what I mean, like talking to those people and stuff. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, she was on about like people like Annie. You know, like Annie fucking lives in fucking America. What, you think I'm just gonna fucking fly to America? You think I'm just gonna fly to America? You know, what is this? Like, what do you mean? Like, really sad. Like, this is the thing. Like, and I would say to her, because it was obviously like an issue. Yeah, it was obviously an issue. And I would say to her, I don't mind if you have that issue with me, just don't accuse me of doing something when I'm not, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind if you are getting anxious about, or paranoid potentially, because those are valid mental health issues to have, right? I don't mind if you get paranoid or anxious about me potentially speaking to people behind your back. Just tell me that that's how you're feeling when you have an anxiety like that, and we'll sort it out from there. Like, say, I'm just getting anxious, I feel like this person you're talking to is, you know, that you've got something going on or something, and I would be fine to talk to someone like that and like reassure her and be like, no, it's cool, babe, I love you. You know what I mean? Because that's an adult way of addressing it. But she couldn't do it to save her life, and that just ruined it for us. It ruined it for us. Your ex is trapped in that situation? Yeah, it sucks, honestly. Muel, you're bi, right? Did she know that? Because if she did, it seems weird. She only reacted like that to the women you knew and not the men. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is something I brought up to her. But then she did eventually bring it up with about one guy that I was with. You know, he came, it was Andy, actually. It was Andy. Like, I don't mind telling you now because I'm not fucking with her anymore, and Andy knows anyway. But yeah, she was literally like, when Andy came up to see me, she was like, where did he sleep? Did he sleep in your bed? And I'm like, why'd you fucking care? Do you know what I mean? Oh, all of a sudden now you care about, you know, that I could be attracted to other genders. You know, it was very invalidating that it was only women. And she said it was because women are a threat to her. And I was like, well, you know, that's not my issue, innit? Do you know what I mean? I can help you with that issue as much as I can, but largely speaking, what do you want me to do about that? You know what I mean? Yeah, well, hello, by the way, Feminist Critique. I don't know which one of you it is, but Go follow Feminist Critique, everybody. Fantastic peeps, Gracie and Ashleen. It's Ashleen, isn't it? But yeah, please go and give them a follow. Yeah, absolutely. It's Gracie on this account. How are you doing, Gracie? Yeah. Go follow Feminist Critique. Phenomenal channel. Ashleen's got her own separate one. Right, okay, right, fair enough. Oh yeah, I think I've seen Ashleen's account, yeah. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Gracie. Yeah. She dealt with a lot of trust issues, but like this was the thing, right? So this was the thing, is that she said to me, I just don't trust men, right? She said that like a lot of the time. She was bi as well, but she was largely with women for a lot of her adult life. Oh my God, Pink! Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Gracie. Yo, enjoy your ad-free viewing. Your sub badges and your emotes. Pink, you absolute bean. Thank you so much for the lurk sub. Holy shit, look at that. So she would say this, right? She would say this about like, oh, well, I just don't trust men. And she did have some horrific experiences with men that she talked about with me, right? That she shared with me. But she also told me that her last girlfriend before me, she'd found out that she'd been cheating on her, and she was having a talk with her and sorting it all out and stuff and this, that, and the other. I remember the story like clear as day when she told me, because I was like, what the fuck? And you'll see why. So she was like having the talk with her partner, and she was saying, babe, I'm so sorry. I can't, like, I'm never going to do this again. Like, honestly, this, that, and the other. And, you know, they like had sex and sorted it out, right? You know, they made up. And then my ex went out to the gym, but she like got to the gym, forgot some stuff. She came back home. Like, so she was only gone for like 10 minutes or whatever. She came back and literally walked in on her fucking someone else. And so I'm like, whenever she would say, I just don't trust men, I was like, really? Is it really that? Is it really that it's men, you know? Or is it just that like this is an overly arching, like, you know, bad experience that you've had with people of multiple genders? Do you know what I mean? And is it really, it's not you that's the problem, right? You have been fucking hurt so much that this trauma is like, it's gonna be across every single relationship that you have, you know? So it's not one gender that's giving it to you. I could understand if it was men, right? Don't get me wrong. I could totally understand if it was just men. But yeah, it was a real fuckery, and I felt really sorry for her. Like that's why I had to split up with her in the end, because it was like she split up with me first, and I had to split up with her because there's no way that I could have helped her with that, right? I can't help her with it, because here's the thing. I used to feel that way about relationships when I was like 21 to about 25, right? I had a real bad jealousy problem. And I knew, because this is what happened to me, the only way to deal with that is not only if you go to therapy, but also if you actually get with someone who ends up cheating on you and hurting you. Because when you're with people who haven't done that to you, and you're jealous of them, and you think that they're gonna do that to you, then when you actually come across someone who does do that to you, you're like, oh, that person I was with before, they weren't like this. You know what I mean? That's the only way that you're gonna that's the only way that she's gonna learn about that. And I really hope that she sorts it out. I just really hope that she's happy now. Do you know what I mean? Or is on the way to being happy, because it sucks. It fucking sucks.
Careers, kids.
Hello, Raspberry. How are you doing? Welcome in.
Dynamics, all of that stuff. You always have to constantly talk about these things. But if you're constantly communicating,
yeah, I hope they find better as well. Yeah, it sucks, right? Yeah,
you can identify those things earlier, and you can either try to work with it, work around it, or be more involved in it, so that it's not somebody so much moving away or going in a different direction as the family is moving in a different direction. That kind of course corrects itself.
On you, we've got nieces and nephews. We've got, our kids. We have people that we work, volunteers. Like, there's so many people watching us and seeing our development and seeing our successes. And then you've got those people who want so badly for you to fail.
I was telling someone the other day, the idea of you can't have your you can't expect your expectations of somebody, you know, your predicted expectations, like you're predicting how things are going to be and how they're going to be. You can't look at that in terms of like it was an official contract we signed.
A lot of people don't realize when they go into marriage, like it's teamwork. Like you're on a team, you're on a professional team. Like you got positions, everybody's gonna work together.
Right. You got
to know each other's, you got to learn each other's strengths and weaknesses.
I think the current state.
Sorry about that. My fucking neighbor just rang me then. The first non-poly person I ever made friends with was like that as well. His jealousy was ridiculous, though. He described looking at other people touching his partner in practically any way as if it induced physical pain. Managed to convince us that it was just a thing with all mono people experience until we talked about it with like a single other mono person. Right, you could be absolutely like... You could be absolutely monogamous and not experience jealousy. Like, I'm fluid in my polyamory. Like, I can be with multiple people, or I can be with just one person, you know? And it's like, it's like, for me, like, polyamory is not like, I don't know, fucking, what do I want to say here? It's not like the be all and end all. It does, I don't know, it's just, it's very fluid. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can do whatever kind of thing, you know what I mean? And I don't really define it as polyamory per se or whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? But it's like the most important part, I think, is just liberating yourself from that jealousy, you know, or like the idea that you own someone, right? Like that was what really worked for me. It made me like so good at relationships. Like, honestly, like even though Kat had like a lot of problems, and like, you know, there were times when I was like really enjoying the relationship, but she didn't. Like, we had some great times, like we had some like phenomenal times, and it's shit like that, you know? It's like, yeah, it's important to remember that, like, yeah, it's you know, this, you know, whether you're poly, whether you're monogamous, it's all a spectrum, right? Like a lot of stuff.
Of the Smiths betrays, especially for those of you too young to remember, just how they were seen as a couple for most of my life. Since the 90s,
and you don't have to stop sharing personal anecdotes, honestly. Like, it's good to talk about this stuff.
Smiths were the image of black love, an image that upon retrospect seems to very much have been not all that genuine, but maintained for the purposes of branding, to sell us a status and look that evokes that white capitalist patriarchal framework of how we should love each other, just with a black face on it. For years, if there was a social media post or a magazine spread about black love, they were on the front page of it. But at the same time, that whole time, there were rumors about them being swingers or having an open marriage or how they were about to get divorced. And then in 2020, we got not a confirmation of these rumors, but at least an indication that the nature of their relationship was not as idyllic as we had been led to believe.
Folks are still trying to wrap their minds around Jada's revelation that she had a relationship, or quote, entanglement, with R&B singer August Alsina.
I used to be a super jealous person until I learned how to stop being so insecure. Well, that's what it is, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's sort of understanding. It's a lot of things. It's breaking away from, like, you know, what FD is talking about here, like these white patriarchal, you know, relationship ideals that we have, like that you have like ownership over somebody, right, in a relationship. It's like destroying that in your brain. And then it's like also destroying the entitlement that comes with it. So you can realize that you don't own someone, but you can also feel incredibly entitled. And then you have expectations on people. And it's about systematically like breaking down those expectations until you realize, like, oh, okay, I shouldn't have any expectations on anyone, right? Because what you have instead of expectations are boundaries. In relationships, you just say, like, right, look, this is just what I'm not comfortable with, right? I don't expect you to agree with that. I don't expect you to always adhere to that, but try and respect me as much as you can and don't cross this boundary, right? You know what I mean? And then it's your choice. Then if someone breaks those boundaries too much in clearly a way that shows that they don't respect you, then that's when it's like, oh, okay, you're being disrespectful to me. Like, you're not being disrespectful to me if you, like, you know, have sexual attraction to someone else. You're not being disrespectful to me personally if you fuck someone else, if you, like, love someone else, right? It's fine. You know, and that's like my personal boundaries. And yeah, you gotta do a lot. You've got to do a lot. And the jealousy thing is like, you know, yeah, it goes away after a while. It goes away when you start to realize those things are bullshit. You know,
While she and
they're a bastardization of our humanity, actually.
Will were secretly separated.
I've lost.
Like it's, you know, it's incredibly valuable. Like listening to what FD is talking about here, and you know, I'm getting throwbacks to when I spoke to Lost Sue about Sue's about like, you know, indigenous culture, Sue's indigenous you know, cultures, like well, knowledge on indigenous cultures, about how like every single thing that came from white, you know, European settlers, colonizing settlers, was trying to force indigenous people into boxes. You know what I mean? It's like separating people, like putting people in binary boxes. Like you're either a man or a woman. You know, you're either like good or bad. You know, shit like that. Like incredible. Like our language, white colonial language, is so binary in every single way. You know what I mean? And we really have to like fight against that in how we think about things, because nothing is fucking binary, is it? Do you know what I mean? Really, when it comes down to it, apart from the fucking code. And I don't even know if that's binary.
Money, friendships, relationships behind it. And I think it's because people don't necessarily know the truth, but I've never done anything wrong.
Jada admitted to having an entanglement with singer August Alsina, although stating that it was when she and Will were not together. And Will has explicitly alluded to, and it's hard to confirm, that he's had his own extramarital relationships as well. And there's also stories where Jada has explicitly talked about her feeling like she didn't want to ever be married in the traditional sense. And it doesn't take a lot to glean from these conversations that it was Will that was the driving force behind their image as Black love goals, and kind of forcing them into this traditional marriage box for most of the last 25 years. T Noir has a great video engaging.
Qubits show that code is not necessarily binary. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. There you go.
With some of the politics of the story, and how Will and Jada definitely had a cynical practice of selling an image of their family and relationship that probably wasn't real, but was definitely lucrative. And there are some concerning elements of grooming and problematic power dynamics between Jada Pinkett and her relationship with August Alsina. I'm beginning to wonder if we're overlooking a really useful lesson in what this fallout has presented to us.
Bad marriage for life.
Okay, wait.
What the fuck?
Just hear me out for a second. On so many levels, we're clowning the Smiths for what really amounts to oversharing, for bringing us into their Malcolm and Marie aftermath in real life, for disappointing our own false image of them that they definitely did help build, because we wanted to buy into Black love. But if you put away your judgment for a second and you disabuse yourself of the nonsense that we keep hearing from many of these gurus and their followers, what you're seeing here is the raw reality of what it means to partner with a human long term, to commit yourself to the labor of maintaining an intimate and conditional relationship with the person. For the most part, we often hear people talk about unconditional.
Wait, the observer effect? What's that? I'm just looking this up. The disturbance of an observed system by the act of observation. This is often the result of instruments that by necessity alter the state of what they measure in some manner. Right, okay, so you're saying that in relation to like how people saw Will and Jada?
Conditional love, and it's even a phrase.
Or is that to do with the binary signal thing? I'm confused. I'm not a smart guy. I don't know if you've noticed yet. I'm not that smart.
I've used a lot of times. But as I progress in my own marriage, I realize that this isn't, to me, the best way to look at what real love in a partnership.
Yeah, the binary signal. I was going to say, I was like, wait, what?
Kind of needs to work as. Long-term partnership only works on the agreed condition that you stay committed to staying in that partnership. And that may mean changing the nature of what that partnership looks like. If you ask me, love is in the conditional agreement, because you have to love a person truly to love them in all the different ways in which they might exist over a long enough timeline. If your goal for whatever reason is to partner long term, to continue to work with a partner who has changed and to work through conflict that comes up in that relationship, I think Will and Jada have something to offer. They seem to be in a constant state of rededication to each other in whatever way that manifests for them. And witnessing that is more valuable than any Jet magazine cover they've had for the last 25 years. Cause like, here's the craziest thing about this moment that we've all memed to death.
Wait, what's the wave particle effect? What do you mean now? Listen, I don't want anyone arguing in the chat about stuff I don't understand. That's I won't be able to make a call about it.
Self included. After this all happened, Will and Jada had already worked.
Don't start doing fucking physics in my chat because I'll lose my fucking mind.
I don't know how it worked out. They had already seen the rumors and
that would be my nightmare. Actually, that would be my fucking nightmare. I've realized what it is. So I've listened to like Jerma talk about his nightmares about streaming. I've listened to Bad Bunny. Nicole's told me that she's had some nightmares when she's been streaming. Like, if I start having nightmares about streaming, it's about people in my chat doing maths or talking about maths, and I have no control over it. Like, that would be my nightmare. Like, I just want to chill and watch FD Signifier's videos, and everyone in my chat is doing, like, physics and equations and algebra. I would shit and piss and scream and spit if that happened. Honestly, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God, what a nightmare.
Logs and just let it slide. This was not new to them. And behind the
chat,
scenes...
Stop being smart. Stop being smart.
For them, it was done. And it was definitely Jada Pinkett's fault that they were in this predicament. And nobody would have blamed Will for letting Jada address this on her own. This image of Will sad.
Lenny, no.
Tired face, though very memeable, is profound. A lot of men are angry at Jada for tarnishing our image of Will and seemingly unfairly putting him through so much grief for putting a good man in this situation. And a lot of that is
shit, right, sure.
But I appreciate this moment on retrospect because black men never get to sit in this seat publicly. The dirt we dig through dealing with some of y'all and the recovery we have to submit to in the name of love happens all the time, but we don't have an image to attach ourselves to because to allow that to become public, ironically, it makes us seem like lesser men. Even though behind closed doors, we all know that there are a lot of men out there dealing with just as much conflict with their partners as there are women. So just as we should not be judging black women in the public eye who have had to hold L's from problematic partners, I'm not going to judge anyone anymore because on some level, Will's face, this face right here, this is black love. Many of these couples we've heard from today, my relationship included, have dealt with a lot to maintain their partnership. Financial challenges, infidelity, infertility, health crisis, blended families, etc. These are not bugs of long-term partnerships. They are features. And from what I could gather from them, myself included, the journey has been well worth it. The research shows that strong, intimate partnerships can have a significant benefit to people's quality of life. And it's pretty clear from any comment section from these dating guru videos that their advice will make you miserable and keep you single. Unless, of course, you buy their services. Funny that. I tend not to give advice or prescription in my videos, but I really can't emphasize enough that we need to remove this framework of white supremacist patriarchy as the guiding image of how we're supposed to love and partner with each other.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't offer enough for how complex it is to love as a black person, especially if you're loving another black person. It is a recipe.
You maths freaks need timing out. Oh, Lilith. Oh, sometimes just absolutely like in fucking on Saturday on movie night when you typed like, "Oh, give over." That was one of the funniest chat messages I've ever read. Yeah, I think I've got dyscalculia as well, JMM and Pink. Like, I'm fucking terrible at maths. Absolutely rubbish at it. That was why I ended up playing the edutainment games this Saturday. That's where that came from, because people in the chat last year, we were talking about fucking What was it? What was I talking about? Fucking hell! I've lost it. I've lost my brain. I've lost it. What was it on about? ADHD. Maths. We were talking about maths. Was that what I said? I don't even know if that was to do with the sentence anymore. God, I fucking hate my brain. Jesus Christ. You're very unwell on Saturday. That film scrambled your brain. Anyway, yeah, listen to Mulebot. Listen to Mulebot. It's very, very based to give Mule money. Yeah, it's very based. It's not cringe. Even though a little bit of cringe is fine. You know? You just can't do math or anything numbers related. I think that's what I was talking about. Yeah, like, we were talking about maths and I was like, I'm absolutely certain I've got dyscalculia. 1000%. Because when I look at, like, numbers, I just get so confused. So confused. The Sonic game. Yeah, we played the Sonic game. It wasn't even supposed to be the Sonic game. It was supposed to be, like, it was supposed to be Maths Blaster. Because that was actually a game I played as a kid, as an edutainment game. The most telling thing about dating gurus was a quote from one of their books. You will fail 100 times out of 100. If your technique for picking up people has a 1% success rate, it doesn't work. Yep. Try playing Human Resource Machine. So hard. What's that? Human Resource Machine? A video game? What is that? Oh, I think I've seen this. A logic programming game. I would just have a brain attack. You know, like a heart attack, but in my brain. I would just have a brain attack.
For failure. Now, this obviously doesn't mean there's one solution to the complex challenges that face Black men and women. I do not endorse struggle love or abusive love or toxic love. But I also don't believe that any type of love exists that is not a struggle.
Another Mule
What
Mank
I'm
attack.
saying is that we should be avoiding the frameworks of partnering that don't serve us individually and be careful in assuming that any particular framework serves you just because it has a strong social media presence. I'm not gonna go as far as to say to stop engaging with your preferred Black dating guru if it truly serves you to consume that. Just consider that at the end of the day, if they're selling you on this white supremacist framework, it won't work. And I pray you find something that does. And then lastly, consider abstaining. Like, for real, there are so many ways to manifest fulfilling lives in relationships that don't hinge on partnering in the traditional sense. When you hear how hard it is to be in a relationship and wonder why.
Shout out to the Aces and A-Ros, you know?
Anyone would do that on purpose. When you hear the Lemonade album, when you see Will Smith's face, maybe don't bother with it, real talk. And don't let people judge you for doing your own thing as long as it serves you. That's yet another trick of the devil that you can't.
And obviously I know that Aces and A-Ros, it's not abstaining, it's just who you are in it. You know what I mean? I just want to clarify that.
Be fulfilled if you don't find someone to share that fulfillment with. It is my personal belief that when you focus on personal development and pursuing passions and self-improvement, that's one of the best ways to align yourself with potential partners who will be value as opposed to drains on your energy. That's all I got right now. I'm gonna let the couples talk it out for a while before we go.
So I saw these really, really strong women. So I came here saying you're an accessory, not necessarily a necessity. And so Jamel helped me understand, okay, you saw all this and you saw these women be extremely successful, but you say you want a marriage and a marriage.
I knew it. I knew someone would be in the chat and be like, it's not abstinence. I know. That's why I said it. Yes, plenty of asexual people do enjoy sex. I know.
Marriage is a partnership. So we learned how to check each other and our egos at the door in terms of.
I understand why you had to say it, like, because I know not everybody knows that shit, but I promise you I know. You know what I mean? I do my absolute best to stay read up on Ace and Aero issues. Do you know what I mean? Just as important as any other part of the queer community, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not trying to check you.
That's true. It's probably gonna be a while. But we learned how to work together about being in a partnership.
There's this like magical idea that like when you fall in love, like everything changes. And you feel differently about, in historically.
You feel like you fall into the ace, mostly gray sexual category? Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fucking cool. Pretty sure I'm ace. I was convinced I was aro, but that was internalized trans misogyny. That isn't to say that aro people are internalized bigots. That's just what happened with me personally. Yeah, that's fine. It's like, I don't think you need to add that on the end in it. Do you know what I mean? I feel like most people read stuff like that in good faith. That's kind of, you know what I mean? Like, there is a kind of pressure for people nowadays to be like, yeah, look, just so everybody's clear, I don't mean that. Because I think people take things a lot of bad faith a lot of the time, and it's like, you could just say, I was convinced I was aro, but that was just internalized trans misogyny. And if anyone takes umbrage with that, that's on them, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, like, Sorka clearly isn't saying that all aro people are are bigots, innit? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah,
like the traditional, like mononormative and patriarchal ideas that when a man falls in love, all of the other people disappear from your purview, and you don't want, like, you become some new person all of a sudden. And I think some time ago, I stopped worrying about.
Aro means aromantic. So, aromantic in the same way that asexual people tend to not be, that don't tend to enjoy sex or are sometimes disgusted by sex, but for sort of romantic aspects of relationships. So, showing affection, being intimate with each other and stuff like that. What the fuck is romance? Well, yeah, that stuff that I just said, What this man is saying feels so close to me. I started seeking counseling for loneliness, but my dad and therapists are focusing that you need help to find a relationship that will improve and help me. They focus so much that relationships will solve all my problems. Yeah, it absolutely won't, RJ. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's such bullshit, dude. Like, like, relationships, if anything, are like, more problems. Like, more problems. You will get more problems. And that's not a bad thing. It's just there are more sort of like things to organize in your life around another person, and they're not always huge, but sometimes they are. And that's the decision you have to make. And that's the certainty. That's the uncertainty of relationships and the sort of chaos that comes with them, innit? Do you know what I mean? Physical stuff, not necessarily physical stuff, but like, it's like JMM says in the chat, like Aros will also feel no desire for the commodity of romantic stuff, usually heteronormative, pushed by society. Yeah, that stuff too. So like, going out on dates or going to the cinema or, shit like that. Because like ace people, differently to aromantic people, might be into like cuddling or kissing or like, maybe will want sex sometimes and stuff like that. But the sex thing isn't really different from because aromantic people will enjoy sex, right? And stuff like that, not all the time, but sometimes, depending on if they're asexual as well or not, yeah. There's a lot to it, innit? You know what I mean? Listening to conversations about the complexities of relationships while playing Dark Souls 2 at SL1 is a vibe. Yeah, I imagine so, yeah. Yeah. It's like, wait, hang on a minute, relationships aren't actually that difficult. Actually, Dark Souls 2 is the most difficult, It's giving me fucking anxiety to go back to therapy because it was already hard to get there. Now they add this and it makes it even harder. Yeah, you got to set some boundaries, man. I agree with Chimera. Yeah, you got to sit there and you got to be like, listen, I do not need this. Like, I am my own person and I'm gonna get to where I want to be at my own pace. And That's it. Excuse me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought ace people can enjoy sex. They're just not sexually attracted to anyone. I don't think that's exactly it. I think that it depends. Like, asexual people will sometimes enjoy sex. My mod's ace. My mod, Becca. But they're not like, they've not been around too much. But yeah, Becca spoke to me about this stuff before, I think, or like I've heard her talk about it. And it's like, yeah, ace people like can enjoy sex sometimes, just like, but that can be like a spectrum of like enjoying sex sometimes or like being actually repulsed by sex. You know what I mean? So it's a whole spectrum. So there's like demisexual, gray sexual, asexual, and aromantic is just as much of a spectrum as well. Like, you know, you could argue that like, if you are like, you know, heteronormative, but you don't like going out on dates, you could argue that that is like a part of being aromantic. So you would be aroflux, you know? I think it's aroflux, right? Instead of gray sexual or demisexual or whatever the correct terminology is. But yeah, you know, like everything, it's a spectrum, innit?
What love was supposed to be or supposed to feel like, and just like, do I like what I'm feeling? Right? Do I want to keep feeling?
We teeter the line of, if we step out of line of what people feel how a marriage is supposed to look, you get judged for it. And, you know, if your views are different, you get judged for it. So I think it's a constant battle of doing everything that you feel and how you feel what works for your marriage and your relationship versus how society will look at you, because they do place a lot of pressure on what's visible. And to be clear, that's our goal, to be very visible, to show another form of Black love, to show that it's not just a one size fits all, but it's also a lot of pressure when you have so many eyes that are just like,
yeah, there you go. It's like Gracie says, my demisexuality is a spectrum in and of itself. Everyone's desires and wants are going to be different. Just find a partner or don't that works best for you. Exactly, right? Gee, it's almost as if like the whole message of this video is like very, very pertinent for absolutely everyone. Like there's an added layer of racism when it's white supremacist patriarchal relationship norms, relationship norms pushed on Black people, right? But yeah, this shit affects all of us, and it's like really important to be liberated from these norms. They suck, and they make people have shit lives. You know what I mean?
Well, this is how marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman, but also if you're gay, this is how you should handle your marriage. Like,
he is my best friend, so I have someone there that is in my corner to support me in whatever I do. Somebody to tell me when I'm wrong. Not to be just like a yes man, rather he gonna check me when I need to be checked, and vice versa. Worst thing is he hogs the covers. Like, I don't
help me to make the decision and really be serious about, you know, am I going to be with him, you know, actually bring it to prayer. I'm not just saying that because I came from church.
Oh, hey, Val, thanks for the hydrate.
The whole relationship to prayer, because previously I could have been a person that said Black love was trash until I kind of like met him.
I always talk about, you know, people like to say, you know, oh, you know, my husband, he's ride or die, or my wife is ride or die. And I'm like, no, I'll give you a clear example of ride or die, because she left, you know, corporate America. She was on that fast track, and she left corporate America to come back so I can finish my PhD. And at that time, it was me, her, and our daughter, and we were living off of my graduate stipend.
Leash, thank you so much for the lurk. How are you doing, friend?
Very modest graduate stipend.
Right.
And so it had gotten to the
Obviously, you don't have to answer that because you're lurking, but thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you stopping by.
point where
Hope you're good.
The Little Caesars, where we were eating Little Caesars 3-4 times, you know, a week, which is just, I don't know how healthy, I don't know why we're alive still at this point.
Just this year, we were talking about toddlers being wild, that they're feral. You know what I mean? Like, just wild. He was such a gentle and tender and loving little itty bitty baby. And then 2 happened, and we watched him turn into a full human being with his own thoughts and ideas and language. And and it's just like, you want to jump off that? And now I'm anxious all the time. Like, it's just
I think what I said.
And he swears up and down that I threatened the waitress. I don't think I did.
No, you did. You did.
The waitress wouldn't talk to me. She kept making googly eyes at him, and I was like, excuse me, but I don't remember threatening her.
And then my toxic ass is like, yo, this is she threatened the waitress. This might be the one.
And that's something that when we took marriage counseling, they told us that what we have is genuine, that, and so we were okay because we knew where we stood. We were okay because we understood each other. We were always going to get to know. And even if you get married, the person that you are when you got married and the person you are 15 years later is not the same person. The interests you have are different. The things you like, what excites you, all that stuff is different. So you constantly have to rediscover and learn about the person that you're with.
So like before we had kids, there were things that you offered that I like held in high regard. And then when we became parents, it was like, oh wait, no. These things are the most important things. Those things are not as important, right? So I had to readjust. And so, so I think, the why, it's hard to answer because it changes, but I'll say that the most valuable thing that we have going for us is that friendship I talked about. Is having been together so long and knowing each other so intimately, and still finding good and beauty and all kinds of stuff in each other. It makes me kind of emotional. I think that is why we're still together. Oh, don't cut that out. I don't cry, I'm a bitch.
Aww, that's cute. Oh, it's Happy Valentine's Day for his missus. That's really cute. I love that shit. Very sweet, very cool. A great fucking insight there into like, how black people feel about having, white supremacist patriarchal ideas put onto them in their relationships. That's a really good fucking insight. And, and again, we took a lot of that in our discussions that we had in the chat today. I think that was very fucking good. To sort of look at that and go, like it's important for us to like destroy these things too, not just for the benefit of ourselves, but also for the benefit of our black comrades, our BIPOC comrades, right? So fucking dope, absolutely fucking dope. Backing absolutely everything that he said, like the wide variety of people in relationships, like different types of relationships as well that he got for that video, absolutely fucking based. The fact that we had like a thruple, like a polyamorous thruple, and then a polyamorous couple, a gay couple, a bunch of straight couples, like, yeah, fucking great, like absolutely great. Really fucking cool to just see like, so much different variety there, and hearing those people's thoughts as well in those relationships.
I just got to show later. This is for the after credits. I did not plan that amazing moment AJ Signifier just gave y'all. She just loved me so fucking much. She couldn't help herself.
Sundari confirmed.
It's just.
All right, now let's drink our coffee.
Okay, let's drink our coffee, babe. I'm sorry. I had another.
You know what I'm saying? What made that crystallize in your head?
We need a moment of prayer for Kent. But anyway, he over here saying crazy stuff.
Sick. Absolutely sick. Let's skip to the next one.
Any other space. And that comes for me through us saying, all right, after we had this argument, this is what I saw your ego doing. What did you see mine do? Like yours was on the table, clapping in my face, even though you were mild. Your ego said, F you and your mama. Like that. And like we can read each other like that because we're both intuitive and laugh at the fact that we were poised as we could be through the conversation, but we know what the frequency was, even if we were trying to be gracious.
Sick. There's something that I really love about,
you know, it's just a lot, right? You guys
tell you in a minute,
carry and have to deal with a lot on a daily basis, right? It's dangerous for you to walk out of our house on any given day.
I think that's it now. I think that's it. Yeah, like FD's videos, like the quality is good, right? The quality is so fucking good in his videos, right? But I think what I like the most about it is how like he's not fucking pretentious in the slightest. You know what I mean? He's really fucking down to earth, not just in his delivery and his presentation and stuff like that. It's like a real breath of fresh air, you know, in content creation, because it's like, you know, look at me, right? Look at me with my fucking like bisexual lighting, my fucking green screen, my fucking like trash aesthetic and shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's pretentious as fuck. You know, I fucking love. I just love like the fact that he's got like, you know, yeah, he's got great production value, but it's not like over the top nonsense. You know what I mean? It's fucking great. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to see like, you know, if that's gonna something he's gonna do in the future, that's cool. But yeah, I just love it. It's just like you sat down chatting with your mate, but your mate's dead smart and gives you insight into shit that you just wouldn't know about, right? Absolutely fucking sick. Absolutely fucking sick. Gang, don't forget to go and give that video a play in the background or whatever. Get some views over to RFD. Our lovely lad. It's been a really good day. It's been a really chill day today, gang. Like, we had a bit of a crazy day yesterday. It was super fucking, you know, popping off during the Dark Souls speedrun and stuff. But we've had a really nice chill stream today, and I've had some phenomenal support from all of you. So thank you so much for stopping by. It's now time for a raid. We're gonna go and raid somebody. Who we're gonna go and check out? Who we're gonna go and have a little look at who's streaming? Oh shit! I just clicked on someone's fucking name. This always fucking happens. Yeah, shut up. No. Fuck off. No. Okay, right. Thank you. Right. Who are we gonna go raids? Let's have a little look. Who is fucking live? You know, he was here yesterday, and I hadn't seen him in ages, but he's streaming right now. We are going to go and show some love to... Oh my god, what the fuck happened with the chat just then? We are going to go and show some love to Shard...
all Google phone, offering an extra layer of hardware security.
Just adverts, just adverts!
We gotta watch our fucking stamina.
Shut up! Okay, there's Shardmonk. I'm so sorry, my computer just like fucking farted. It just like exploded or some shit. Right, gang. Love you all very, very much. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing more React Handy shit tomorrow. I'll see you there. I'll see you there. I'll see you there. If you're not in the Discord already, get your ass in the Discord. We are watching movies this week. We're watching movies this week. No, I'm not doing your kettlebell squats, RJ. I'll save them for tomorrow. You best be here tomorrow at the start so you know I'm doing kettlebell squats. But you can't do that to me right at the end of the stream when I'm doing a fucking raid. Come on. I will have a little hydrate. I have got time for that, yeah. Shardmonk is playing Dark Souls 3. He's very good at Dark Souls 3. Very, very, very poggers. I'll see you then. We're watching films in the Discord. That's what I was in the middle of saying. We're watching films in the Discord this Saturday, 6 o'clock UK time, 6 p.m. I'll see you there. We're watching some real cool shit. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow as well. Love you very much. Mwah. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.